Sejam muito bem-vindos então ao Oi Rio Pro, apresentado por Corona. Vamos fazer a próxima, nós já fizemos uma chamada hoje às 7h50 da manhã, o evento ficou suspenso até agora. 9h15 faremos uma outra chamada oficial, com possível início às 9h35. E eu gostaria de pedir a todos que estão na área de competição que já comecem a liberar essa área, por favor. Os atletas que estão no Prisson, a galera do Prisson também, por favor, liberando a área de competição a partir desse momento. Começa a responder já mais pro lado, com a onda no meio da praia, onda da Patinha, na praia da Vila. A partir de agora, gostaríamos que vocês liberassem a área de competição. A primeira chamada será daqui a 5 minutos de mais. É isso aí, só restituindo a informação do Ronaldo. 9h15 a chamada oficial para possível início, não vai começar, porque já foi decidido. Vai rolar o evento, galera. Quem está feliz aí é o Filipe. É isso aí, vai rolar 9h35 em ponto, começa os 16 melhores homens, oitavas de final. Galera, pode acordar o Pedrinho lá que hoje vai ter campeonato. Teremos aí os 16 melhores e fazendo uma altura na sexta bateria, para informar que as quartas de final dos homens ou não. Hoje as mulheres estão descansando, não estarão na água hoje, ok? So we're going to do the 16 better, the round of the 16, and the team number 6, we're going to give further information about the match, the quarterfinals match, okay? Today, we will be talking with winners in the water. Okay, today. And only and the water, okay, starting with the best 16, it may be the quarterfinals, and we're going to talk to you. Então, vai falar para aqui de vocês melhores, essa oitava de final, e na sexta bateria vai informar se vai rolar a semifinal dos homens ou não, ok? Obrigado pela atenção. Aproveite e desculpe da sexta principal. É o Oi Rio Pro apresentado pela Corona, é a oitava etapa da temporada de 2017. E é o Oi Rio Pro de todos os tempos. O Oi Rio Pro apresentado pela Corona, tem nada mais nada menos do que 3.100 metros quadrados de área construída com espaços para futebol, para a competição, para os atletas de convidados, para o descanso, para a vida, convidados, além de estar na fila de patrocinadores, situações diárias para o público. Você ainda não vai conhecer SporTV, na minha faculdade, as SporTV são feitas de várias atrações para vocês, vários filmes de sorteios e atividades que vocês guardem de lembrança desse maior Oi Rio Pro de todos os tempos. O Oi Rio Pro apresentado pela Corona é realizado com recordes de patrocinadores como Oi, Corona, Havaianas, Red Bull, Oakley, Silverclass, Xperia, Banco do Brasil, BB7, Localiza, 51+, Australian Gold, Oakberry, TikTok, Unicesumar, Enel, New On, que é o grupo da Prevent Senior, Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Prefeitura Municipal de Saquarema, EY, Pura Vida e IF Group. Uma transmissão ao vivo pela Globoplay e SporTV e também pelo site da WSL Final e aplicativo da WSL. É isso aí, Rogério. Já temos aqui a chave de bateria na mão. 16 melhores, oitavas de final. Vamos começar com a bateria número 1 de hoje. Jack Robson contra Oi Rio. Na sequência, Kyo Ibeli contra Sammy Pupo. Depois teremos Brasil na água também, Ítalo Ferreira com Michael Rodrigues. E na sequência, Miguel Filipe Toledo. E na sequência teremos Filipe Toledo, líder do ranking, contra o peruano Miguel Fidela. E depois teremos Conor Larry contra Matthew McLeary. Na sequência, bateria número 7, Ethan Ewing para Iago Dora. E na última bateria do dia, uma bateria australiana, com Cam Robinson e Jackson Baker. Vai começando a festa então do Oi Rio Pro. Vamos já Brasil na primeira bateria, Matheus Ortiz, falando apenas Robson. O atleta australiano que é um dos destaques, que já vem com 2 vitórias. A vitória em Belém, uma vitória em El Salvador. Australianos, essa nova geração que está em evidência no momento. Eles ganharam 2 prêmios com a celebridade esportiva para fora.
Hi there, I'm Laura Enova, professional surfer and talker, and this is your behind the scenes all access look at the WSL World Tour. Come along. How's the journey?
Long.
Alright, Jaylen, that's a wrap. We're out of here.
Left Bali. Everything was fine. We did the overnight red eye. Our flight was delayed, and then really delayed. So now we're not getting on today. We're staying put in Sydney, and hopefully get on a flight tomorrow.
Beep beep. Beep beep. What's up? Little storm, hey?
Yeah, just a little drizzle.
Slight chance of rain.
Wow. I don't know why no one else is coming to eat tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of empty tables.
Strizzle, how's your cough, dog?
Jed's coffee shop's open.
Jed's coffee. Oh, look at all the bugs around your head.
You articulate
It's easy. It's easy to call.
Oh, that's like that TikTok dance that Steph and Gabby were doing.
It's not that complicated.
I know, but
It's like actually like a bug dance.
If you stand in the sun, I'll keep them off.
It's kind of like a small baby.
It's a baby.
Oh my god, he's tiny. Oh, say hello to the tour vlog. we are off for today. The call is for tomorrow for 8:30 to a possible start at 9.
Sweet.
Lovely day. I have the commentator's cup today. I've had 3 cups of coffee.
As soon as I see a wave, I'm gonna turn around. If I don't make it out the back, that's fine.
Just don't give up the inside. Whatever you do, all the way, no matter how far up they paddle you up the point,
Right.
don't give up the inside. You got it. That's like comboed everyone just then.
You just did, but unfortunately it was before the hooter.
It was!
Better luck next time, brother.
I gotta
Are you gonna come back out?
follow the rules. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my coach.
All right. 4 chains. My t-shirt's turned like 8 sizes bigger. It's like a dress. Oh, that was so fun. I love El Salvador. We don't have to worry about monkeys here, but we do have to watch for some falling coconuts because there's a billion countries. This is a radical comp setup. It's really cool. We've got a little food area. The Corona bar over there, look, popping off already. The athletes have been spoiled. Plunge pool. A couple of the crew have already jumped in there. Cannonball! So down there, everyone's looking pretty serious. Some serious stuff is about to go down. This is the men's locker room. We have about 5 guys with pink boards this event. Loving it. Loving the pink energy. Punta, this is where we rock off. Athletes just jump out. Pretty incredible rock dances today. And levitating. Backwards moonwalk. Stop champions. How's that new hairdo?
It's like my hair white, everything's white.
You look like Ryan Gosling in that one movie where he like murders people.
Dolph Lundgren and then the newer age Tales of the Bronx in the UFC. That's all I look like.
Very jet lag. We just came from G-Land. 2:30 in the afternoon is about 3:30 in the morning in G-Land. So this is when we fade. Four boys left, Gabby, Griffin, Italo, and Filipe. Girls, we've got Lakey, Joanne, Caroline, and Steph. Our first finalists of the day. Woo, these cute blue.
These things are getting a little bit dirty.
Oh, they got a match.
They got enough.
Well done, Tommy.
Yeah, Lord.
Husband of the year.
Team effort. He is husband of the year, isn't he?
You said, you're going to have to bail.
I was like, where does this thing come from? I haven't surfed away this thing. I've been in Florida too long. Like,
I'm like, she's going to have to put a snorkel on and like hold on to some rocks. There was like a bomb set that came and cleaned her up in her heat.
yeah, it was weird though. I was like, because Steph had this at before, and then like that thing was like, I hadn't seen a wave that big since I've been here. I was
and like every time you took off on a wave, Steph was just on like a nice one behind.
I know. It was tricky. It's like, yeah.
Good job though. Sammy's first comp back. We got her back, and she made the semis. I'm gonna steal. I'm actually on a mission to steal someone's hat.
Oh, you want?
Do you reckon Sally's coming back?
I gave mine away. Wait.
Snooze, you lose. You go home early. Someone's gonna steal your hat. I actually am the queen of this. I like to take all the surfers' goodies. We've got the men's first semi out there in the water. Let's go check out the host set. Rosie, look in the front today.
4.5. Early advantage to Griffin Colapinto with that 4.5. Check out this replay of game 18.
Well, strong first turn, I can tell you that, but I think this section was just spins right there. Carves it back in. This is
hydrate, froth, hydrate, froth.
Was gaining speed,
winning,
and maybe saw the section was appropriate for layback.
Cannonball into the pool.
Rock dance, cannonball.
Yeah.
Maybe tequila finish.
What's better, Griff making the final or his caddy wearing tidy whities?
Lost the bet last night.
Hey, I think that you're going to have to still wear these in the final because it's lucky.
I think I do. I was lucky, huh?
Back for Steph with 10 minutes to go. You know, she waited so long, only 2 0.5s in her scoreline that first section. Love how compressed she got at the bottom. Almost wobbled off, but back into that tail kick out, big slash, and a wrap here. We love to see this from Steph. And yeah, just making sure she finishes this wave off nice and strong. I just love our sport. This has been such a roller coaster year for her, and this is going to feel so sweet.
Wow, you guys are scary. Watch out, don't fall.
He needs a 4.39 on this wave to go right into first. He's got that stall. He wants to ramp up. Clear for takeoff. Full rotation. Seamless on the landing. Right into a wrapping cutback. Now Toledo ramping up again. Big section. Throw tail reverse complete.
Yeah, a decent combo. Great first turn right there using his rails, and he really drive to that turn too. You can see how sharp those rails are on this floor that Matt Valos made him for Punta Roca specifically. Another great one right there, and that's what this wing kind of does, Laura. It picks up that, I want to say, slight texture, and it kind of lifts up that section for you to actually attack it from a more horizontal phase. And then Phil on the outside, this is going to be a decent backup for him. Maybe not the section he was looking for right here at the end, but I like the way he approached this wave, knowing that he just needed to get something on the board. Another maneuver. There's few people that can do that on the CT.
Then to Griffin doing a cool slob punt. Didn't go for a rotation there to mix things up, Laura.
Yeah, this was such a wild wave. He got the nice air at the start, and it just felt like he was doing so much down the line work, but making the most of it. That section looked super fun. Smashed the tail out there, and just was working his way down to this critical little section.
The superstar finding his feet on the championship tour.
Yeah, baby.
Good job, you too.
Yeah, Griffin, that was so nuts.
Thanks, Lakey.
Happy for you.
Thank you so much.
It was so inspiring.
Crazy.
Honestly, well done.
Oh, thank you. So we broke that little Cornish streak.
Hell yeah, we're on. California,
Yeah,
let's go. Go for America.
Let's go.
We're all gonna be
What day is it?
together.
It's golf day. Golf day. It's moving day. Moving down the greens and swing that about.
On the hips.
Yeah.
The champs decompressing. This is how the champs spend their days after breath hold training. What El Zonte? Super fun, beachy. The point that we surfed the other day is like right around the corner there, but I mean it's pretty junky today, but still such fun waves. It's like waves all the time. There's never not waves here.
Bonjour, Jack Robinson, grabbing his jersey, checking in, and walking down to the beach to take on Mateus Hurdy. First thing here in the morning, they were down here warming up, and after a brief hold, contest is on. The round of 16 features a rematch from Mexico last season, where they've met in the semifinals. Now they get to do it again, this time at Saquarema, here in Brazil. After a couple of late days through the weekend, it's a fun Monday morning with a lot of fans still ready to watch the world's best compete. Thanks for being with us around the world. This is Joe Turpel, Pete Mel, Big Wave champ. Peter, after a couple of lay days and a lot of wind and kind of tough weather for surf, things are definitely cleaning up out there.
So true. We got here this morning and actually very contestable very early, but we did have a bit of a hole to get started. I think the forecast being that we're going to have some surf throughout the entire day. Wait for those winds to back off a little bit, which is what it's forecast. So otherwise, looking over our shoulder, amazing looking day, and I think we're going to see some great action.
Let's get that official call. Big bon dia and good morning to Louisa Florence with Jessie Miley Dyer.
Bon dia, everybody. The entire surf community wants to hear what's the call, Jessie.
Yeah, so we're going to be on. We have this men's round of 16 and the quarterfinals are on hold. You know, we're looking at much bigger swell from the past couple of days and it's definitely going to groom out. So we're hopeful we get these quarters in as well.
And how are we running the heats today?
We're going to be just doing regular heats. So we were looking at overlapping and the potential for doing that this morning. But these are important rounds, and we have the time. We're definitely looking like tomorrow could be a finals day for us. So we've got the time to be doing these regular heats now.
Amazing! You guys heard it. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Louisa and Jessie Miley Dyer. Looks like we'll be having plenty of time for just one-on-one heats. 35 minutes on the clock with just 2 guys out. With this kind of consistency, Pete, we're going to see a lot of opportunity today.
And let's not forget we get jet ski assists, so that means they're going to be getting towed back out, which means even more action.
That's right. Let's dive into the Surfline forecast because we're kind of feeling like we're getting close to a finals day here for the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Big thanks to Surfline for all the reports. And by the look of this, Pete, it looks like this south swell is peaking today.
It is. We saw this, a week ago, and it pretty much came to forecast. I saw that this was going to be kind of a mid, split the event up a little bit. We didn't do it on one swell, and right now it looks like to me that tomorrow, going into tomorrow, is going to be the best day of the forecast. You look at what we have today, 8 to 10 foot tapering off. The wind's going to taper off with that, which means the conditions are going to stay clean all day long. That's why those quarterfinals are on hold.
As we see that energy changing into tomorrow, that's that good mark on Tuesday morning. Cleanest conditions, setting up for a good finals day.
So true. You look at the interval at 12 seconds, 5 to 8 feet. That's still very consistent. We're going to see those offshore winds, and ultimately it tapers through the day again. So that's why we maybe want to get those quarterfinals done so that we just set up with semis and final on the finals day.
Pretty exciting as we look into heat number 1 of the round of 16. Jack Robinson versus Mateus Hurdy. Robinson, number 2 in the world, just his second season full-time on the championship tour, and famous for back-to-back wins. Margaret River to G-Land, and looking incredibly strong to have a position in the WSL Final 5 all the way through September. But first, he's trying to make a quarterfinal right here in Saquarema against a wild card named Mateus Hurdy, who's had a few opportunities over the years. He got to compete at DBA at the start of the season, back in 2019, where he lost to Gabriel Medina. We dove into the story where he was devastated. He was supposed to be a wild card at Saquarema and hurt himself right before he was supposed to compete. He said that was such a devastating blow for him. It was really tough for him to mentally move on after that missed opportunity. And finally, after a couple of months to wait, he got the call up again in Mexico, semi-final berth, and back in the driver's seat again, already making a big statement in the early stages of this event, Pete.
Yeah, he did. A couple errors in his heats, a couple errors on one wave. He is definitely one of the best at those aerial antics. I was just thinking and reflecting on the fact that when he hurt himself, in order to stay really good at doing arrows, you have to do a lot of them. But of course, with that, you risk getting hurt, especially if you're going big like these guys do nowadays. You have to go big in order to get big numbers. Those little error to reverts aren't necessarily big numbers. You need to be lofty. You need to show that amplitude. As you can hear, the crowd is here. I think another reason why we got to kind of hold off for a couple hours is to fill this beach, because it definitely in the last 2 hours it is packed.
And that eruption of applause was for the start of this first heat. 35 minutes on the clock. And one thing that's really standing out when you look at the round of 16 is the amount of Brazilians in the draw.
Half.
We've got 16 surfers in the round of 16. That's what we call it. That 8 of them representing Brazil.
Yeah, and a lot of them are in that first side of the draw. So they're going to be a little bit of friendly fire.
As we see Mateus getting started. Nice timing for a backside hack to try to get an early start against Jack Robinson.
So this is it. You're able to utilize the jet ski assist. These lefts are going to be very hard with the size of the swell, a little bit bigger, a lot of water moving around. It's easier for them to come in, grab that ski. It's going to drop you off at a buoy out there in that right channel and suck you right out into the ocean. So you'll be, what, 30-second turnaround pretty quickly to get back out in the lineup, which is really cool. So at 35 minutes on the clock, you're going to see a lot of opportunities. You know, Jack Robinson, I would say probably feeling a little better about the conditions today than say that what we were going to do 2 days ago, being there was only about head high. Now being 6 feet, this is right up Jack's alley.
He's always had a reputation for being comfortable in big surf. But when you ask him about the waves of consequence on tour, he answers all the questions
he did it
with humility. Yeah, but he's so calm. He's not one of those guys that's going, oh yeah, I'm good at this, I'm comfortable. He always respects the wave first. He knows how dangerous all those venues are. But the biggest thing that's standing out these days is overall performance. A lot of critics were wondering how he'd do in beach breaks, how he would do with airs, and he's given us some of the best airs of the season.
I think he's been working on it, and that's really what I mean. That's if you're going to get on that championship tour, you got to look at yourself honestly in the mirror and go, where can I improve? And noticing that he worked on it, and now he's one of the best in the world.
We just saw a quick glimpse of the Pupo family, Wagner Pupo, hanging out next to Sammy Pupo, who has Kyo Ibeli coming up in the next tee.
Oh, there's that one, you know, a couple of Brazilians against each other, and the crowd will be rooting for, you know, both of them, most likely, just for good performances and putting on a good show. Little lay of the land, Joe, just in regards to how conditions would be different in regards, and there's a great example of how this beach has filled up ever since we got here at 7 a.m. Like extra couple hours is giving everyone the time to get showered up and get down here. Lay of the land is that remember we had those rights playing a big role early in this event. Right now with this tide kind of lower, we had a low tide around 8 a.m. It's not really a right at the moment. It's going to be pretty much all lefts. Off that main peak, there's a kind of a rip right here. This is exactly where Mateos is. And then there's a second peak that we kind of saw Gabriel Medina move over to. I know that he had history over that spot. He probably shouldn't have done that in that day, but today, that's the spot to me. It's the cleanest lineup, cleanest part of the lineup. There's a beautiful little wedge peak right there. As you can see, that's just a little lower one, but lots of opportunity, and the lefts are the call today.
Cool to see the changing in the playground out in front here at Itaúna. So a lot of lefts. We've kind of seen that with the start, but we've also seen some changes happening in the live rankings. As of now, at the start of the round of 16, the final 5 is changing shape. Toledo still out in front, Jack still second. As we know, Griffin went out in the elimination round, so that position's a bit vulnerable. Ethan Ewing went from 7th to 5th, and he's still in the running in the round of 16. Kanoa knocked out of the contest. He's dropped out of the final 5. John, of course, injured, so that's tough to hang on to his position. He's dropping down quickly, but moving up into the top 10, Kyo Ibeli and Miguel Pupo moving up a spot.
And still opportunity to jump even further up. So you start thinking about dark horses in that back top 10. Callum, Miguel, and Kyo. You know, if they can get through into the quarters, semis, or even a final, they could be knocking at that door for a final 5 berth, which is amazing.
That's the whole goal for these surfers, to qualify for the WSL Final 5 to compete in September for a world title at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Up and out is Mateus Hurdy, 3.33 on his opener. Now Jack Robinson sitting with priority. And it looks like we might have another opportunity for Mateus, staying really active at the start of this heat, just throwing away a punt.
Looked like he's going for the shove it. Or not the shove it, but the big spin? What are they going to do? I want to see something. You know, kickflip.
That has been pulled off from a man from Santa Cruz.
Torcos.
He's a magician.
He is.
Wonder if we'd ever see one in a championship tour heat.
At some point, I know we will. I mean, you think about surfing and going forward in the future. Yeah, anything that people haven't seen, they're going to try and do at some point.
Mateus Hurdy's already working on flip rotations. He's got a lot of great support, especially from JS Industries, making him some incredible surfboards for several years now. A world junior champion from a few years back. Beat Eitan Osborne in the final that day. Very exciting, high-scoring final from the World Junior titles, which is always a really exciting one to watch. They tend to go for it quite a bit as junior athletes and throw down a lot of huge airs. Mateus has been able to hang on to that approach with his wild card performances and even having a couple of air combinations in the early rounds of this event.
So cool, you know, and I think that's again the allure to this younger generation coming up underneath them is underneath everyone here is that they do come with this arsenal, not only of being able to charge in the bigger stuff, but especially the aerials. And I think that that's excitement, that's showmanship. And we want to see it. I mean, I demand it, matter of fact, out of the Championship Tour servers. I mean, this is the level, the elite level, so you need to see this kind of stuff happening on a consistent basis. And I expect it from these guys in this heat.
Mateus Hurdy able to just take a look, but he's got to step off. You can just tell how motivated he is just to get a score quickly over Jack Robinson.
The wind is supposed to abate through the day, as in back off. You know, it was strong winds yesterday, straight on shore, south winds, and it was bumpy and lumpy, and it stayed that way throughout the evening. So it just started to back off this morning early, right around dawn. So it's going to take a little time for this ocean to smooth out. The wind is forecast to come more out of the east-southeast, which kind of clocks around from your screen, actually coming out of that more of the direction we're looking at directly now, which will help those lefts to stay clean, but it's not going to be offshore until tonight-ish and in tomorrow, and that's when we'll still see it. But of course, with that, we'll see the swell back off slightly. But ultimately, tomorrow is forecast to be one of the better days in the waiting period, and fingers crossed that's what happens.
Looking forward to a lot of great surfing. As we're just getting started, let's get a BF Goodrich pit check with Strider on the sand.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, we're down here with the boards of Jack Robinson and Mateus Hurdy in the water right now. Very distinctly different surfboards. We got a squash tail out there for Mateus, and we've got a pintail out there for Jack Robinson. The pintail model a lot more drivey, this one a little more new school. Mateus came into this event late, so never had the opportunity to get used to different boards, so he's under the board that he was riding this whole event so far. It's got some, you know, deck dents on it for his feet, so he's very happy and confident with it. Didn't want to change it. Jack Robinson, he went out there this morning on a brand new 6.0 Sharp Eye, rode it for the first time. He's out there riding it right now in his heat, said it felt amazing. So there's a big difference in contrast in what they're riding, how they're feeling confidence, and how it's all coming together. Just a quick little note, too, on this pit check. These tail pads have a light dusting of wax on them. It's so interesting to see what they do to their boards. Leashes, you know, we got a nice thick leash out there right now. There's a lot of power in the water, not comp cords. These guys don't want to break a leash, lose their board, and have to deal with swimming out there. There's a lot of water moving today, a lot more power in the water. We'll see how they fare with their different choices of boards.
Hey, Strider, how about fins? What do they got for fins in those things?
They're both riding the same fin. The AM large. Now the future, they're both Almeric templates. Interesting that they're both riding the same fin out there.
AM2 larges, just one's the future system, the other one FCS.
Exactly.
Thanks so much, Strider, for the BF Goodrich pit check as we see Jack Robinson backhand float. See the backwash lifting the face of that wave, and that'll make him kind of bobble that backhand turn. The face can change quite a bit here at Saquarema with that backwash coming off the sandbank. And now a nice clean start for Mateus. Driving into the lip again with a solid connection. And now we're really finding out where the crowd stands in this one.
You'd have to say Mateus is definitely going to have the crowd favorite, although if there was another non-Brazilian in the heat, I would say that probably Jack's going to get some favoritism, being that he is with Julia, who is his partner, being Brazilian. So he's starting to apply his roots into the Brazilian soil.
As we check out Mateus here.
The replay here. I mean, again, second wave of the set, so a little cleaner on the face. He wasn't going to make any mistakes there by going into the lip, back to back, nice quick snaps. Not going to be a gigantic number, but most likely the best number of the heat. He does have the 3.33. Ultimately, you do not want to carry a 3 in your two-wave total in a 35-minute heat. One of the things about Mateus is that he is not shy to be a bit of a showman. You know, he'll play up that crowd, and I think it's a good idea. You know that this crowd's going to be vocal, and ultimately play it up, get them to be more vocal. So if you go by on the ski, you know, throw a little fist pump and look at the crowd, get them all fired. It's awesome.
Yeah, got to play into it for sure. And then Jack Robinson float, set it up well, but then what happened here?
Well, you can see the undulations, all that backwash coming up the face is definitely affecting the board and the momentum of that board getting down the line. A little stuck on that second bottom turn, wasn't able to get the projection out of it. Got lit up there and got stalled out in the lip. ultimately knew that that situation there, you can kind of pick up anytime you dig a rail or lose speed in anything in a maneuver, you're like, oh, I'm going to throw this thing out of the wall. I don't want this wave. Kick out, get back out of the lineup, and get yourself a priority.
Well, Pete, I think your favorite forecasting term is bathymetry, meaning the topography of the ocean floor.
Yes.
Do you want to define another one for us? What about fetch?
Fetch. Well, let's start looking at the storm directly, right? What is fetch? It is actually the length of wind that is blowing over the ocean. Generally, you want a large fetch, which means that you're going to have a longer stretch of ocean where you're actually having the winds point at the coastline that you want that swell to go to. So the longer the fetch, the better it is. The more stronger the swell, the more consistent the swell. We actually had this storm here that we had pointing at us in this event give us a little more fetch than it was originally forecast. So that's actually a positive sign. It's an upgrade, as we like to call it.
And obviously the bonus, too, with the fetch moving in a more favorable direction in the last couple of days, more northward, meaning
it's closer.
We'll have closer proximity, more consistent surf today. We had a lot of long lulls through the early rounds. We're already seeing a lot of wave activity in this matchup. Mateus with a lot of looks. As we check out the tide chart there, we actually have more movement in the tides than we had the last few days.
It is a higher coefficient, which means that there is a bigger difference between the lower and the higher tide, which means that there's going to be more water moving. You also see a higher tide and a lower low tide. And low tide definitely affects it here. I mean, it shuts down that right. It's just too shallow, and the water's moving across it, and it's just too much rip and current. As that tide fills in, hopefully when you have about a 3.5 foot tide at our peak this afternoon, we should see that right come into play a little bit more. We'll see how it unfolds, but the swell is significantly bigger than we've seen throughout this whole waiting period.
As you can see, a great view of how big this contest venue is here at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema. The houses behind it used as the catering houses for the food for the staff and the athletes throughout game day. These streets have been amazing. It's almost like a carnival type atmosphere over the weekend. Even with the contest off, the event site was completely full. Some events around the world, if the comp's off, there's nobody around.
It's not a lot of parking areas. So you're seeing a lot of people moving from different parts of the neighborhood. I mean, you find a little spot and you got to kind of hike in, and people are bringing everything, their umbrellas, their coolers, and getting set for a full days of action.
It's been some fun beach days the last couple of days, and even yesterday afternoon I saw Jack Robinson get a nice surf in. We kind of were realizing conditions were improving even later yesterday evening. A couple of big peaks out there. Miguel Pupo had a few surfs as well.
Well, I think that that's why we're here, right? Saquarema as a whole has really been developed around the surf culture. It's one of the most consistent and best regions in Brazil for surf. It has the size, again, consistency. There's a lot of variety of waves. So this culture in this city has really grown up around surfing, which is what we've seen in a lot of our venues that we go to. But ultimately, economically, this place has been built around the surf.
Great to see that. And Jack's hoping for some more surf to head his way, as he needs a 7.07 to take the lead off the wild card. Doesn't have much so far, just the backhand float to fall as he holds priority. And Mateus doing a good job just to stay really active. He's already looked at 6 waves in this heat.
You think back to the performances that Jack has done this season. He's had a lot of heats that have been slow starts and somehow finds a way to get a win in. And in the back half of the heat, watch out.
Jack Robinson looks like he's got some clear water. Starts with a float again. And he'll end up being late for a combo.
Again, right off the bottom there, you saw after he came off the floater, that little hitch where his heel caught the water and just enough to slow him down and make him late for that next section, not able to jump up on there. So a bit of a bummer there. And now we have, looks like a leash break. Now he's got to swim in. So this is going to eat some time away for Jack.
Tough one for Jack. It's always hard, even harder when you're chasing a score. You're in second now. You have to deal with all this time.
Well, he gets the ski at least, but it looks like to me that string or Velcro came off of the back. You know, sometimes we have a new board, you're excited to get in the water, you don't tie that string nice and tight.
Interesting how we saw this back at El Salvador at Punta Roca, where it was a crazy effort for Jack to run in over the rocks and find another board. He did it in like 2 minutes. So we see what happened here.
So that point there you saw, it wasn't even a hitch of the rail. It was literally going over the backwash, and literally that board, the leash wasn't even attached at that point at all. It didn't even tug.
So interesting, he's had to deal with this in back-to-back events. Now he's on the sand. Quick check from Leandro Dora. He ran a brand new board this morning. He said he got a bunch of boards delivered in the last couple of days from Sharp Eye. So we'll get more insight with Strider Wasilewski.
It's like the leash popped right off the board. There's no string attached to that thing, so maybe it was the leash string that broke, but he's right back out there on a 6-0, same size board, basically the same exact setup, just back up on the board. Leandro just slipped it through, gave him the board, and we're going to get the other one back off the shore break now, and they're going to run it back down here and get that one ready too, because there's no damage to the board. It's just the leash popped off the back, so they're going to bring the other board in and get ready.
Thanks so much, Strider. Yeah, tough one for Jack, but good thing we have the Red Bull skis that'll take him through the channel on the right and get him back into position.
This is exactly the reason that this is part of, you know, the progression of the sport. You know, these machines have been so good for safety. I mean, obviously that's their first and foremost, but utilizing them for these types of conditions of obviously picking up the board. We don't want to see somebody lose because of a failed piece of equipment. You know, maybe mentally fail. He makes some bad calls, but these skis will get you. And then, of course, being able to watch as much as we can of actual riding of waves.
It was a great change introducing the jet ski assist. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew was at the helm of the tour when that got involved. They did a practice run in Fiji, and they said how amazing it worked in their first running. They got to see more surfing, less paddling. There's actually some people that push back the other way. They like the Waterman type effort, all those super fit paddlers that used that to their advantage back in the day. But a lot of changes usually have some pushback.
About the priority, that would be to say another one, right? As soon as all of a sudden you had to take turns and you know, you weren't hassling and paddling each other. You know, the best hasslers were pretty good at winning heats.
As we see paddling into this one, Matthias Hurdy didn't really get a wave while Jack was on the beach, and nothing really changing in the scoreline.
Ooh, that was a bit of a mistake for Matthias there, because Jack does have priority now. As you can see, the P next to his name in the red. I don't know how close they are in the lineup. Look over my shoulder and get a viewpoint. Yeah, Jack's not really even near him. There is kind of two separate peaks at this point. Again, the cleanest part of the beach being more to that western angle, which is where you see Matthias now. You can see Jack up the top right of your screen coming across. But they're a good separation of like 50 meters there or so.
Matthias trying to roll in quickly to recover from that mistake. Nice stretched out bottom turn, staying soft, so he'll just fade quickly and out. Nothing really changing there. Situation remains the same, down to 16:20 on the clock here in the round of 16. It's a lot of potential here to have quite a few Brazilians into the quarters, as we've had a lot of all Brazilian finals, especially in the last few years. It did happen back in the day, though, back at an event called the Waimea 5000 that you'd have at Operador. Daniel Friedman beat Pepe Lopez in the late 70s. That was an all-Brazilian final. But then there was a long wait, about 20 years till we saw it again in Huntington in the late 90s. Neco Paterats, Fabio Gouveia had an all-Brazilian final. Then it was another 15-year wait till we saw it again. About 2015, Felipe Italo Ferreira in Portugal. We had the final that year, Adriano de Souza, Gabriel Medina. Now it's a very common theme. And a lot of potential for it to happen this year in Saquarema, as you see the work on the leash string from Jack Robinson's support crew as Matthias Hurdy is in motion. Hard off the bottom, hitting it with the backwash. He got a little extra lift that he probably didn't want, because it took away that final turn.
It is cool if you're able to time that backwash perfectly, because you do get that type of a thing where it's almost like you frame your maneuver, but it'll lift you up and give you that extra, you know, little spice in your maneuver. But also it's hard to pull off. Being able to time that perfectly as you watch this replay here. Nice glide there, good projection off the maneuver, carrying his speed very well. Would have loved to have gotten another snap there, but then look at that, right with the white water and the backwash all at the same time. Can't pull it off, and he needs to get his second score here to apply even further pressure and could conceivably put Jack into a combo situation. Either way, I think Jack understands in this next 15 minutes he needs to get 2 solid waves against a competitor such as Matthias Herdy. But that backside snap lipper that he did there, where he was able to utilize and pressure against the lip, getting projection, so he actually picked up speed out of the maneuver, which generally is you're losing speed through a maneuver. Not on that occasion. That is such a great transition move because it's a high scoring, because you're in the lip, which is a critical section. You got to tag it. But not able to get that second maneuver done to have that 2-turn combo for Matthias, and it's going to be a throwaway number.
Exciting Monday morning here in Saquarema. Matthias Herdy trying to create another upset as a wild card here at the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Jack is famous, though, for having a great final minute. He's done that more than once this season in 2022. As he is looking for his 3rd win this year and in his first appearance in a CT in Brazil. We'll take a quick break. The action continues with Sammy Pupo and Kyo Ibeli coming up next.
Saquarema is a well-known surf break, and 70% of Brazil's population lives within the Atlantic forest today. WSL is collaborating with WSL Pure Grantee, SOS Mata Atlântica, along with Marcem Licho, community volunteers, and surfers to restore this local beach landscape.
A SOS Mata Atlântica é uma organização ambientalista brasileira que foi fundada em 1986, então a gente tem mais de 35 anos de história com a missão de inspirar a sociedade na defesa do bioma da Mata Atlântica, que é o bioma mais ameaçado do Brasil.
É um negócio que daqui, sei lá, 20 anos eu vou trazer meus filhos e essa árvore vai estar aqui e eu vou falar que eu plantei ela 20 anos atrás.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations. Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure on your posts.
Checking out live action, Jack Robinson goes off the bottom, under the lip hook, goes incomplete. As he had a great setup off the bottom on a chunky section to try to go right into the lead. Now priority with Matthias Herdy with 10:50 on the clock. Winner of these heats go on to the quarterfinals. And Pete Mel, we've got a situation for Jack Robinson being number 2 in the world. I mean, we really could think about him potentially clinching a spot early this season in the WSL Final 5. As we continue on with action, Robinson cracking it hard in the pocket. He's got the end section, quickly approaching, stays on his feet for a 2-turn combination.
That's all he needed right there. That's going to be a mediocre number, but considering we're in a heat full of mediocre numbers, he finally got one. And it needed to come right now, and he's good that he did that. Again, he's trying to match that 5.67 of Matthias Herdy, something in that range. I'd love to see this one from the front angle, which I'm sure we'll see momentarily, but it feels like to me that little 2-turn combo is going to put him right in this heat.
So Jack definitely doesn't mind working for it. So impressive to keep himself in the game no matter what adversity he goes through in a matchup. One more look here, Pete.
Oh, that was a meaty section. So again, judges will like the fact that there is a criticalness to that final section. First turn there, but look at, see all the water in that one, and he executes that maneuver on the lip, So of course that degree of difficulty happens much higher when you're doing your maneuvers in the lip like that. So nice job for Jack to surf to the criteria. And it feels like to me this is not going to change his placing, but it's definitely going to tighten the gap, and he's not going to need much more than probably a 4.45 going into this back 9 minutes. So this is very important now for Matthias Herdy in this situation to start putting, you know, that nail in the coffin and start hammering away, because Jack's already starting his comeback.
Looks like we've already got an opportunity setting up for Mateos from Florianopolis. Quick whip in the pocket. Little downtime, but back into some open face. There's a aggressive carve, and he'll fade out. So a totally different looking wave compared to what Jack just had. He had a much bigger wall, bigger sections. But Mateus had great timing on the first effort. Let's have another look.
Like the first turn, this is probably the best turn of this wave. In the lip again, like I'd mentioned, you got to do those maneuvers when the lip is coming down and attack it. But this wave shoulders off really quickly. So not a whole lot of points in that second snap. But there again, look at how he's underneath his board, gets his feet above his hips and head. And the more you put the board above your head, the more difficult it is, and the higher the score will come with it. This snap here, not a lot in it, just really more of a directional change. Could change his 3.33 and add a few more points to his total. Let's see what the judges think.
It's interesting, Pete, when you put together your fantasy surf team, oftentimes you're like, well, I wonder what the waves are going to be like. That's always the other factor. Like, what's it going to be like? And you think about Mateus, how he was starting his early round heats. He had that right with a bowl to do a couple of big airs. Now he seems a little bit handcuffed for using an air game in the conditions like we have today.
Yeah, you're right. And I think also on top of that, you add the extra energy and size of the wave. It makes it a little more challenging to find those ramps, especially with the undulations in the ocean with the bump on it still. So yeah, it is going to be a bit challenging. Not going to be the air show that we had seen earlier. And that's why I felt like, when I saw this matchup, and we were sitting there 2 days ago looking at the conditions, well, if we run today, it's going to be a Mateus Herdy show.
Getting a bit hung up to start was Jack Robinson, finding a right. Cleans up the snap quite well, and then drops down with the lip for the landing.
So judges probably will deem that incomplete. He didn't ride out of the bottom, and here we go. Good section.
Big wall from Mateus, going upside down on the first turn. He's loving it. Feeding off the crowd.
I like what he's doing there. I think it's a good idea to feed off that crowd and pump them up. You're going to see that they will respond to it. They want to respond to it. So anytime you can play it up slightly, it's going to be helpful. You watch this first section here. Nice big turn. Didn't throw a lot of water off the rail, which I would love to have seen. So there was actually really no spray on the maneuver. You can see he hooked it right up underneath. If he had just waited or gone a little further into the lip, there would have been more points there, so it felt like he just came underneath it, so it's not going to be a gigantic number. And then the first right, I think Jack was couldn't help himself when he saw a tapered right. He's like, okay, let's do this. And maybe they will. Shoot, that's a hard one right there to say if that was made or not. If you watch the first maneuver there, nice and solid, digs his nose in there. Again, not a lot of spray out of the rail, which is, considering the judges are pretty far away. You want to see that spray come off the rail. It's helpful to kind of accentuate the maneuver. But 4.67 for the wave previous for Jack. Point less than the 5.67 of Mateus Herdy, so he's going to have more work to do.
There's a lot of things going on when you're trying to lay down a big carve on the right, isn't there, Pete? Especially in conditions like this. Jack doing a great job to try to hang on to both turns. But there's a lot of moving parts on that wave that are trying to take you down halfway through your maneuver.
Well, and that's a lot of it's the shallow water, getting the lower tide, so it just jacks up super quick. So the timing has to be perfect. And then you've got the friction of the water moving out of that channel. It's a very narrow channel, so the water's moving out, which makes your board work differently than, say, even just riding left, because you're actually getting a lot of pressure from the current.
Backside snap complete for Mateus.
There we go.
Drives through a nice, clean finishing move. 2 backhand hammers from Mateus Herdy to build on his scoreline against Jack Robinson.
Well, he's doing it. That's what he has to keep doing, is just keep adding points to his total. The wave before, 3.17 just for the one maneuver. The 2.83 did not go into his top 2. He's still holding on to the 3.33 from his very first wave. Feel like this one here is going to add points to his total. With 4.5 to go, it's going to push up the requirement needed by Jack Robinson. We have yet to see the score for the right for Jack Robinson to see where that factors in. I believe they'll be looking at replays. Make sure he actually completed that last move or deem it not complete.
Man who got his first perfect 10 of his career just the other day against Jansen Andre is preparing for Sammy Pupo in an all-Brazilian matchup. Kyo Ibeli kicked off the year as a wild card for Gabriel Medina's absence, and he's turning it into his best season of his career. Now up into the top 10 on the live rankings. On the Red Bull ski, we've got Matheus Herdy in motion. Matheus catching the most waves in this lineup. But we've got a lot of numbers that are still yet to come in. On these Red Bull ski laps, you get the crowd behind the competitors because they know they can hear them loud and clear when they're taking a lap through the inside. And that must feel amazing for all the Brazilian fans using that crowd cheer to their advantage. Jack with priority is going to make a move here. Backwash and then a quick closeout forces Robinson to get out of there. But 3 minutes is an eternity for a guy like Jack. He beat a lot of guys on the buzzer at G-Land on Road to Win on the final exchange. Sometimes the horn going off into his first turn. Now we're finally getting some numbers in. So Matheus on his previous wave still has another one to factor in.
I think, oh, you're right. Okay, yeah.
397. So we'll see what the last one is. Jack Robinson waiting for his numbers as well as we dive into the story. The Heat recap. Jack versus Matheus, rematch from Mexico last year. It was all about Matheus kind of firing early, working on some backhand snaps, built his way to a 5-6-7, and still waiting for our scores of his last two-turn combo.
Well, this is Jack's 4-6-7, the big float. Kicks out. The 4-2-3 is also just came shy. You needed a 4-3-4 at that point. In the 4-2-3, now all of a sudden we see a number that just came in from Matheus Herdy's last. And now has put Jack in a situation needing not only, before he just needed a 5 with the 6-0-7, which is this wave here that we just saw. Came in as a 6-0-7. Big deep bottom turn, two-turn combo, came in as a 6-0-7. Like I said, just 0.4 higher than his 5-6-7 for his two-turn combo there. And now pretty strong lead for Matheus Herdy. Jack needs a 7-0-7.
So Jack's still getting a 4-2-3 off the right. So I guess calling a finish on that wave. And so his two-turn combo on the left with the big section gave him the 4-6-7 for his best score. Now with priority needing a 7-0-7 once again with 90 seconds. Remember, world number 1 Filipe Toledo still in this round. Round of 16 against Peruvian wildcard Miguel Tudela. Earlier in this heat, before all the activity of wave riding, Pete, I was thinking about Jack with an opportunity to potentially clinch early at this event. Obviously, he's got to get through this round first.
He does, but at this point, with 1:10 to go, he needs a nice looking best wave of the heat. 7-0-7 needed. He's capable. It just needs the opportunity. Just needs a set wave.
Had a buzzer beater against Italo that was really dramatic at Bells. The drama with the finals day, Medina, then to Toledo in the final at G-Land with just a few seconds on the clock. And did it against Jackson Baker. There's about 3 minutes on the clock in that comeback heat back in El Salvador.
So you can see just tons of waves coming into this lineup, and they're just from everywhere. You can see that just a lineup very difficult to really put yourself in the correct spot. You really have to kind of keep your eyes and senses open to any movement, make a quick judgment call to pull the trigger or not. But here's a set, and with 20 seconds to go, this looks like the wave that has to happen for Jack. If he's going to get it, it could be the opportunity. We'll see.
10 seconds to go. Jack Robinson has to make a move on this wave, needs a 7.07. The wall stretching out quickly. Bottom turns, first connection solid for Robinson. He's going to need some more. Big bowling section goes straight up and attacks the lip and rides away. Has he done it again?
Well, I would say that's going to feel like the best wave of the heat to me. Big size set wave, two-turn combo. We already saw the 6.07 given to Matheus Herdy. This needs to be a point higher than that in order to turn this heat. And I would say definitely potential here for Jack to turn this one.
Interesting comparing Mateus's 607. Well, his sections had more of a bowl but less wave height, where Jack's had a bigger wall.
Yeah, and again, so where does that factor into the criteria is that degree of difficulty. Bigger waves are harder to do bigger turns, and he has done that. Beautiful first snap there. I was worried about where he's going to go with this, and he tacked it right on the final closeout section and pulls it down. Feels pretty good to me, Jack, but or sorry, Joe, but I put myself out there and got squashed before, so I'm just going to wait for the judges.
I enjoy when you just lay it out there, Pete. Yeah.
And mostly be wrong?
No, you're always right. I feel like you're right more than you think.
Not always.
But it's definitely going to be close for Jack Robinson, who's done this more times than we ever thought was possible this season.
Well,
World number 2, still waiting for the number.
Feels like, I mean, the quality of these two maneuvers are so good. You know, I mean, again, attacking the lip. He's doing his maneuvers in the lip. There's on a bigger set wave. I mean, if we have a comparison, let's throw this 607 of Mateus Herdy up and take a look at it. So right out of the gates, you can see much smaller wave. And again, these turns are not necessarily in the lip. They're more in the face. That was more in the lip. So degree of difficulty, I mean, it feels like definitely the wave's going to be better.
I'm ready for my opinion, Pete.
Okay, cool. What is it?
I think it's enough.
Yeah.
What are you going with?
I would agree. I would totally agree. I just don't like doing that anymore. My credibility goes out the window.
No, not at all. I mean, that's what it's all about, having
opinion,
5
right?
judges on the panel, and we've got different opinions in a subjective sport. And making those comparisons back to back, still standing by, so the judges are taking even more time. And Jack's gonna relax in the Red Bull athlete zone to wait for the decision.
He's asking, what's up? Does anybody know? You know, up in the Red Bull athlete zone, generally you used to have like a scoring screen, but we don't up there right now. So they won't be able to see it. It's going to come from the announcers. And again, the judges have not. We have a scoring screen in here, and we haven't seen any inclination of a score yet. So they're definitely doing the review, as it should be. I mean, again, this is the reason why we have the reviews. You can have a comparison score to throw down.
Scores coming in for Jack, and it is not enough. A 7-0 on the dot on the average. Just missing out on a buzzer beater moment. Mateus Herdy will get the win.
Wow. And again, the judges had a 6-8, a 7-5 as the high and the low. And then he averaged 3 extra scores, which were all 7s. Not enough.
Incredibly close matchup in the wild card, builds into the quarterfinals here at the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. An all-Brazilian matchup coming up next with Kyo Ibeli taking on Sammy Pupo. These are the Lost Tapes presented by Outer Known back in 2019. Kelly had a big film crew around him, and we wondered what was going to happen with all this footage. There's free surf footage, there's competition footage. Obviously never been released before until now on worldsurfleague.com. You can check out this whole series, Lost Tapes, presented by Outer Known, an 11-part series, delivering new episodes every Sunday. I believe we just released one yesterday, episode 3. And join us following the great adventures of the greatest of all time as we catch up to the wild card. Matthias Hurdy and Jack Robinson congratulating each other, and Hurdy moves on into the quarterfinals. What a close decision. We just came off there, 11.74 to 11.67 when it was all said and done.
See, Joe, you shouldn't tell us you're thinking our opinions.
Well, I think that was fair because I was like, yeah, that was enough, and there was a judge that said 7-5. That's the whole story of 5 judges on, and you know, there's a pro judge up there that hat saw it the same way. When it's that close and there's a replay, you go off that feeling, and it'll be fun to talk to the judges to see where they saw that last exchange. What an exciting finish. Wildcard Matthias Hurdy is standing by with Louisa.
Yeah, I came down here not knowing who I was going to interview. Matheus, I can tell there's a lot going on your mind right now. Share it with us.
I don't know, it's just weird feeling, and it's been a while since I won a heat that close, and I really don't like that feeling of, you know, like it could go his way or it could go mine. It's just, when I go to compete, I like to win and I like to beat the guy, you know, really fair. And, you know, Jack's a really good friend of mine, and yeah, just that feeling of being so close it's different. I don't know. You know, Jack's a really good friend, and good luck this year. And yeah, I'll take it. You know, like I'm glad he came my way. You know, like don't get me wrong, it's just a lot of emotions. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to believe it's real. So
I can totally tell. But last time you faced him, you lost.
Yeah.
Are you bringing some of the energy to this heat tonight?
Yeah, actually, I was feeling really good about the heat. I was like, it's, you know what, it's payback time. Like, I was feeling like, you know, it was my time, my moment, or whatever. But you know, just the end, I saw the wave coming, and it was 30 seconds left. I was like, oh no. But yeah, I'm stoked. I'm glad it came my way. I'm just gonna go, you know, just look forward to the next heat.
Agora vamos falar português. Você não está só surfando essas ondas, você está surfando o sofá do chumbo, que eu estou sabendo. Eu quero saber, eles estão te passando as informações, estão continuando a nossa consultoria privada para você continuar seguindo em frente?
Então, não, pô, o João, ele... Eu não gosto de falar muito que ele sobe a cabeça, mas, tipo assim, o que ele fala que vai acontecer, acontece. Ele entende muito dessa onda, ele me falou das esquerdas ali, do lugar, exatamente a onda que pegar, e o G7 também está me ajudando muito nesse campeonato. Os dois estavam juntos ali me direcionando e botando energia boa, e é isso. Eu acho que só estou aproveitando. Pô, ele é o meu melhor amigo, assim, um dos meus melhores amigos, e estou aproveitando meu momento aqui em Saquarema.
Aproveita, parabéns. A gente te vê na próxima. I just asked him, I said that I know that he's not just surfing the waves, but he's also couch surfing at the Chumbo's house. And I asked, like, are they giving you like some private consultation? Like, yeah, I don't like to say too much because Chumbinho kind of goes up on his head, but everything he tells me, it happens. They're telling me where to go, how to do the left and how to do the right. And he has a great support, and he's just stoked to move forward.
Thank you so much, Louisa, and how cool is that when you get to have good friends like the Chianca brothers that are really trying to root you on to a huge win. He definitely had some exciting energy this morning coming into that rematch with Jack Robinson. But yeah, he wants it clear cut. He got the win. He's got to be proud of himself that the average went his way, and we love those close decisions because they both were thrown down two-turn combinations, as he will be excited to take on the winner of this next heat in the quarterfinals. Sammy Pupo against Kyo Ibeli. Kyo Ibeli from Guarujá. That town became extremely famous with Adriana de Souza bringing a world title back home to that town. Sammy Pupo still enjoying his rookie year on tour. His big brother Miguel is still coming up in this round as well. as he'll take on Nat Young. And their father, Wagner Pupo, has been enjoying his time in Saquarema. Longtime surfboard shaper, longtime competitor as well. And Wagner always tells a great story to his kids about a time where he borrowed a surfboard and entered an event and went all the way to win to beat the #1 seed in Brazil at the time. He traveled around internationally, but there's that significant win where he just borrowed a board on the spot, took it all the way to the title. A moment that he never forgot. And he passes those stories on to his grommets as they were growing up, as we see a couple of nice backside turns from Kyo Ibeli, looking incredibly smooth on his opening ride.
So incredibly smooth, and his switch to the Rusty surfboards has been a good one for him, because ultimately you can see the confidence that he's holding.
Carve in the pocket and attacking the end section is Sammy Pupo with a quick answer.
Another one of those surfers that is definitely smart by playing into the crowd, getting that fist pump in. You saw him the other day hitting his shoulder with the Brazilian flag, pumping that crowd up. They love the Pupos, and they love this youngster right here.
And maybe more emotion from the younger Pupo. It was cool to see a rookie where he's feeling this energy for the first time, and he just couldn't help but connect with the crowd after each and every wave. It was really cool to see. Kept like touching his shoulder where the Brazilian flag sits on his jersey. Now it's an all-Brazilian matchup. So they are fired up for both competitors. As we take another look at the opening exchange, Pete.
Again, these lefts are coming to the party, and this is what we're going to see. Kyo getting 3 turns. A beautiful combo there where he was able to fit the snap in and didn't look rushed. He's riding a 5'11" round tail from Rusty right here in the Brazilian crew, putting it together for him. It is a poly, which means that he's using polyester resins and foam. And then we watch this. Sammy Pupo, good answer too right here for Sam Pupo. You know, again, you don't want to let your competitor run off too much without getting a wave. And of course, this white and black surfboard, Sammy has been riding all event long, and it looks good under his feet as well. Again, 3 turns for Sam Pupo, so very similar style wave. You'd say Kyo's a little bit bigger. You see a slight advantage. We watch again here. We'll see that turn more of a snap out on the face, but I love this combo here where he snaps in the lip and somehow is able to get back up and doesn't look too rushed and gets that backwash bump. And see how I was saying that backwash helps when you get up there and hit the lip? It actually lifts him up and gives a little accentuation to that maneuver. So nice work there for Kyo Ibeli.
Kyo Ibeli's had a very cool career and a fun one to watch, but it's been balanced with struggles, with high moments, with low moments. They often happen really close to each other. I remember his World Junior title, he thought he had lost that day. He was devastated. He actually went to bed in his hotel, had to get woken up because there was a tie-break decision. He had a sudden death surf-off against Garrett Parks way back in the day. As we now watch Kyo on the wind-up. Nice clean backside re-entry, recovers off the bottom, belts the fins out, and he's down.
Yeah, bummer there. You can see that little bit of hiccup there put him off balance, and then he went into the lip. He was there off timing, tried to push the tail out the back, and goes down. And this is the front on angle here. First snap's nice, big driving car, but that backwash lifts him off balance. He actually had it back together going into the lip, but then pushing the fins, getting a little more release out of it, always trying to add a little extra every maneuver here. This is the big time, the championship tour. You want to push everything. He gets the release out of there, but goes off balance and goes down.
So impressive, the maneuvers they can pull off with the backwash. Thing about a wave like lower trestles, you can kind of set it and forget it. You wind up, that canvas is traditionally going to be very smooth and forgiving, where you almost get kind of the opposite setting, which these guys can handle so well. There's bumps and reverbs coming off the rocks, and they'll still pull off some big moves.
Going to the bathymetry part of this, right? You look at trestles, is you've got these boulders which actually dampens, you know, the wave as it moves towards shore. You don't get that reaction coming back, whereas sand, obviously it's almost like cement, so you get these waves that'll come up the beach when it's nice and steep like it is, and then push back out into the ocean. Also adding the rocks and the current that pulls out through it. It just adds a super dynamic part to this lineup specifically, whereas trestles, it's a nice little point that sticks out. You don't get a little reactionary from all the currents around. There's not a lot of current there, so it's a much smoother face.
Scores in from Kyo Ibeli's opener, a 5.67. Sammy Pupo's answer on the first exchange, 5.0.
So we were right there. I felt like a little advantage to Kyo, just in the size of the wave, and the finish moves were a little more crisp. So he gets a 0.67 higher.
And then the last score for Kyo, where he fell on the second move, a 2.83. So that goes into his top 2 for the moment. Sounds like a really small score compared to what Kyo did the other day. Diving into the deep steps powered by Hydro Flask, Kyo earned the first perfect 10 of his career here at Sakurama. It was pretty emotional. He's got his family here that he misses deeply when he's on the road. They got to be involved and share that experience with him of getting that 10-point ride. That barrel was out of control. Wasn't like we had seen a million of those types of waves that day. It was such a wonderful surprise, especially for Ibeli. Quick whip off the lip for Sammy Pupo. Belts it. Nice and tight in the pocket, and he will stay on his feet. There's his connection with the crowd. Pupo is going to see a lead change here.
Yes, for sure. Speed, power, and flow, part of the criteria. Ton of speed coming out of Sammy Pupo on that wave. I mean, electrified the lip. Every time he's coming out of the maneuver, super quick and fast. I mean, he packed those moves in, didn't look rushed, just looked quick and fast, and very responsive in the surfboard. You see right there, hooks it super quick, comes out. He was able to put his board back under his feet, 2 in a row, and then a third. Again, just punctuates that back foot into the lip. Powerful move there. That's also part of the criteria, is that power. So speed, power, and flow definitely on showcase in this wave. Nice work there done for Pupo. More vertical approach, which adds difficulty to the maneuver, getting some release. So showcasing the variety, all of those elements are part of the criteria. So he is hitting it to a T. And then use that crowd. Tap into it.
Great job for the rookie. Waiting for the score from Sammy Pupo. Let's catch up with Jack Robinson with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, Jack, I'm not going to even ask you how you're feeling, but it's impossible not to ask you how, like, a defeat lands on you.
In my mind, I'm not defeated, but it's all good, all part of it, and I'm confident. I'm surfing good. I feel good, and let's go to the next one. So yeah.
I was just up there and I heard some people just, you know, there's 2 teams. They're like, oh, this is BS. In any moment, you think that the score was unfair?
In my mind, I was super happy I gave myself the chance. I went, okay, I did my job, and I have to leave it up to upstairs. But yeah, sometimes that's the way, and we keep moving forward. Not going to stop. Going to be there. So we'll keep the mission. Yeah.
That's it. Keep your heads up. Congrats, Jack. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Louisa. Jack Robinson handling that way the way he should, you know, with getting a close decision. He's been involved in surfing for a very long time, and he knows sometimes it's your day. You have 5 judges on. He can talk to a couple judges on the panel and say, hey, we saw you winning it. But when it's that close, he knows just to move on to the next one. He's surfing really solid. World number 2 still at the moment on the live rankings heading into Jeffreys Bay.
Well, you know, I don't know if you noticed, but there was the 6-8, that scoreline. That was an Aussie judge. American judges had 7s. Brazilian judge had 7.5 on it. So again, a very international panel, and that's how it should be, you know. And again, it's just those close ones. You just it's up to those opinions.
Yeah, we love a good battle, don't we? When it's close, when it comes down to the wire.
Good debate afterwards too, right?
It sure is. There's some heats from, you know, the 80s that are still discussed on who might have won, and that's our favorite part about pro surfing. The banter always continues.
Yeah, and the thing about it is the judges are always the one who's going to get pointed at, right, no matter what.
Sammy Pupo versus Kyo Ibeli. Sammy just dropped an 8-point ride for that 3-turn combination.
Yeah, and it was the difference to me when I just watching that wave was the amount of speed that he carried through maneuvers. It was a significant difference. That's why I was, you know, a point higher. Yeah, he did do 3 maneuvers, but literally all of those maneuvers were a little bit different. So showcasing the variety, which we have in our criteria, and then the speed, the power that he was able to do, especially that last move where he really punched it into the lip. He wasn't scared to put everything into it.
As he got a little chip into this section, backside full rotation for Sammy Pupo.
Watch out for this kid, man. I feel like he is one of the surfers that has been very much a standout through all of his rounds. He's got it all, right? He's able to showcase the power. He's got those airs, backside and frontside and backside. Watch him. This could be the one that he takes out.
How's that cool chip in as well? Just launched him into an aggressive air section. He blew the fans' minds on the beach. I think he just blew his own mind.
Yeah, no, I blew my mind. Good job. I mean, that's going to be another big number. I mean, especially you look at it. Wasn't an easy takeoff. Gets the wedge, though, and yeah, you're right. It goes in. Look at this section here. Punches it all the way around, and the landing out, down. In the transition of the wave, wouldn't say it totally into the flats, and that's actually probably a really good place to land. You get a little transition to land that tail down, so it's not a very hard landing all the way around in the spin. Didn't quite have the amplitude, I guess, but the way you pull those moves off, a lot of times you got to punch it out towards the beach in order to get the rotation and stay in the wave. A lot of times you can do a flyway, but look at that, just lands right on that little cushion of white water and transition of the wave. Did a little hand tap, if I want to get critical, little hand tap to keep it down there. It wasn't completely stomped. I mean, again, we're trying to compare it to other sports. Like if you were to put your hand drag on in snowboarding doing it, the judges will take a look at that. It's not going to affect the score too much, though.
What a huge air section and a big opportunity for Sammy Pupo. Already had the 8 for turns. Now Kyle really needs to get going. He's got speed. Looks like he wants to go for an extended float.
Oh,
crazy airdrop and a hard landing takes him down.
Scores in for Pupo.
9-point ride for Sammy Pupo. This was Kyo's last.
Yeah, and again, this section here, he was probably looking at the air as well. But that wave didn't have the perfect ramp. No way of a good landing if he were to go for the big air. So tries to go for the float to actually set himself up for another maneuver down the line. But the big float there to land did not. It's up. There you go. Look at Pupo, man. He's tapping in. I love this work here to pump that crowd up.
Oh, they are so loud this morning. All cheering for Sammy, Strider.
They're going off down here. The crowd loves it. These guys are totally loving every bit of it. Everybody's enjoying everything down here. The vibe is just crazy alive down here. I think over the weekend we thought it was going to be more crowded, but it's actually more crowded on a Monday in Brazil. The surf fans are real down here. Come on down, check out the rest of the action. This is epic down here. The feeling and the vibe when Pupo landed that backside 3 was mental. We love it.
You saying? I'm joking. I can kind of hear you.
We totally got it, Waz. That was amazing. Great energy. And they love seeing great surfing, especially in an all-Brazilian battle for the 9 to the 8. Incredible. Back-to-back big numbers for Samuel Pupo, who is, I'm finding it maybe a bit more emotional than his brother Miguel in heats. You know, we feel how his energy can change and shift. He's reacting off a crowd. When he lost in El Salvador, I felt sorry for his locker stall there. It made a lot of noise after a loss. He kind of lets his emotion out, recovers, and then puts a lot of great energy into his heats. It's making for some pretty entertaining heats this year.
So true. Absolutely so true. I mean, and it's been that way since we've seen him compete. I mean, his brother is kind of almost a polar opposite. You don't get to see that emotion as much, but I kind of like that too, you know? So it's like, it's whatever you're into, but definitely showcasing. And I think it's certain events, especially something like this, where you can get that crowd pumped up. That's going to help him all the way across. He's going to use that energy, and he's going to go out there, and he's already got an 8 and a 9, and he wants to better that 8.
That's his first excellent heat of his career as a fresh rookie on tour. An 8 and a 9, we call excellent heats anything over 16 points. Starts at 2 8s in your score line, but 8 and 9, that's impressive, especially in 2 different ways.
It was, yeah. I mean, that's literally 2 parts of the criteria there. The innovation and progression part of it. We saw that 9, just one huge error, and pulls it off and stomps it. And then the 3-turn combo on a mediocre set wave gets himself the 8. So yeah, a couple different ways to get there, and that's that way you have to, because every venue is going to have a little different feel. It's not every venue is going to give you the opportunity to do a big air.
14 minutes to go here in the round of 16. It's some incredible surfing to look forward to with Italo Ferreira coming up next. He will have Michael Rodriguez in heat number 3, as he has a big opportunity with some names falling out of the WSL Final 5. Italo all focus, getting his rhythm mentally before he hits the water with Rodriguez. But it's been raining 9s in the water right now for the full rotation from Sammy Pupo. We'll be right back. You can see all these kind of earths floating around Itaúna Beach. That's a pretty wild image, isn't it? It's just really a reminder to show how important our world is. We only have one, and we need to really protect it because we don't want to lose it. And if we continue to consume plastic the way we are today, it could really be gone. That's why Cerveja Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled this year. Let's work together to build a better world for us today and for future generations to enjoy. Into a big section with Kyo Ibeli. Blows his board out, but couldn't recover the slide. And he goes straight down, chasing a pretty healthy combination. He's got a break, Pete, with 11.5 to go.
And he knows it. He's got a board change. Unfortunately, he would have felt something happen there on that one. You know, in the backwash, too, you get this through the maneuver. You could see the backwash blew him up while he was there. And unfortunately, it feels like he may have buckled that board or some sort of crease in it, because he would have felt it right here as he goes straight up with the backwash. And then you can see he brings that back foot down, but right there, you can see in the explosion, he's still on top of the surfboard, so the weight of him and the bouncing up would have creased that board. He would have felt it. And so he's got to get a replacement here.
Big effort for one major move. Sammy up and out. You can see Kyle reacting to realizing it was a one maneuver section as that whole wave was closing out. So he went for broke because he needs an excellent score to get back in this heat.
Oh, whoa. No, it wasn't a buckle. It was a complete break.
There's a switch. Another rusty surfboard for Kyle to ride, and he'll have the Red Bull ski if he wants it.
You know what's cool is that this jet ski assist, right? So this situation happens. That's generally without the ski, without having the backups and all that stuff. It's the heat over. Done. But he still has an opportunity here. He's going to be able to get on that ski, get back out in what, minute and a half, minute worth of time, and he's right back in the lineup. So again, these things are so helpful to give opportunities to surfers, even in situations like that where you have a buckle and a break of the board. I mean, for example, you know, the leash break for Jack Robinson, right? They got him back out there and gave him the opportunity to get that last wave.
And that was so cool. You saw Jack regain priority before Mateus did anything at that stage of that matchup. For Kyo, he's in a similar situation where he's chasing a lead, but this one much more significant. A 9 to an 8 for Pupo. Kyo needs to break down a 17-point combined total. Remember, he's just moved up into the top 10. And he definitely wants to stay there heading into Jeffreys Bay. He's great in Tahiti. He's had a great Finals Day appearance when the waves were gigantic a few years back.
A couple 8.5s will do it. It's pretty tough, though, to turn it around in 9 minutes, but it is possible. He will probably get 2 opportunities. See how the new board goes. Of course, that's something that's so important when you're a board manufacturer, to be able to give yourself backups in your quiver, that not only are backups for the different types of conditions, but backups for boards that you really like that are for these specific conditions. So, I mean, if you ultimately could bring a quiver of boards, you'd want to have your groveler, which is generally made for small waves, and have a couple of them, right? And then you're going to have your normal wave board, you're going to have your step downs, your step ups, and have that all in your quiver and have backups for it. I mean, that's a good, you know, I'd say minimum 8 boards.
Such a good cause. We've got Sammy Pupo enjoying the biggest heat total of his young career, an 8-point ride, then to a 9. The 8 was all down to turns, Pete.
It was the electrification which he did in each and every one of these maneuvers. Again, there was that drift, again drifting it, and then this punctuation of it at the end. Exclamation point, big time on that final maneuver. And again, the significant difference in speed than anything we've seen this morning. And then we haven't seen that yet either. And gets himself the full rotation in the air, lands it super clean. There was the little touch of the layback, but in surfing, I think we can get away with that because our medium's moving, right? So it's not like at snowboarding where the snow is stagnant. And if you do that touch, it gets docked a bit. Here, you can touch the water here a little bit. If you lay back and fumble to get to your feet, that'll factor into a negativity of the score. But that one there, just a touch and got back to his feet. So we would call that a stomp.
Italo Ferreira checking in to take on Michael Rodriguez. And they are even in previous matchups. And we love how Italo's still representing Mono Azul. who is dear to our hearts in the WSL family. The Azul family still watching this one on as we honor Mano's life and all he's done for pro surfing. Italo has been incredible for the fans the last couple of days as well. He gave away a surfboard to a young kid who was just brought to tears. And a familiar face who had 2 great seasons against the best in the world and then fell off the tour, but his surfing has just improved since then. Always been fast, he's always been confident. All those areas continue to improve to be a dangerous draw for Italo Ferreira this season. Now down to 6:30 on the clock. Kyo Ibeli trying to break down a 17-point combined total. And I was thinking about his career where he's had up and down moments, where he has a tough feeling of a loss and then a triumphant moment soon to follow. And he shared us with us along the way. He had the priority drama with Gabriel Medina in the world title race and also at Pipeline. And then he replaced Medina this year and started off with back-to-back thirds in the Hawaiian season.
Amazing how life works, huh?
It's so true.
Well, now the 10 and now has to battle back. So yeah, it is definitely surfing as a whole, you know. It is a lot of ups and downs professionally.
And also Sakurima, when it was on the QS in the past, this was the venue what really helped him qualify for the tour originally when he became Rookie of the Year.
He decided against the catwalk on that one. Flying under the radar as Mr. Emrod.
And then you get to this part of the beach, it's impossible to be under the radar. Yeah, that'll be a fun one coming up next. Waves on the way. You can see Kyo duck diving that set. Sammy Pupo is already controlling things with the lead and priority, sitting very close to Kyo at the moment.
As he should, strategically very, very smart. And that's one thing I think that Sam brings as well. You know, yeah, he's young, but he brings a lot of experience because of the Pupo family. I mean, Pupo's his brother, older brother, been able to go through a lot of these things, and he's able to share that with Sammy. And I think that there's a, you know, kind of the best of both worlds for him. There's a ton of experience for Sam, but also the fact that Sam's like, you know what, I'm going to play some crowd up. And so there's this youth exuberance that he's carrying, and obviously at this event he is definitely playing into that. And that's why I feel like he's one to watch in this round of 16. And not alone that, if he gets through this heat, to find himself in the quarters and maybe even semis in a first win for him. I mean, he's not that far off.
When Sammy Pupo was going into the Haleiwa Challenger, the final event of the Challenger Series last year, which will end the season this year as well, his parents couldn't watch. It was too stressful. They had to just do other things, try to keep their mind occupied. Miguel was able to watch. Miguel was watching every heat.
I understand that. You know, I mean, I torture myself when I watch my my youth or my DNA go out and surf heats. It's very, very stressful. My wife doesn't watch. She doesn't like to.
Because you care so much for their success. As we see up and down for Kyo Ibeli, 3:50 to go.
I think the worst is when you don't have a webcast, so you can't watch it. You just have to watch scores. That's the definite stressor.
That's when you take deep breaths,
yeah.
Stay calm, believe in the process. Here's a heat recap, a big one for the all-Brazilian matchup. Kyo Ibeli, the man who threw down a 10 the other day in the pit. Well, the rights haven't really been setting up yet to this lower tide. It's all about the left-handers. Kyo was real smooth with his start, a 5.67, but things just went excellent with the rookie Sammy Pupo.
Their first exchange, Sammy had another good left. He was looking good, had a 5.0, but the exchange went to Kyo Ibeli. But this was the start of the momentum for Sammy Pupo. He was able to get an 8 on this one, got right back in the lineup, got this little wedge. It didn't take long. This was probably 3 minutes in between these two waves, and 17 points in 3 minutes. We could see that happening maybe for Kyo Ibeli in the back half. He's got to do it right now, though. There's 3 minutes left in this heat.
So impressive, just that chip in for Sammy Pupo, blowing his own mind with his performance so far. His first excellent heat of his rookie season on tour as he rolls in again, just up and out. Now 2:40 on the clock, Kyo holding priority.
That was interesting. That I didn't see, but that he had priority right there when he did that. So it feels like that was maybe he was blocking that opportunity because he was further out. But when you have the lead, generally you don't want to give your priority away unless you know you're going to see a wave that either you're going to block for your competitor or you know full on that it's going to be something where you're going to be able to play offense and build on your total.
So now Kyo is running out of time. He needs something really big quickly. He's landed some pretty critical errors in his career, famously knocking out John Florence a couple of times back-to-back in John's first world title run. As Sammy will just freestyle now on the right up and out.
Well, I remember Kyo in my first live surfing was able to see him. He was up against Gabriel Medina in the King of the Groms in France.
Wow, what a great final that was.
Incredible final. And Kyo was, you know, right then and there, was very, very accomplished. I remember watching him going, wow, this kid has the smarts. I mean, he just strategically was so sound. I know, obviously, Gabriel Medina was the talk of the town at that point because he was just doing these incredible airs and surfing to a level that we have never seen someone so young do. But Kyo was right there. And, you know, obviously he's been slightly in the shadow underneath Gabriel Medina, but ultimately has had a great career all the way through the QS, the CS, and, of course, on the championship tour. And for him to get his first championship tour 10 was incredible to watch and well-deserved.
50 seconds to go, and this left is out of reach for Kyo Ibeli. And he has run out of time against Sammy Pupo. So Kyo Ibeli will see if he can hang on to his top 10 spot with a loss here in the round of 16 as he'll prepare for Jeffreys Bay. Very quick on the schedule for events this year on the championship tour. Rapid fire, even we've got a little break before South Africa, but for these guys, they're basically heading straight to Jeffreys Bay to start preparing their minds, their boards for one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world.
Well, we got also Bolito, the Challenger Series coming, starting on the 3rd. So there's lots of pro surfing, which is kind of cool to watch. I mean, you're literally going to go watch the Challenger Series. Great surfers there. I don't know how Jordy's going to get there, but he's slated to be in that event over there. So maybe he's already left. I don't know.
We're going to close this one out with Sammy Pupo taking out a huge win. 17 points and 8 for turns and 9 for a full rotation punt. Landing so smooth in the flats, as it will be an all-Brazilian young matchup in the first quarterfinal. Sammy Pupo and Mateus Herdy meeting up in that first quarter as this event continues. Italo takes on Michael Rodriguez. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Chris Cote, Kaipo Guerrero, and Laura Enever right after this.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. All the Brazilians, we have a lot of energy, so this part of the tour, I think it's the best for sure, and we have the best fans. It's gonna be like a special event, and special for us, you know, to represent the country, you know, and to compete at home. Yeah, Pipe Master 2019. That was the wave against Gabriel. A world title was on the line of that, so that was really special.
Italo Ferreira, backdoor, barrel! Coming out!
The bottom turn. I think the bottom turn, and I saw like the barrel growing. I was like, oh, this is the best spot, so let's do it. Yeah, that was the one way for sure, because that was change everything.
World champion, Italo Ferreira!
I learned to respect the other guys and respect everything. To never give up, I think that's it.
Italo Ferreira puts that trophy up.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. We've got a David versus Goliath story hitting the lineup right now, but we're talking the David as Michael Rodriguez, who put on an absolute aerial clinic in early rounds. He'll be going up against Italo Ferreira. Chris Cote here with Laura Ediver and Kaipo Guerrero. Crowd showed up at dawn, and they have been packing this beach ever since. And those first few heats definitely showed us the dramatics in which every event has started with. Jack Robinson with that very close edge out from Matheus Herdy. It is truly anyone's game today.
Have you seen the crowd out here? This is the Maracanã of surfing, Saquarema. It's the surf stadium. I mean, the crowd is incredible. The energy is incredible. Seeing some upsets right now, and things are really set up. We got a hot quarterfinal coming up with some of the young Brazilian talent already advancing into the quarterfinal, and we're going to get some more quarterfinalists right now.
Yeah, and I would say 5 or 6 years ago, you'd look at waves like this and you'd go, oh no, this is going to be a rough day. But the surfers we have hitting the lineup make this stuff look so fun, and of course, Italo Ferreira thrives in conditions like this.
Yes, he does, and he's had a fun weekend off, getting up to all sorts of night activities with his partner and DJing and crowd surfing last night. So, but back to work today and starting off that 5.5.
Italo, in a quick conversation with his pit crew before this heat, they're saying he's hoping that the winds switch a little bit and go side shore, because you can imagine, even with a hint of air wind, with huge wedging sections like we're seeing out here today, Italo would be chomping at the bit to find a ramp out there and really give this crowd something to cheer about.
Look at, we just see this replay. He just wants to start off a pretty conservative surfing for Italo Ferreira, but a 5.5 just getting going. He's got more for us right now.
Yeah, it's almost like, there you go. That was the, when he heard in the back of his mind the word conservative, he switched it all off. That is as wild as it gets, but I'm right there with you. That is shows you his heat intelligence. He goes out there, gets that mid-range score, and from there, he's got the luxury to hunt and find something to do something absolutely berserk on like this.
Isn't it about structuring your heat? Structuring your heat in that you want to get a guaranteed kind of mid-range number at the beginning. That's what Ferreira did. That's why he's so dangerous. Not just the talent that we can see. We know he's high flying, but being able to structure that heat in a way that, he's already going to have an advantage over Emerald, Michael Rodriguez. Now he can go for the fireworks.
We're gonna see a lot of waves ridden today, that's for sure. This is Michael Rodriguez. He is kind of your prototypical hard grinding QS and Challenger Series type surfer so far. He has had some opportunities on the championship tour. These guys go way back. They grew up close to each other in the northeast of Brazil. They're around the same age, so they have tussled and had battles dating way back into their junior careers. They have surfed together on the championship tour twice, and so far it's 1-1. So an even record for Michael Rodriguez and Italo Ferreira. Italo currently ranked number 4 in the world. We've got 28:48 on the clock. Plenty of time for these surfers to perform as they make their way back in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. Sammy Pupo standing by with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and I have a big question for you. Did you wake up this morning knowing that you were going to score the highest score of your CT career?
I had no idea. Actually, it was a really weird morning. The waves were kind of weird early in the morning, so I was just trying to figure out. I tried a bigger board today, and then didn't feel like I was going to do airs any time, but the wave came and I did a nice backside air, so I'm happy to have my best heat yet in the CT.
Amazing. And Caio scored a perfect 10 And then when you found out that you were going to face the same guy who sent you home at Pipeline, what was going on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I knew Kyle was going to be a tough opponent. He's always really tough to beat, good competitor. And he has everything on he can do anything in the water, so I knew he'd be dangerous, but I was just really confident. I really wanted to make this heat just to get over that round of 16. Haven't done that since Pipe, so it's been a while, and I'm happy to do that here.
Amazing, agora vamos falar português. A gente acabou de falar do Caio, deu medinho de enfrentar ele de novo depois de Pipeline, Samuel?
Sem dúvida, né? O Caio é um competidor muito bom. Ele tem todas as manobras no repertório dele, então eu sabia que ia ser uma bateria difícil e acabei devolvendo aquela de Pipe, então agora tá 1-1. A próxima vai ser a nega.
Mas a saída ali foi linda, parabéns. A gente se vê na próxima. Boa sorte. Back to you guys.
Parabéns to young Samuel Pupo, making a huge push and no doubt lighting a fire under his older brother, Miguel Pupo, who will be coming up in just a few heats. The Pupo family right now feeling the electricity here in Saquarema. An 17-point total is massive, Laura.
That must feel so, so good for Sammy, just like he was saying, and he hasn't made it through that this round since Pipe, where he got the 5th place at the start of the year. So, as a rookie, when you start off so good and then you just you get knocked down and just can't make it through, and progress. He was getting 17th and 9th, since Pipeline. So this will feel so, so good and an epic little restart, because we did see him quite emotional after his loss at El Salvador, and he's back, and he obviously came here and reset and was now he's doing the surfing and getting the 8s and 9s that he always knows that he knew he could do.
Interesting year for Italo Ferreira. No wins yet, but his team saying that this is the most consistent he's been. So he's had a lot of final day finishes. Back in his title year, it was pretty much wins or losses, a lot of 25th places. Of course, you pair that with 3 or 4 wins and you're going to be looking good for a title. But this year we're seeing a little bit different of an Italo. We haven't seen that big breakout victory. We've seen a lot of big performances, but it's all about doing it when it counts. And I think for him, he's kind of seized that end result. Of course, the cliche, marathon, not a sprint. I feel like that's kind of the mindset that Italo's been in. His team told him, as he goes out there, have fun. Do that. Do things like that. That is when Italo starts to thrive. Points to the flag, waves to the crowd, the decibel levels going through the roof.
That's exactly. We talk about heat structure, mid-range score to begin with. We knew he was going to bring the fireworks. Italo Ferreira does just that. We know he's got that spin on lock, both front side and back side. It's even more impressive, actually, the spin that Italo's able to do on his backhand, because as we check it out of the replay, you can really see the fact that he does a really nice turn, but his spin, as he looks down the line, is a full rotation, gets it all the way back around fully, lands it, points of those towards the beach, and that spin, that rotation that he's able to achieve on the backhand, it was so impressive. And it's really impressive to watch this in slow motion, and you can see the leverage on the front foot, the back foot pushing back down, gets that rotation around Chris. And he's done it time and time again. It's a go-to maneuver, and it always garners a score.
Yeah, and just to add to the difficulty there, the tail kind of going higher than his head. That just adds the element of difficulty that the judges want to see. There's your kind of your token back 5s or back 3s that we see a lot. The judges have seen them time and time again. Something a little different there. Again, the height and the tail high, just the cat-like abilities of Italo is next level.
I want to see a decent number as well. One thing that can happen is judges become desensitized in a way because it's so difficult. They've seen Italo do it so many times. So I really want to see him being rewarded with that score, because no matter how many times he does it, it's still a high-risk maneuver. It's a progressive maneuver. It's a high-impact maneuver.
I mean, they'll probably be thinking back to Sammy Pupo's air in the last heat, and it'll be interesting to see the scores come in quite similar. But that was a smaller right-hander to Sammy's. Obviously completely different heats, but I think, like you're saying, he's so good and does these so often. But amazing to see him thriving and back. And I just feel like he's feeding off the energy here in Brazil and just having the best time. There's the number, Chris.
He's having an even better time now. An 8.67 for Italo Ferreira. So the judges reacting as warranted for a big air like that. Of course, not only was he high, he traveled a nice distance. What made it the most difficult, in my opinion, was the landing. You know, if you land in the flats, especially at a place like Saquarema, we see it, you know, at places like Huntington Beach, beach breaks, it's almost like an uphill landing. So he didn't get the chance to get into the transition to make it a nice smooth landing. He had to land straight out in the flats, which is just adds to the difficulty of a big maneuver like that. And here he goes again. This is how Italo does it, right? Start to get things rolling, and once he posts a big number, an 8.67, he's freed up. And I think for Italo, a surfer who thrives on fun rather than pressure and big stakes, if he's having fun, he's nearly unbeatable.
Yeah, he's not just having fun. I mean, I think he sees some opportunity right here, if you really think about it, Chris, in that we have Jack Robinson out of competition as well as Griffin Colapinto. So as we look into that final 5 scenario, Italo Ferreira with some opportunity to maybe climb the ladder right there as we dig into the deep stats here.
Yeah, so these surfers have faced each other 2 times in championship tour competition, and it's been in the last 3 or 4 years that these heats have gone down. You know, pretty similar in your average heat score. Italo does get the edge with a 13.38. And again, these surfers go way back from pretty close to each other as junior surfers.
Well, both of these matchups were in 2018, where they came up against each other twice in that same year, and then they had an even split there in 2018. If you remember back to 2018, Chris, that was a big year for Italo Ferreira, where he was winning championship tour events, but as you talk about the seesaw ride, the ups and downs, the roller coasters with Italo Ferreira, he also had a bunch of, you know, opening elimination round losses that year as well. So that was, you know, before we changed the format to the Rip Curl WSL Finals in the Final 5. So back, you know, everything counted, he had 2 throwaways. Unfortunately, that year he was holding on to some of those, you know, low scores, and his end of the year average was not attainable.
Literal highs and lows, a roller coaster ride for Italo, but that kind of goes back to his consistency this year. You know, he's been right there on finals day for most of the events so far, and then you think of the events after this, J-Bay, you know, I would say J-Bay, maybe a bit of a wild card scenario for Italo. Of course, his backhand is deadly lethal on any type of wave, but then we go to Tahiti. We know what Italo can do out there. He will send it, push himself over the ledge no matter what.
Italo's final at J-Bay, so, you know, that's going to give him a little bit of confidence going to that stop. But even more important, I feel, with the Final 5 format, if you just put yourself in that conversation for that Rip Curl WSL Finals over at Lowers, you know, you just got to have the good day that day, and you just got to make sure you're in that conversation and you're above that cut line for that Final 5, and he's on his way to do that.
19:38 to go. High mark so far set by Italo Ferreira, 8.67, and he's already has a backup score, the 5.5. Michael Rodriguez back against the wall, does have plenty of time, just under 20 minutes, and I would say Rodriguez underrated for how radical he can get on his board. He did some of the most impressive airs of this entire event in his first round heat. Some variations on spins, went upside down a few times, and this guy will make you pay if given the opportunity. He's just got to settle in and not believe the Italo hype. You know, when you're going up against a guy as electrifying as Italo Ferreira, it has to be a daunting feeling. But, you know, Michael's been around the block. He's a veteran, and he's got a lot of power on display right there.
Yeah, 28-year-old veteran Michael. He's, you know, had some incredible, you know, heats, and he's currently 13th in the Challenger Series. So he's been competing this year, and with surfing like this, hoping to see him back on tour. He's so electric and always brings such a, you know, fun and vibrant, surfing to the tour. So I'm super excited to see how we can go this year and hopefully make it back and compete against these guys. As we said before, Michael's got Italo's number, so they're trying to make it even right now. Well, Italo is.
Yeah, you got to remember the good times, whoever you're going up against. 18 minutes to go. We do have Kyo Ibeli waiting with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, Kai, you're just telling me that you surf this wave a lot, and it keeps being tricky. Just let us know why.
Yeah, it's one of those places that you come back and it's always the same thing. There's the backwash, there's the bump, and it's a hard wave. And yeah, but I'm stoked. Like this time I'm leaving here. I didn't win the contest, but it kind of feels like a win. A lot of people got to know me more. That 10 gonna be in history for the first time here in Itaúna. Life is a little bit different now. Like I have that accomplishment that I always wanted to have, a 10. And especially nowadays, we know how hard it is to get a 10 and how few 10s in a year and in the last 5 years like we had. So I'm definitely gonna take that. I'm gonna take advantage of this extra time to go home for a few days. We have maybe like a week until J-Bay, and then we head to J-Bay. So yeah, it's life is good. I'm stoked for Samuel. Like he was ripping and he's been ripping. He hasn't got the result he deserves. He's still like there's a lot more in the tank to go. So yeah, stoked.
Caio, você chegou nessa bateria com mais pressão, digamos assim, você mesmo, depois daquele 10 perfeito?
Foi, nessa bateria... É em português ou em inglês?
Português.
Tá. Essa bateria, cara, eu tava mais conectado com o meu corpo, tava mais focado, sabia mais o que eu tinha que fazer e eu achei que tava tudo indo no caminho certo, até que, cara, saiu do meu controle a bateria, quebrei a prancha. O Samuel pegou uma onda que não era nem uma onda boa, mas ele deu uma manobra muito boa, fez um 9. E, cara, a gente está competindo contra os melhores do mundo e você está suscetível a acontecer isso a qualquer momento. Alguém tirar o coelho da cartola e o Samuel fez isso e mereceu a vitória. É isso.
A gente se vê em J-Bay. I asked him if he came, with more pressure on himself after the 10, and he said this time he was more connected to his body and he knew what he had to do. But it's luck too. He lost control of the heat. He broke his board, and Sammy just had a trick under his sleeve. He got like a great maneuver, and there we go. He's going to prepare himself to go to J-Bay now. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Louisa. Yeah, full credit to Kyo Ibeli. Being a veteran, you would think, all right, well, his skill level probably peaked a few years back, but he just gets better and better with every event. Seems to have that ability. Get up! Watch out, surf fans.
Hopefully no one's going to get washed away today on the beach. But yeah, Kyo, what a class act. He's been around the block plenty of times, and I always just love seeing his grit and determination. He didn't even know he was going to be doing the whole tour this year. Went to pipe third place Sunset, and to get a 10 here, how sweet. But yeah, I think that'll be a tough loss for him. But on to J-Bay, we know he's got the incredible power surfing in his pocket, so he'll be back and he'll be deadly.
It is nice to see him also getting sponsorship backing, Team Rusty.
For sure.
I mean, all those things factor in when you think about something that you do from the whole year long, unlike other major sporting events. We do have a shortened season this year than we've had previously, but of course you put in those challenger events, you put in regional events, and these surfers are surfing from January, December, 300 days of the year, so definitely helpful to have a team in your corner. 14:12 to go as it stands right now. The Capoeira act of Italo Ferreira has him well into the lead with an 8.67. We'll see if Michael Rodriguez can answer back after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
The Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oi, official title partner of the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Corona, this is living. By Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go!
Bon dia, welcome to Saquarema. This is the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. Chris Cote here with Laura Enever and Kaipo Guerrero. We have 12 minutes to go here in an incredible round of 16 Heat 3 matchup. Italo Ferreira with an 8-6-7 and a 5-5, well into the lead. Rodriguez in second right now, needs a combination score of 10 points. Fans have been going wild all morning long. Laura, I know you got the chance to take a lap around the contest site. What is the vibe? What's the feel like on the sand?
Wow, even this weekend the contest obviously didn't run Saturday and Sunday, and the beach was absolutely packed. A lot of the Brazilian surfers were just coming down just to, you know, hang out with the fans, even though it was raining, and, you know, there was always just something going on. And I'll tell you what, this little town Saquarema has been alive, and it's a Monday. Who would think? Look, there's not a dot of spare sand on the beach right now.
You would think, you know, home team advantage, right? But I feel like the waves are so unruly, and every surfer that's come in from their heats talks about how challenging it is, and that's beyond the backwash, beyond the bump. There's a lot of, you know, vexing activity happening throughout this lineup. Do you think that equalizes the field, Kaipo? Is there a certain type of surfer that you would expect to progress through heats and waves like this?
The adaptive surfer, the surfer that can adapt to the conditions, because what we're looking at right now is we have a higher tidal coefficient today than we've seen in previous days of competition. Right now, let's take a look. We are at local time 11:13. We're going to go to a high tide about 1:45 or so. That high tide is a 3.1 foot high tide, so there's 3 feet of water getting added onto in addition to the swell. So the conditions are going to change, the peak's going to change a little bit, the personality of Itaúna is going to change. So the adaptivity is going to be key in success today, and also really quick feet. You got to be fast on your maneuvers right now, because the opportunity sections, especially on the lefts, are very brief as the lefts are rolling down the line. With the higher tide, Chris, I do feel that we're going to see this right-hander potentially come into play as more water fills on the sandbank.
We are tide affected and also wind affected. The good news in our corner is the wind seems to have backed down a little bit. Some of these surfers, you know, actually kind of hoping for, wishing for sideshore wind. Guys like Italo Ferreira, Filipe Toledo, who can make a windy day look as good as it gets. You know, when I personally think of big wedging storm surf, I mean, Italo's the name that's on top of my list all day long. His reaction time has to be considered among the best of the best to ever do it. And his unpredictable nature, right when he stands up on the wave, you have no idea what's about to happen. That's what just makes him one of the most exciting surfers in the world.
Yeah, he really is one of the most exciting surfers in the world. You have no idea what he's going to do, and he always seems to shock us every sort of wave. Every time he stands up, as we see Michael Rodriguez on a good-looking left.
Yeah, Rodriguez is a power broker. You know, he is one of those surfers that has all the fundamentals, really good rail game, and the ability to be springy on his feet. He's got all the airs that you would want to see. Right now, I would say you could put this in a shocker category. 4.17 and a 3. Those scores are not indicative of how good this guy really surfs.
Yeah, skips out here and just pushing a little too hard, trying a little too hard. Michael Rodriguez. But to your point, Chris, one thing about Michael Rodriguez is he does have an incredible air game. He actually has one of the fastest spins in professional surfing. Yeah, I'm going to say Michael Rodriguez was actually one of the first guys to do those full rotation frontside airs when he came onto the scene, and he worked his way onto the championship tour. So something like that can get him back into play. Right now, he's under a giant deficit, because if he wants to do it in one wave, he needs a perfect score, but I feel he has time on the clock to do it in 2 waves.
Yeah, I would give a lot of credit to the early Brazilian storm, guys like Michael Rodriguez, Heitor Alves, guys that just, maybe is that capoeira background, I don't know, but you look at Heitor Alves, he can do standing backflips in the sand on demand, and that background, that gymnastic kind of style of surfing is with Michael Rodriguez, which is interesting because when you see him surf, you know, he looks kind of like that Ethan Ewing style, fundamentals, everything in their right place, but then you give him a ramp, watch out.
For sure. And actually looking over my shoulder, it looks like these guys have been, you know, moving around the lineup a lot this heat. They came way up to the right earlier, and which was the first heat we've seen the boys do that. Most of the guys have been sitting further down on the left, way down the beach, but, you know, sticking close to each other right now, so Italo doesn't want to give Michael too much space.
Oh, look at this. I love this setup right now. Coming up next, it's going to be Miguel Pupo against Nat Young. So that's going to be a great matchup coming up. And a potential for the Pupo brothers being on the top side of the draw to end up in the semifinals together. So this is really cool as the way this is playing out, Chris.
Absolutely. 7 minutes ago. Let's get a word from Strider Wasilewski.
All right, well, we're down here at the beach. We got Miguel Pupo. He's about to come out right now. And it's one of those things where they start to feel the energy. They know he's coming by. And there you go. You can hear him. I can barely hear myself down here, but it's impressive to watch these guys run down, and probably a lot of pressure, too, to hear your name that loud as you run by. It's incredible down here on the beach.
Yeah, the crowd is eating every wave up. And Rodriguez now fighting back. You can just see the...
yeah, that's repositioning,
yeah,
I feel.
the electricity, of course, flowing in the way towards Italo Ferreira. You can feel it right now. He does have 6 minutes to go. And we do have jet ski assist. Now, the jet ski assist comes into play only when they're down the beach, where these guys are taking off right now as Italo blasts the roof off that wave. Can't hang on. But as they're kind of right in the middle of our contest area, right or left, they can get the ski ride back out. Now, if they go back down to that proper kind of right ripple that we saw earlier, there's no jet ski assist down in that area. So they're staying right in the zone. These jet skis waiting for them. Strider's got the front row seat for the pickup.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. These guys are probably, I don't know, 30 yards away from the dry sand here on the beach. So when they go by, all the crowd can see them, they can hear them, they can feel them. And this jet ski ride is a lot longer than you would think. It's about 3 minutes for the surfers. It's 2 minutes on the jet ski. They get dropped off. They got about a minute to paddle over. Right now, Italo's coming in right now for a board change. He's coming in as you see him on the screen right here. He's going to have to deal with that. He's probably buckled the board on that last impact when he came down from that free fall. And here we go. Leash is off, leash is on. And it's probably going to take him, as a total, about 4 minutes, right? So he had to come in, change the board. His last run around took him 3 minutes. It takes him 2 minutes on the ski, 1 minute to paddle for that first peak, and that far peak down the beach, it's an actual total of 4 minutes. So these guys not really wanting to come in here for the jet ski, but they're going to take it because it's a lot faster to get back out there on the jet ski than it is to paddle through 100 waves.
Yeah, these are prime conditions for epic paddle battles, but that's not what we want to see. We want to see waves ridden. We want to see Italo going upside down. That was F1 style accuracy on the pit exchange.
I like the pit right there. Marcos on the beach. Italo's really good friend, and also, you know, his assistant and manager, a guy who's basically Italo's right-hand man. And that was teamwork, and that's teamwork right there that's been developed, Chris, over a long sustained relationship. Marcos making sure everything's cool with Italo Ferreira, who's also his childhood friend. So that dynamic right there is so important. And you could see the synchronicity that they had on the beach with that board change.
Yeah, I got the chance to catch up with the Italo camp before this heat, and it was very calm, you know, happy. And basically what they're talking about there is, look, Italo is that good. The only thing that can beat him is himself. If he starts to dwell on the pressure, dwell on the points, you know, worry too much about the scenarios, that's when we start to see Italo potentially make mistakes. But again, they lean back on that last message before he goes out there. Italo, have fun. Go out there and surf like Italo Ferreira, and you'll get a win. There we see Emrod. What happened here?
Wow. Foot completely coming off the board. He got it back on. I actually thought he was going to make this and pop out of the whitewater there, but that was such a cool air that he's done there. And another wave from Michael Rodriguez. This was the wave I think he maybe just got to reposition, like you were saying, Hypo, and just come in, get the jet ski, and get back up to the top of the wave. Yeah,
he did get a 3.93, so you know, I think that was just his backup score. Still has not broken out of that necessity that he needs. He still needs a 10-point ride, Michael Rodriguez.
Look how fast that water is moving out. It's just conveyor belt. Just jump on and zip straight out there. Look, Michael looks like he's looking for a couple more rights right now to possibly try and go to the air. I think with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, he knows he's going to have to do that.
Just got to watch that paddle with priority. He took a look at that one. He does have priority, and it did flip to Italo Ferreira, and he's happy to take the priority right now.
Italo goes to his backhand. No worries. That was for the fans right there, kicking the tail towards the beach.
He has the
perfectly done. It's such a, I mean,
he's got it.
To identify an air section out here today is going to be extremely difficult unless you're Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, and a couple things happened right there. Before, Michael lost priority, and now you don't hand it over to Italo Ferreira because that's the stuff that he's going to do. He's got that quick spin. He's used a little bit of his flexibility, you know, kind of dirtied up on the landing. Will he better his 5.5? Perhaps just for progression. I'd love to see it in slow motion.
Look at the leg strength that he needs to be able to firstly make this, get back up. There's the ab strength right there. But then when this whitewash takes over again right here, he knows, okay, activate the glutes. There's a bit of backwash. We have to stay on the board, and that is just so impressive.
Well, that's the biggest difference, obviously, between our action sports. If you saw a landing like that in snowboarding or skating, that would be a mistake. But
yeah,
with the movement and just the wildness of the whitewater when they land, I feel it's actually almost more difficult when you land kind of awkwardly like that. You know, it does take away from the flow element of the judging, but it also adds to the critical, the critical element that the judge is looking for. So with a minute to go, we've got number 4 in the world, Italo Ferreira, with room to grow. Right above him, Jack Robinson and Griffin Colapinto. Second and third are out of this contest. He could be making a huge leap up the rankings.
By the way, Chris, judges didn't like it. They didn't like the dirty landing. They didn't like the struggle to come back up. He has not changed his 2-wave total, so that did not improve upon it. Like we said, dirtied up on the landing right there. We saw that backside rotation, but he did get docked for the struggle to get back upright.
Yeah, and the comparison was pretty clear. The huge score he got, you know, that was a dry landing, standing straight up in the flats. You know, didn't even touch the water with his hands. So you got to keep it clean if you want to get up into the excellent range. Still a decent score. I mean, that would be a score right now that Rodriguez would have wanted early on. Still sitting on a 4.17 and a 3.93. And with 5 seconds to go, Italo Ferreira now with a statement victory over your current 13th place surfer on the Challenger Series. Michael Rodriguez is climbing the rankings, moved up 4 spots, so more to come in this young surfer's future. But for Italo Ferreira, he's advancing through. We've got a lot more action happening. This is the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona.
The Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Oi, official title partner of the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. By Corona, this is living. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Enel, official partner of the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by TikTok. Download the app.
Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. QS and Challenger Series journeyman Michael Rodriguez making his way in from a hard-fought battle against the golden guy, Italo Ferreira. So the Italo show will continue here at the Oi Rio Pro as our number 4 in the world advances through, pushing towards finals day. Let's reset things in the lineup. This is round of 16, heat 4, a battle of the goofy footers. Miguel Pupo versus Nat Young, Brazil versus USA. Chris Cote here with Kaipo Guerrero. Very excited anytime we get the chance to talk to a fired up Italo Ferreira, who is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and he's a little bit cold. We all wonder, after you score, like, you go on those sick airs, does it make it, like, do you get a little bit more relaxed? It was like, okay, this is, I have something good here.
Yeah, when I landed there, I was like, kind of like, yeah, that was a sick one, but I was trying to be like busy out there, you know, like catching wave and try to surf. And then, yeah, I'm so happy to make that one. And yeah, let's go on to the next one.
I know you guys are in a long stretch and you just had 2 lay days. Did you get a chance to relax? Do you feel like your performance is a little bit more fired up now?
Yeah, I have been eating a lot, you know, and enjoying with the boys and have fun. And yeah, that was like 2 special days, you know, and I don't like the lay days, but the last 2 was really special, you know. We have so much fun and enjoy.
Eu sempre me pergunto, quando vocês já tiveram um match-up, vocês e o Michael, mas lá em 2018, e você já perdeu uma vez para ele, tem alguma lição, alguma experiência que você traz para saber o game do teu adversário numa situação assim ou não?
Não, eu não penso muito no meu adversário na água. Eu acho que nos últimos eventos eu acabei errando em imaginar o que o outro atleta iria fazer, e eu esquecia de mim, que eu podia fazer algo bom também na bateria. Ou seja, eu ultimamente eu nem quero saber quem que está comigo na bateria, só o número para poder saber a hora que eu tenho que estar na praia, né? E assim focar realmente no que eu tenho que fazer. Então foi isso que eu fiz na minha bateria, não me preocupei com ninguém e só fiz surfar.
É isso, deu certo. Parabéns, Ítalo. A gente se vê na próxima. I asked him, like, when they have matchups in the past, and you know, and does he know, and he brings some experience from the past to the water, because they faced each other in 2018 and he lost once, and he was like, no, I made that mistake in the past, but I don't do that anymore. Otherwise I forget about myself. Now he just focuses on his own game, on his own plan, on his own performance, and that's what he did today. And here we go, on to the next. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Louisa. Love to hear that. You know, it seems like a lot of coaching is just that belief, you know, that positive belief in the athlete. And, you know, you're not going to tell Italo how to go out there and what to do and how to do his errors. You're just going to tell him, go surf like Italo. You got this. You can beat anybody. And I think that's probably the most important takeaway I've heard from all the coaches on the championship tour, is just that, the self-belief.
Yeah, one other takeaway is we're in the round of 16 right now. We seed this round. Going forward to this round of 16 is straight brackets as we get into the quarterfinals. Italo Ferreira in the quarterfinals. He's in the top half of the bracket. Filipe Toledo in heat number 5, the bottom half of the bracket. So there is a potential right now as we look at those brackets for Italo Ferreira, Filipe Toledo final here. At the Oi Rio Pro, as we just see a throwaway.
A friendly fire final?
Yeah, I mean, the potential's there. And I just wanted to make a point. So as you're tracking this, you know, for the viewers, is from now on, it's just straight brackets. So you can see the matchups coming up. You know, we can see the potential of a Miguel Pupo and Sammy Pupo semifinal. We can see the potential of a Italo Ferreira and Filipe Toledo final. So looking forward into the future, I just really feel that's really exciting for me as I look through the rapids.
I know you're a surf fan. And right now, Miguel Pupo, well, you would hope he would be able to lean in to the performance of his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, who just posted one of the highest heat totals of this entire event. And it is fun to kind of foreshadow and think of what's possible. I mean, how special of a moment would that be if we come up to semifinal one and you've got Miguel versus Sammy, and it's funny, in their interviews, they're both always just, they're not making it about themselves, it's about the brother. Both interviews, you heard Miguel say, no, Sammy's the guy, he's the better at airs, and then it's reversed for Samuel as well.
Well, Miguel Pupo is not just a brother, he's almost a coach to Sammy. They have a 10-year difference in their age, so Sammy's whole life, he's seen his brother already winning competitions, already winning in the junior series, already winning in the QS series, and making it to the championship tour. So that's a lot of aspirations for Samuel to look up to his older brother, Miguel. Miguel currently, you know, Chris, enjoying his best year on the championship tour. So big year for Miguel Pupo right now, and a big opportunity. I mean, as we look at the Final Five, he still has an opportunity to make it into that Final Five by regular season end. Yeah,
currently sitting at 9th place, and a win here, or a big result, final day finish, he could jump right up closer to that line heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Nat Young, just a quick couple of up and downs in succession there. Currently ranked 17th in the world. He is a veteran, kind of coming through into this event a little bit low-key under the radar. It's just him and Jake Marshall traveling together. Talked to him a little bit before this heat. Tried to get into his mind a little bit, but he is definitely a serious type of person, especially before events. And, you know, for him, he said, look, I don't really get too deep into it. I just want to go out there and catch a couple good waves. You know, it's about taking the pressure off yourself. And one thing he did say when I asked him about surfing in front of a crowd like this, you know, he's a huge sports fan. He said, this feels like a real major league sport. And he says that is another kind of motivational force behind him when he hears those big cheers.
Yeah, so, I mean, we talk about the fans, we talk about this setup as we see this replay on the screen, and I reference Maracanã, which is a giant football stadium, a giant soccer stadium if you're in the U.S., and that's really where a lot of sports are gauged off the size of the fans. You know, a couple 100,000 fans at the peak of that stadium able to come to that to enjoy matches. Same thing here in Saquarema, where you have, you know, so many people come. I talked to some families coming that were driving 8-10 hours overnight to make it here today to Saquarema, and the overall population of this town has just swollen during this event. It's really incredible, and I'm really appreciative of all the Brazilian surf fans.
100%. Kind of an, let's say, an underrated virtue of these big events the WSL puts on is it's free. Come down, find your spot in the sand. No other sport like it, as Miguel Pupo now gives the crowd something to cheer about. A little fist pump there, and that's the perfect picture of the joy that these fans get out of watching this sport. 24:50 to go. Miguel Pupo will now be on the board. No scores of note yet, the highest being a 2.83, but let's take a look at Miguel's first wave.
Here we go. Paced approach right here. Throws the tail, little slide there, glides through that and makes it sure that he can get a finish. Little just whitewater bank, but the exclamation mark that Miguel Pupo is able to put on that, timing it through the backwash, timing it through the warble, taking a look from above, gaffing that first turn with a little bit of release, glides through that second turn, some variety, but has to skip that section so he can get the finish. Really impressive surfing and appropriate surfing for what this wave had on offer.
Pretty cool combo right there. It was almost like attack, react, and finish. And he did all three of those nicely. A great combination for Miguel Pupo. Nat Young will now need something pretty sizable, most likely, to keep himself in this heat. He's got 23:50 to go, and he's got a lot of mentors coming from one of the most incredible surf cities in the world, Santa Cruz, and one of them is standing by right now in the Red Bull Athlete Lounge. Pete Mel.
Yeah, that's right, Chris, and thank you very much. And this is one of the first heats in this round where you're solely going to hear the fans rooting for one surfer and not the other. This is a big one for Nat. He's got the one besides myself rooting for him. You got Jake Marshall and his girlfriend there standing behind me in this area. Yesterday we saw, the day before when we ran an event, we saw Nat having to run down and help out Nat Young with a broken, Nat helping out Jake with a broken board. Today, he's the pit boss. That's the only guy he's got here. I mean, this crowd, you can hear it straight out of that last wave. It was all for Miguel Pupo. You hear Nat, it's going to be crickets, you know, and that's the one thing. He's a fan. He knows he's going to be the underdog in this heat, but I think he thrives on that, and I expect him to keep this heat close.
Yeah, we know that Nat Young has had a wild ride throughout his surfing career. He's been off and on the championship tour. One thing he's always been is tenacious. Definitely surfs with a lot of power. And when this Cobra coils and strikes, big things happen. And that right there, potentially a big score. And that was one of those long falls that you can just see the surfer's will broken. But like what he did on that opening turn, he's only got a 283 and a 0.3, so plenty of room to grow. But he does have a bit of a mountain to climb now. That first score came through for Miguel Pupo, a 7.33.
Slash here needs to finish this wave if he wants to get back into the game. Little bit of backwash, you can see it right there, bounces him off, tries to make the save, unable to make the save. One more time from above, you can see good intent on this first slash, bring it all the way back around, needs this finish. And comes off center on his heels, the backwash gets him as well, so he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Nat Young, still plenty of time, however, on the clock for his comeback.
For surfers like Nat Young, Jake Marshall, you know, young Americans traveling around the world, they've been on a pretty heavy leg of travel. You know, Australia, G-Land, coming down to Brazil. For Brazilian surfers, a little taste of home. So a bit of relief from the grind of the road. Of course, this is the best job in the world. But, you know, these guys have really put in their time. And I feel like for Nat Young, you know, again, Jake Marshall, surfers that live in the United States, you know, this is they're still right in the thick of a long travel leg. So for them, you know, it's gonna take a little bit extra to kind of tap into that feeling and refresh themselves before these heat. As Miguel Pupo right now, you can kind of see the difference in the comfort level. I feel that every wave he's stood up on, you can just see kind of the smoothness, no jitters, no nerves. And whereas Nat Young, you just saw a little bit, maybe a little bit more kind of twitchiness. And, you know, he, of course, is a great athlete in mind, body, and soul. So for Nat Young, I don't think he'll have trouble recovering and finding that comfort zone. But right now, you can just tell the momentum has all switched over to Miguel Pupo. We'll see what that last score comes through. Most likely a mid-range backup. Did some work, but he'll be out the back now with a huge lead and regain priority. He's going to put himself in a good spot to take this heat.
Replay of Pupo right here. Just quick to get a turn, tapered wall, gets another snap there. You can see a little bit of the undulation of the water and the warble coming through the backwash. Workman-like approach here. Needs to back up that 7.33, does so. We're looking at a 3.97 on this effort for Miguel Pupo. I like the fact after his couple of turns, he finishes off looking for the Red Bull jet ski, being very efficient in this heat. Again, nothing super fancy, but getting the job done, looking confident and squared up over his board, as you see with that snap, and just has to settle for a little cutback over here. No problem for Miguel Pupo. And at this point, the ride's pretty much over, and he's already looking to get that taxi ride back out and into the lineup for one more opportunity.
Just under 20 minutes to go. Most likely not thinking a 3.97 is going to be a score you're going to keep for a full 20 minutes, especially when you've already built some momentum. You got a roll going. Miguel Pupo with that 7.33. That's the highest single wave score of this heat so far. You know, obviously there is an overwhelming amount of opportunity out there in terms of waves coming through, but identifying the open face, a wave that'll give you a chance to at least get one big maneuver or two or three maneuvers down the line. You know, we've already seen a great mix in terms of scores with one maneuver versus combinations.
You can see the pulled back shot over here, and it really is illustrating the favorable lefts right now at Itaúna. that bank is still remaining very shallow. So even with this rising tide, that we got another hour or so of tide coming in, that right bank's still a bit shallow, and so really hard to get those rights. It would have to be way on the corner in the riptide. So you can see right here in this shot, the preference will be on the lefts, and we'll see if that changes on the peak of the high tide, but still right now, not enough water on the right.
Have these surfers had ample time to practice before this event?
You know, we've come from back-to-back events where we look at G-Land, El Salvador, and Brazil. So it's been, you know, the theme of this leg of the tour. Here we go, Nat Young.
All right, looking a little more energetic on this wave. Big slash out the back, follows it up with the second turn. So that'll most likely improve on a 3.67 and a 2.83. But you know, Nat Young, he's looking for that one big home run snap. He's got that in his arsenal. He's a super powerful surfer. And I think for Nat Young, a lot of people think of his backhand as his best weapon. So we'll see if he can react and, like you said, Kaipo, adapt to these ever-changing conditions.
Yeah, this is better as we look at this replay. A couple of turns for Nat Young, and gets this section here. Smooth bomb turn, actually skips out just a little bit as we look at to analyze that. You get a little bit of the release off the top, and it has to really draw out a roundhouse cut back because that wave just tapered off. So went way onto the shoulder, had to draw that out. Judges would like a little bit more pocket surfing, but he did a score of a 4.67 live action here with Miguel Pupo.
Nice, precise opening snap, goes to the layback. I would say that is Miguel Pupo's signature move right there. Expertly times that oncoming section. Now doing the Sakurima stomp towards the beach.
Yeah.
Does not make the connection, but finds himself in the taxi line. Our jet ski assist. The Red Bull ski, just giving these surfers the opportunity to get whipped right back out there. That just means more surfing for all of us to watch. So I love the implementation of this jet ski assist, especially in a wave like this. I mean, this would be a 10-minute paddle back out if you had to make it every single time.
Really reliable surfing as we look at this replay of Miguel Pupo, and a really dynamic finish with that layback slash. One more time, long bottom turn, great rail work, pulls it all the way through on the heels, lines up, has to do a double pump on the bottom turn, slashes, throws the fins, gets a little bit of that release for extra flair, comes out, and he's already feeling it that he's improved upon his score line. Jet ski is going to take him back out the route around the right where that little channel is between the rock formation and the sandbar, and deposit him out in the buoy to start. It'd be back in position.
International press all over surfing's only male Olympic gold medalist, Italo Ferreira. If you're wondering where the medal is, it is safe in a bank. But he had some replicas made for friends and families as a cool gift to thank them for supporting. There's Nat Young now, attack mode. Seeing a little bit more urgency now. And I think for Nat Young, who, you know, again, he is a sportsman. He's been watching all major sports since he was a little kid. So he's got to be thriving on the pressure. You know, there's two different types of surfers. You look at a guy like Italo, and he will be the first one to tell you sometimes pressure gets the better of him. For Nat Young, to be underestimated, to be underrated, and to be the underdog, I think that's his sweet spot.
Looks like his best effort so far, Nat Young. Nice snap there, a little bit of release, works his way down the line, lip glide with a little punch at the end. So dynamic down the line surfing on the left, covering a lot of ground, throwing a lot of spray. Again, this snap right here pushes a little extra. You see the fin, just skips out the back, no problem, gets on his toes, has to do a couple pumps on the bottom turn to get around that section, times it, glides through that second turn, and gets the completion. But Nat Young has got some work to do against Miguel Pupo at this moment in the heat.
What are you seeing the difference being in the approach? I'm gonna let you think about that. When we come back, it'll be the culmination of Miguel Pupo versus Nat Young. You got 13:50 to go in this heat. You're watching the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. Much more to come. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. You're seeing a visual of an icon of this region. Kaipo, you think of Huntington Beach, you think of the pier. You think of Lowers, you think of the cobblestone rocks. When you think of Saquarema, you think of this beautiful church built way back in the 1600s.
Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, Our Lady of Nazaré Church. It is a icon here. It's beautiful with the sunsets. It's lit up at night. It is a must-see tourist destination, not just for Brazilians, but for everyone around the world when you come to this beautiful stretch of beach known as Saquarema.
I took a walk over there yesterday, and again, there was a lot of visitors grabbing photos, taking videos of this beautiful area. Around that bend, there's a little cove with a lot of wave activity, but then beyond that, you've got miles and miles of beautiful white sand beach, just like you see here in our main contest area, but it goes on forever. You want to talk exciting and interesting coastlines. This region of Brazil is holding. There's a peak every 20 feet, and right now, Miguel Pupo is really enjoying his time at home as he is dropping scores of note on every wave he rides. His last one was a 3.27, and you want to talk style, you want to talk flow and subtle power. Miguel Pupo really has all of those things, and he's still improving. I would call him a young veteran at this game, and he's enjoying his best year ever on the championship tour.
He sure is, and he just looks really settled in this heat. And just the fact of just being solid and settled in this heat is working to Miguel Pupo's advantage right now as we look at the numbers. A 7.33, a 7.67. We can see his finishes. Remember, started off really strong with a semi-final finish in Hawaii, and at Bell's made the quarterfinals. That semi-final finish in Hawaii was his career equal best. He did get a third at snapper early on in his career, but just the early indication for someone like Miguel Pupo, I feel starting off the year with that strong, confident start has helped him throughout the year, and we can see it in the numbers there. I mean, the placings there.
Yeah, the only not surprised he didn't do great at Sunset Beach, a giant right-hander. I mean, you think of, you know, the kind of powerhouse regular foots as being the standouts out there. I am a little bit surprised that he didn't have a better run at G-Land, a beautiful left-hander.
Yeah.
You know, you think of his strength and you just think of nice, clean waves because his style would match it so perfectly, but obviously he can do it in wild waves as well. He's making difficult waves to surf look very easy. I think the judges really enjoy that. When you make difficult things look easy, big scores usually follow. And right when you say the words big scores, number 77 pops on the screen. Filipe Toledo coming up next. He's going up against Miguel Tudela. We've seen some wild cards doing damage in this event. Kaipo, what do you think Tudela's chances are against Toledo?
He's going to have to do what he did in the last heat, but Filipe Toledo, as we see him walking down here, and this is where we can hear the crowd erupt. Let's take a listen in. Cheers from the beach, passionate fans packing. They want to see Filipe Toledo, and one thing that Toledo's going to do is part of his overall routine. He'll take a second at the water's edge, say a quick prayer, center himself before he gets back out there, and that's going to be really important for Filipe Toledo to kind of, at this point, to take the crowd out of the picture and focus at the task at hand, be in the moment, because you can really get caught up with all this different energy on the sand.
Miguel Tudela, I like that we're seeing these really cool kind of balance of opposites types heats. David and Goliath all day long. We saw it with Italo and Rodriguez.
Listen to the beach now. Volume definitely turned down.
Yeah, that was cool.
When Miguel Tudela, the wild card, makes his way on the beach.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if Tudela goes out there and does something spectacular, they'll cheer. You know, the fans on the beach are equal opportunity surf fans when it comes to big, cool-looking tricks. They love it. You know, I think when you kind of feel the overall tone of this beach, of course, it's Brazil-centric, but they've definitely been giving love to surfers who have been putting on a show for them. And that right there is, I think, what makes this event so special. Is, you know, we do see giant crowds, or thankfully we've been seeing giant crowds around the world. I know that you were in Portugal and got to witness the crowds there, which are right there with, you know, Brazil in terms of passion and numbers. So it's just makes it that much more special coming off these pandemic years, to have the beach crowded again, to have the joy back on the sand. And you know the surfers appreciate it. Every surfer that's come in has said wonderful things about this crowd. Thank you to the crowd. And it can be the difference. You know, if you're having a tough heat, the crowd starts giving you love, things change. 6:45 to go. Miguel Pupo well in the lead for now over Nat Young, who would need a 9.73. He does have 6.5 minutes to go. Most likely, if you look at that time, the average is maybe 2 to 3 more waves potentially ridden. Seems like it takes about 2 minutes after you know, when you ride a wave till the time you make it back out there. 1 to 2 minutes, so not a lot of time needed. But here's a look at how Miguel Pupo has surgically taken apart Nat Young in this heat. His first wave was a 7.67, and he hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo very centered in his approach here. Nat Young was really early to catch a couple waves. Miguel Pupo sat with priority for quite a while and made it count with that 7.33. Then did one better. This is a 7.67 with the slashing finish for Pupo. Calm, cool, collected, great surfing. Nat Young tried to claw back right here. Couple of turns for that 5.27 to get him back in the game, but still needs a big number as we come back to live action.
Yeah, I think so far Miguel Pupo has just had better options. Nat Young really hasn't had that one big section that has allowed him to unleash. As you see Miguel Pupo activating his backhand. Nice turn there to finish. Throwing tons of spray in the air. This is kind of a scalpel versus sledgehammer type of heat. If Nat Young gets that section, a big, nice open wall to work with, and he's able to lean into it, you know, I think that could be a big difference maker here. He just hasn't had that clean face to work with like we've seen from Miguel Pupo.
Replay here, Miggy taking it to the backhand and doing a great job. I don't know if that's going to help his overall scoreline, but just staying busy. You can see how he goes 12 o'clock there, gets the board way above his head on that first backhand reentry, a little extended on that second turn. I had to extend that a little bit because the wave did flatten out, then it steepens up on the inside, release, pressure on the front foot, keeps the pressure on the toes so that he doesn't catch that outside edge, that heel edge, goes complete on that final maneuver, but it's not going to better his scoreline.
His style is so fluid that the subtle little things that he does, you know, you have to really watch it in slow motion to notice what he's doing. The extension of his back leg through those backhand turns, the way his, you know, his toes and his feet are just hanging onto his tail pad. He really is fun to watch surf. So fluid, and just the precision too, where he's able to place his turns. Just gets better and better. 3:45 to go. Tense moments in the lineup now for Nat Young. He does have priority, but he needs a huge number, Kaipo. He needs a 9.73.
Yeah, he does, and that is, you know, this is when in the ocean, he's not going to be able to do it with 2 waves at this point with the 3 minutes and 25 seconds. He's gonna go on this one, Chris.
Opportunity's knocking, and Nat Young says, "Go away, no solicitors." 3:15 to go. He needs to get back out there, and I mean the basics. This is what he said before going out in this heat. Look, I just want to go out there and catch good waves. That's it. That's the strategy. So far, it hasn't gone that way. He does have 3 minutes left. So you don't think there's time for 2 waves in this scenario right now? Now that he's in, well, he does still have priority next to his name for now. Is there time for 2 waves? Is that even possible?
I mean, anything's possible, but it's highly unlikely that he's going to get 2 waves in 2 minutes 45 seconds, given even the jet ski ride back out.
and the paddle, the currents, and everything. As we take a look flying overhead, you can see the current, you can see the whitewater lines, you can see the pushing and pulling of the waters as the tides continue to rise here. And that jumbled water is something that all the surfers are going to have to negotiate and find those gems.
I mean, it must be tough when you're standing on the shoreline trying to figure out where to sit, you know, trying to figure out where the peak is. It is shifting around a lot. And I think even a local, even a Zhao would look out there and just go, you know what, roll the dice, paddle straight out, see what happens. You know, there really is no sandbar. We do have all the energy kind of focused. I would say, would you agree, within about a 50 to 75 yard area where they've been sitting? That's kind of the zone, but still a really big playing field out there.
We look at the bathymetry of this place, and we look at the overall geography of the beach. We have those rock formations, and a lot of times that acts as a pier or a jetty, and so that what that's going to do is contain the longshore flow of the sand. So you do have a definite, you can see, look at, you see that triangle right there? That's going to be that's your bank. And most notably, that triangle of whitewater is what I'm talking about. Here we go with Nat Young.
Nat Young. Big start there, generating speed. He goes upside down into a layback.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
Looked a little frustrated midway through that turn. And, you know, when you're going up against someone that has so much momentum, so much crowd support, and the X factor of just seeing their own family, their own little brother put on the performance of the event, it's just got to feel like almost an immovable object, just knowing, of course, when that first big number drop that happened right when the buzzer bell rang. Nat Young had an uphill battle. He fought hard, a couple decent scores, a 4.67 and a 5.27, just didn't get the opportunity for that one big Nat Young moment.
Looking back at this heat, you really got to look back to that initial exchange where Nat Young took off on a few waves, kind of lost out there. Miguel Pupo sat with priority and already got a good score to start off his whole account. So when we look at the context of this heat, really that opening exchange for me is where this heat already turned into the direction for Miguel Pupo.
Well, never fear, Nat Young fans. The next stop of the WSL Championship Tour is at J-Bay. And Nat Young, his backhand on that wave. Get ready for a show, surf fans. Time is up here in round of 16, heat 4. It's going to be Miguel Pupo with a convincing victory, a 7.67 and a 7.33 for a 15-point total. One step closer to a potential brother versus brother semifinal, but a lot of surfing before that happens. We got more action to come. We're going to bring Joe Turpel and Pete Mel into the booth for the call. We'll be right back.
O Chuca, ele falou que eu sou mais simpático.
Okay.
We're always in a hurry too,
And we're
right?
Couldn't have been more perfectly.
You can watch Corona Lay Days now on WorldSurfLeague.com, all hosted by world number 1, Filipe Toledo, who's in the water now. He obviously likes to have some fun on Lay Days, but it's all business when it comes to defending his titles right here in Brazil and right here in Saquarema. Toledo taking on Miguel Tudela. Miguel representing Peru in a wild card from the South American region. As both Pupos successful in winning their heats today, and they're into the quarterfinals. Joe Turpel with a couple of Californians, Pete Mel, Santa Cruz, Santa Monica Zone, Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. Waz, fresh off the beach, feeling the vibe of the crowd.
It's like a shocking moment. You come in here, you're just so tranquil. Tranquilo, they say here. But it's a definite scene out there on the beach. It is absolutely the most amazing energy that you're ever going to get out of any crowd anywhere in the world. This is it.
Pete, we've got all Brazilian matchups into the quarterfinals. Miguel Tudela's got a shot to maybe put a different story on the theme of today so far.
Well, we saw we've seen it throughout this round right here, the round of 16. Again, the catwalk goes out, Filipe gets the crowd, Miguel goes out, it's kind of quiet. Similar to that last heat with Nat Young. He's not only trying to surf against Miguel Pupo, he's surfing against this crowd.
32 minutes to go in this match. Miguel Tudela got this wave right at the start of the heat, Pete.
Nice little bowl on the takeoff. Climbs that white water in one final section. Little tentative there and pulls it off. It felt like to me that section he got a bit meaty on him as he was going into it, so he had to jump off of it. He didn't want to throw the tail through it. It was just a little bit too strong, but nice work there. Get a good number on the board.
It's the only way you're going to actually ride out of that is to try to meet the lip line at the bottom. That was a really heavy section.
Yeah, it was, and it didn't look like it right at first, right, as he was coming into it. And then all of a sudden he realized through the maneuver, he's like, I can't throw the tail on this thing. I got to ride the lip line, and he did it. And he got himself a good number. This is a good start for him.
7.17. That's exactly how he needed to start against Toledo, who's almost unbeatable when it comes to competing here in Brazil. He thrives off the crowd. He's off back-to-back wins in Saquarema. Here goes Toledo's start, wearing bright yellow, signifying that he is #1 in the world. Nice clean motion on the back end. Toledo carves it with authority right in the pocket. Late hit off that ramp, just showing how he can project at any time. Unfortunately, couldn't bring that one down.
Filipe's got such great technique. He really does. If you watch his arm placement and the way that he drives off his bottom turn, he's always maneuvering if he's going to need to go a little bit deeper. So off the bottom, he's adjusting to make sure that he meets that lip with speed in the right angles at the right time, and he does it so well.
Well, he leaves himself enough room in his stance, right? Because if you're upright and you're just totally extended, you don't have enough room to adjust during your turn. But he gives himself that kind of leeway in between, where he's just crouched down just enough to have enough spring in the shock absorbers there with his legs to extend.
You can just take a look at it. He sets it up off the bottom. This one here didn't have a whole lot of opportunity when he got there, but as soon as you get to this point, look, he just always adjusting off the bottom just to get himself into that timing placement. This wave wasn't a great quality wave, so he knew that he needed to do something big here. Sets that up and goes just full lofty. That front foot got off, kiltered a little bit, so he wasn't able to stay over the top of his board. But see what he's doing here. I mean, Miguel was able to go to the air to turn his heat the other day, so we could see that from both surfers in this heat.
Yeah, I talked to Miguel before he went out there, and we kind of had the talk about how the waves were, what the sections were looking like. And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty pumped that there's some good open face lefts out there. He didn't talk about the air, and I said, well, what about the biggest air section of your life that's going to come at you? And he's like, I didn't really think about it, but it's so dangerous to do an air on those big sections like that. I guess the equation coming out of those bigger waves and making those airs is a lot harder than, say, what he was dealing with the other day.
Miguel Pupo just won the last heat, and he's hanging out with Louisa.
I'm helping him hug the lucky board here. Miguel, what are you riding?
I'm riding a 510. I rode a 6-1 this morning. I kind of like it, but the swell, it seems to drop a little bit, so I went back to the board that I rode in first round. So just put some bigger fins, and I was helping it, it held down really well, and on the turns felt really good. It felt like I was going really fast, so I guess the scores reflect that.
Yeah, it was an amazing score. And how are you feeling in there, like with the crowd? It was going nuts. You were just telling me how amazing it is to feel this energy from everybody.
Actually, I'm a mellow guy, so when I see a lot of people, I get kind of scared, but once I'm in the water, I feel fine, you know. And after my brother's heat, I got super excited from, you know, seeing him doing well and surfing well in the heat. So that kind of settled the nerves for me. So when I went to my heat, I felt really well.
A família Pupo deve estar orgulhosa, né? Porque os dois Pupos estão avançando. Me fala, vocês tiveram 2 dias para descansar, para aproveitar a família, tá? Mas o tanque tá mais cheio de energia agora?
Ah, não sei, né? Porque ficar com as crianças, né? Acaba perdendo muita energia brincando com elas, mas é uma energia saudável. Acho que isso me faz bem, me enche o coração. E teve muito churrasco, teve frutos do mar, a galera tava numa vibe boa, a equipe tá legal, então tá bem bom.
Parabéns, a gente se vê nas quartas. I asked him after 2 lay days, you know, if his energy's higher. He was like, I'm not sure. There was a lot of seafood, a lot of Brazilian barbecue. He has the kids, but his heart is definitely fuller. And onward he go. The family, the Pupo family is really proud.
That's great.
You guys.
We love it, Louisa. Yeah, his heart's full, his belly's full. I saw Wagner, his father, at the grocery store the other day, loading up all the best meats in Brazil, rice, beans. It's going to be a great afternoon when you see Wagner getting all the necessities to have a Brazilian barbecue. His equipment looked great. Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment in regards to how he had said that he wanted to go to a smaller surfboard and he added bigger fins. I mean, John in contrast says, oh, I like smaller fins when it gets bigger. But I think when you go from a short board and you bring the bigger fins in the short board, it actually gives a positivity to it. Yeah, it's not going to go as fast, but you get more control. So it's just an interesting thing to see how they work. I mean, if you're riding a bigger board, you want to go smaller fins because you'll keep the speed up, won't create too much lift. So like at Pipeline, for example, where you need to just go fast, you want to have those little smaller fins that he rides on a bigger board. But again, if you're going to go the other direction, it's good to kind of add some positivity by going with a little bigger fin, so it gives you that feel that you can ride your short board but still have the positivity in bigger waves.
It's amazing how many equipment conversations are happening in that Pupo household. Wagner, a longtime surfboard shaper, they know how important it is to be on the right equipment at the right time. Not just board, but fins as well make a huge difference.
I was just going to say on the fin conversation, I 100% feel like if you take the fins out of your favorite board and you jump on another board and put those same fins in it, you're going to have a familiarity to it, and it's going to be almost, you know, it's going to draw you to love that board even more.
We love it. Let's just keep with the equipment talk. Time for a BF Goodrich pit check with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So much fin talk in the booth, and we got more fin talk out here. But let's just check out Miguel Tudela's board. It's a Channel Islands Proton. It's 5'8.5" and only 18.5 inches wide. It's a bladey board. It's low volume, but to the point that Peter made, it has these large fins, large Mick Fanning's fins on this really refined board. Now, the Fanning fins have a lot of drive to them and have a lot of grip to them. Reason being, that's unique to this fin, is it has a subtle roll on the inside edge of the side fins rather than a flat foil. That foil actually gives grip through the turn and projection, but you need a lot of power to push these fins.
Thank you, Kaipo, for the BF Goodrich pit check. A great solid surfboard, the Proton, invented by Dane Reynolds in the Channel Island Surfboard Factory.
It's got a lot of everything in that board. You know, a lot of rocker, a lot of concave.
Crazy amount of concave.
Right, and then so what that thing is, there's so much lift in the design of the surfboard that the fins, the Mick Fanning fins, that they're talking about those, with that front foil, it gives control. So, I mean, if you had a flat edge on it, that board would want to just fly out of the water all the time, right? But you just control it a little bit by doing a little subtle front foil, and bigger fins gives you the control, but you still get a little best of both worlds.
Well, Dane likes to push hard, so he wanted a board that he could just push as hard as he wanted, and you know that was going to come with him. So smart choice for Miguel Tudela. 7-1-7 start as he's trying to create a major upset. Filipe Toledo, #1 in the world, but also the defending event champion of the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. And now Felipe's got a little bit of room on the rankings. Jack Robinson out on a close decision to Mateus Hurdy. So for Toledo, he's really looking at potentially clinching a spot early, even at this event, for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
How good would that feel to walk away with that comfort and know that you know, then the conversation happens. You know, do you go to a place like Tahiti and Chopu where it's super heavy and you might get hurt?
What better experience than being able to surf that place with just a limited crowd? You know, one other surfer. Great experience.
I'm just questioning that. You know, you've made it to try and get your first world title. The waves are going to be heavy. in Chopu. Do you go on the thought of maybe something happening to you? Or do you just hold back and you wait for the finals and you show up and blow up?
And also, I mean, what's on the line is clinching. However, not that #1 seed just yet. So if that's on the line, the advantage of being the #1 seed heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals could be on the line in Tahiti.
We're going to get debate, right?
We love to get into it, Pete. Well, we love surfing. I think that's the main point here. And then we love to talk about the scenario and what's going on. And, you know, it's a great conversation.
Well, let's continue the debate here. Miguel Tudela, we've seen a lot of him. Great in Hawaii, charges, representing Peru. Strider, let's talk about Peru in just a moment, because there's a lot of lefts that he's grown up on. Going for the corrupt. Ooh. And landing on the back of the wave. Tudela incomplete. And now Filipe's turn. Heading right. Pushing through a first turn. The wave face not giving him too much, so he's got to get out of there. His first wave of 3.17 on that smaller left where he fell on the ramp. Now just a one maneuver and out situation for world #1.
Yeah, don't go right.
Well, I mean, look at what happened with Italo getting an 8.6, I think it was, on his right, where he just found that section and did a beautiful backhand full rotation. I mean, that was just so clean. But I do feel like in watching Toledo, I feel like he's got a heaviness to him at the moment. I feel like he's got the weight of the beach on him. And when you watch Tudela, I feel like he's freed up and ready to, you know, to roll. That said, the form of Toledo is just amazing, and how well that he can control himself and his board. So he just needs to find the right wave out there.
Well, walking down the street yesterday, I just saw this big crowd and pack moving. I thought it was Strider at first, but it was Filipe in the middle of the pack with his entire family, because he needed to be escorted down the street for a live interview in the middle of the day yesterday at one of these awesome beach houses. And he's just got a lot of responsibility right now with his family, but also with a lot of interviews happening in the lead up to this performance.
And I'll touch on that a little bit. I actually saw Filipe as I was walking across town. He was in his car, but he had his hood on. And I happened to catch him, and he had his hood on, and he was like staring at his phone. He wasn't looking at anybody or anything, and had somebody going into the store to get some stuff for him. So he didn't even want to get out of the car because of that same reason. Man, it is intense. You're going to get, if you get noticed, next thing you know, you're going to have a crowd around you.
He tried to run me off the road in his car yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, I was on my bike, and he's like, he honked and laughed, and you know, it was just good fun.
Let's get some more equipment talk with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So let's take a look at Filipe Toledo's board. Sharp Eye 77 model. It's a 510. Thin, refined. And again, when we talk about fins, Filipe Toledo's signature fin with FCS. The fin has an air core to it. So super light, super responsive. But I'll let you take away with the action now.
Having Filipe Toledo still enjoying this long, stretched out left end section. He'll attack it with a backhand hack. Kaipo, the crowd's going nuts for Toledo.
It is going absolutely nuts, and this is what they were waiting for. Toledo out there still with the board talk on a prototype, and he's been riding that prototype since El Salvador. So, you know, things working out for him, and the performance, Joe, what we expect from Filipe Toledo.
Exactly, Kaipo, and Sharp Eye hasn't come up with a name for this model yet, so any ideas? Yeah, you can. You just throw out a new name.
I saw Marcio just now. He was cruising the beach. He's out there checking it out. I love that he's been at the last few events. He's been definitely doing the R&D. A lot of time he spends in the shaping room over the years, right? We haven't seen him on site, but now definitely more involved here on at the WSL events, which is good to see.
He's got to be. He's got a huge, huge stable of surfers that rely on Sharp Eye surfboards. Toledo, definitely the captain of that team. There's all those models he often named, from the Holy Toledo model to the 77, which is his jersey number. And now this new prototype that he's been loving this season, even rode that to a win at Bells Beach.
Crowd favorite. The name of his board.
Oh, I love it.
Right?
I
Off
like
the
that,
bottom
Pete.
and belting that first turn. Strider, what'd you think?
I think just pure control, power. He's got a beautiful glide back into it, and finding himself enough speed to carry himself over to this next section. And he just gets a quick slam straight up into the ball, controls through the backwash, and pushes himself to the inside, calls for the ski. But in the conversation we're having about surfboards, this board the reason why he's riding this board is that it's got a more traditional bottom. So the 77 has a lot of rocker, a lot of curve underneath, a lot of concave. This board back to a much shallower concave and even a double through the fins. Remember how we used to ride double concave through the single? That's exactly what he's got under his feet, and that's why he's taking it out here today, because more control and all the undulation on the face and the backwash. Much easier for him to drive through that than say the other 77, which actually has way too much, in it. You got to have a really consistent bowl for that, same type of board.
Face.
And this board, really faring well out here.
Filipe Toledo getting his best score so far, and the lead off to Dela, 6.33. So Miguel's opener still the best of the heat, a 7.17. But Toledo back in the heat. His low score is a 3.17, so has the first place position here in the round of 16. Three-time champ here in Brazil. We talked about the energy that you have to balance in between competing, especially if you're from Brazil. Kind of the factor where we are predicting maybe why Gabriel Medina's never had a win out here with all the attention that he gets in the lead up to competing at home. But Toledo's able to take those breaks and then grab the energy when he needs it to compete. His first win was at Barra da Tijuca over Beat Durbridge in a very exciting final. And then his last couple of victories here in Brazil, right here at Saquarema, oftentimes running at the other venue down the beach at Bahia.
I was just thinking in regards to that, talking about and comparing and contrasting Gabriel Medina, who spends his time here. He lives here, whereas Filipe kind of spends a lot more time in America, has his family and living in San Clemente for a lot of the year. So you would think that Gabriel deals with that intensity a lot more. So it can, play. You really have to. You can't just go to the store, right? You need
it's going to wear on you.
It's going to wear on you.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of getting
psychologically, it depletes you.
Yeah.
And that's something that
gas tank is a little depleted.
You really do. You got to take that into consideration. Not trying. Granted, you put yourself into this position and you want to give everybody back what
Yeah. So you got to give the time.
But when it's contest time, you gotta find a way to hide. You gotta find a way to balance your lifestyle and be in a place where you can actually regain your composure, have your mental stability.
That's why the hood came up, I think, for Filipe when I saw him at the market. It was like, okay.
Well, and I think Filipe has been really enjoying the time with Medina on his comeback. He's been more social, and they've been hanging out together in between heats, hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone together. And Filipe goes to say his motivation to realize that he could win was when Medina won that first title. He won in 2014. Filipe won the season opener at Snapper right after that first world title for Brazil. And so this year it's been fun seeing Toledo and Medina hanging out socially. Medina giving Filipe a lot of confidence now that he's injured to go on to win this event. 15 minutes to go here in the round of 16. Miguel Tudela chasing a 2.33. We'll be right back. Last time we were here was in 2019 for the Oi Rio Pro, where we saw Filipe earn his third victory in Brazil. It was a very inspiring performance filled with big airs, big turns, and a lively crowd cheering him on along the way. A special performance as he has turned into one of the best ever to compete in Brazil in pro surfing history.
That was at Barinha too, which is the right-hand wedge up the beach. We were able to move from Ituano up there to Barinha, and that adjustment for Filipe no worries for him. Look at that crowd.
And he's even looking at days to come, maybe even after the event's over, where he might try to score some great barrels on this stretch of beach. As we know, it's a busy year on the championship tour, but he might have a little time to hang in Brazil before heading to Jeffreys Bay, where he's dominated a couple of times in the past, with definitely one of the best waves ever ridden there, multiple alley-oops. First thing in the morning. Catching up with Filipe during the break.
Here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside slam. Beautiful. Disconnects for a second from the lip line. Saw the board gliding through and really reconnecting. So sets up a quick vert hit. A little late to the party, but kept his flow right here. And still, he's always eyeballing down the line. You can tell he's just looking for something. Get that final hit in. You can see he disconnects for a second. You saw the fins, and then drops back into it. A little bit of playing it up there with the body language, which I love. Him in a performance mode. When he goes into performance mode, it's the most dangerous thing that you could possibly have.
And I just touch on the technique of that. You know, when he goes into that lip section, it's going to be, you don't want to press hard on it. You want to unweight and let the wave just kind of push you along. And that's why you got the air to it, you know, and especially when you have the backwash, it won't affect you. If you're pushing on that lip and the backwash hits, it's just going to rip your board from your feet. But if you're gliding over it, just subtly, it's almost like an air. You're just kind of touching the fins on the lip. It was so smooth. He was able to go over that, no worries, and land easily. Crowd went nuts. Would have loved that. And he's matched the 717 with a 7-3-2-3. Is that what that is? 7-2-3. And yeah, so that's what he needed to do and extended his lead.
Toledo's magic carpet.
Oh, crowd favorite, the magic carpet.
we're doing
Marcio,
board names
where are you?
here.
7.23 for Toledo. They dropped the high and the low, even had a score up into the excellent range. That gets knocked out. And he'll get the 7-2-3, 7-1-7 for Tadela. He hasn't really had much in a few minutes. Opened strong in the beginning, but he's so dangerous. Remembering what he did to Griffin Colapinto in the elimination round. He identified a left where he could do multiple airs, and when he started landing them, that ended up being the difference in that heat. Tadela's dangerous in big waves, a great tube rider. I remember watching clips of him surfing somewhere in Central America, and it was like 1 foot, and I was realizing how quick he could be. And that's when I realized he had depth, because I already knew he was surfing waves like Pico Alto in Peru and all these amazing long left-hand point breaks. What a great place to grow up surfing, knowing that he has no weaknesses.
And he's riding a blade. You know, we heard Kaipo talking about that proton that he had down there. It was only 18.5 inches wide.
So it's low volume.
Low volume, and you know, Tudela is not huge in stature, so he's got, you know, a light foot to him, and he's lightning quick. You know, he can really swing for the fences really fast, but in contrast, he looks giant when he's on a massive wave, right? He's got this big, like, you know, gusto within him. He's got the energy to just charge massive waves. So he does have a full package, which we love.
Well, and you think it's a product of the environment too. I mean, you think of where he grew up, Punta Hermosa, that zone within Peru, it has a great right and left point break in there, and then just when it gets big, it goes to Pico Alto, and then you've got all these other waves around there that you can go that are actually barrels. So he's well-rounded for the reason that he grew up in a region that allows that.
And there's always surf. It's so exposed. It seems like it's always at least head high, and has so many different waves to choose from. Miguel spent a lot of time on the North Shore as well. And we got a wild card at Pipe one year, and it was so tough when he got injured before he got to really show what he was made of in big pipeline conditions. So going through some ups and downs with injuries, but always comes back better. And what an opportunity this would be if he can slow down the roll of world number one. That's kind of what everyone in that final five picture would hope, that someone could slow down a man like Filipe Toledo right now.
Well, and you think about the fact that you've got 10 minutes to go and you only need a 6.4. He's surfing a good heat. I mean, that first number was solid. Now he's just waiting for a certain style of wave. It's not a big score. He knows he can do it.
As we see just a quick look for Tudela up and out.
That was a passing of priority there as well.
These guys are surfing so far apart from each other that I really don't feel like priority's been playing into this heat. I mean, I haven't noticed.
Or most of the heats today, really.
Yeah, I haven't noticed them really playing off each other's, you know, strategy, so to speak. There's no paddle hassling. There's no like sitting on each other to control the end of a heat yet. So it's an interesting look at what is happening in the water. The playing field is gigantic.
Well, we've got all Brazilian quarterfinal matchups so far in the first 2 heats, and number 1 in the world from Brazil leading. I'm sure the crowd's loving that fact. How are you feeling, Kaipo?
Good. The Maracanã of surfing, the big stadium, if you would. Look at this. Wall to wall, people everywhere you look. We have the surf fans here, some of the most passionate, best surf fans in the entire world. It's shoulder to shoulder here, and all the sands taken, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. It's a really special feeling to be here in Saquarema to talk to these fans, and I think one thing that's standing out for me personally is just their pure love for surfing. And all the competitors on tour, I think we're emphasizing how much they want Brazil to win, which they do, but they'll stay for every single heat of the round. We've got Conor O'Leary and Matthew McGillivray coming up next, and they've had such a warm welcome for those competitors coming from overseas. But it's kind of nice in a world where you could just talk about how much you love surfing, and that's what these fans really bring to Saquarema each and every year. A really cool town with a good vibe behind it, and Conor's been loving it as he takes on Matty McGillivray, which guarantees a surfer from overseas getting into the quarterfinals. We'll also have an all-Aussie matchup with Jacko Baker and Callum Robson.
There you go. Nice cheering for Conor O'Leary.
The difference between the cheers for, you know, the traveling surfers and the local surfers down there, it was just the wildest feeling, you know, like it's just such a stark difference to just to feel that, you know, you'd feel it running out the beach, you know, you'd know that they didn't want you to win. You feel it.
Which is like, I mean, it's like at any stadium, right? The home stadium is a huge deal, and that's where I think it's so important as a surfer, say, from Brazil, to play up this crowd, because this is one of the events that the crowd is a big part of it, right? And they play a role.
And look at Toledo playing the game. I like it. He's all over it. He doesn't want to give any space to his opponent. This thing's getting down to the business end, and right when we were talking about not seeing this,
it happens.
We get to see it, which is great, because this is somebody who wants a world title more than anybody, Filipe Toledo, and he is not going to give Tudela any room. He knows he's he's dangerous. He can go above the lip. He can get the score necessary easily.
Let's check out the heat recap. Filipe Toledo, world #1 against the wild card Miguel Tudela from Peru. Miguel picked off this left, and that was a pretty tough section to pull off a closeout hack, and he adjusted well. Lip glide to the flats. 7.17 to start off with the lead, but Filipe dug deep, was able to go left and turned in a 6.33, then even better at a 7.23 to take the first place position, Pete.
And I was going to say that this wave here, he kind of surfed this wave up. You know, it wasn't the greatest of waves, you know, and he surfed with the quickness that he has, utilized that part of his surfing, and then the finish, obviously controlling the backwash, showcasing that control. We were touching on his equipment at this point, choosing the right equipment for this heat, and then he gets himself a nice size set wave here, and this was his best wave, the big straight up gaff. Sets up the inside section here, another difficult section where he was able to just glide up and over it.
Solid re-entry there, timed it well, knew he didn't have to over surf it because he had so much momentum. Just a nice clean gliding finishing move for Toledo, who is looking to hang on to this lead to potentially clinch his spot in the WSL Finals. A couple little moving parts there. We'll be following Ethan Ewing, Callum Robson, see how they go in this round. Filipe can do it himself if he just gets to the semifinals. But if he loses in this heat, we'll have to wait to see him clinch at Jeffreys Bay.
You had mentioned the top half of the draw in that quarterfinals. It's all Brazilian. On this bottom half here, there's opportunity. I mean, we're going to see a surfer from either Australia or South Africa in this next one go up against the winner of this heat, and then that bottom one. So there's a lot more international flavor in that bottom half of the draw, but still a few Brazilians in that side with Iago Dora coming up.
Well, also the contenders from the opening round. Brazil had so many different surfers in the opening round of competition, as we saw the use of priority.
Ooh, I call that a big mistake at the moment.
Well, considering what he needs, right? A 6.4, it's
Toledo,
not much, right? I mean, the lead could easily shift.
He gives up priority. Now Miguel Tudela is sitting there with freedom to roam that lineup, and you know, doesn't need a massive score, 6.4, which he's already had in this heat. So he's definitely in a driver's position to take this heat with 3:18 on the clock.
We've had some very close decisions throughout the day today and throughout this event. Miguel has a lethal air game. He just needs to close out with just a little runway to get above the lip. And looks like Filipe is just going to stay in his space even without priority. 3 minutes to go.
I love this view because you can see waves coming out the back.
Toledo takes off on this wave. He's a little bit behind. It might be readjusting down the beach.
There is cleaner water down that side. You know, the size of the wave sometimes gets adjusted a little bit just by moving away from that main peak, but you can see it's a little smoother just in that zone, which makes the wave face smoother, a little easier to surf. You're away from your competitor without priority, so maybe you pick up a wave that moves wide. But yeah, it's a tough one though. With 6.4 is not a huge number.
Filipe is just roaming under priority, finds a right up and out. Down to 2 minutes. This obviously gets the crowd on his side even more because the beach announcers commentating over Filipe's waves. The crowd will cheer for him every time he gets to his feet. That could be an extra distraction for Tudela. But what a worthy wild card in Miguel. Already taking out guys in the final 5, pushing #1 in the world, and a defending event champion with a shot to turn this heat with 1:45. Things are getting a little more quiet until now when they see themselves on camera, but I think they're definitely holding their breath for 90 seconds to make sure world #1 moves on.
Love the stuff. I mean, again, and we've touched on it over and over again, and it's not just playing it up for this. It's literally the best fans ever, right? I mean, they are so into it. They're here in the morning early. They understand the game. They understand the, you know, they'll cheer for every competitor, but ultimately, you know, ones that are got the Brazilian flags on their shoulder, it's all about it.
And you got people coming from, you know, all over Brazil to get here.
Great stories, right?
And there's great stories of kids taking the bus for 7 hours, getting to Rio, and hitchhiking another hour and a half to 2 hours up here just to be here for this event. It's an incredible effort out of the people from Brazil. And when you walk around on the beach and you see everybody and they're living life, they're enjoying every minute of it. I mean, it's Monday, guys, and it is packed on the beach right now.
Special experience.
Work and take a break.
30 seconds. Toledo sitting quiet under priority. Miguel Tudela is hoping that he gets just something to paddle into to try to turn this heat and create yet another upset. Small waves rolling through, might be one behind it for Tudela.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Chasing a 6.4, he does have right away, holding priority. Toledo might have pushed him into this thing. Not much on it yet, so he's got to fade.
Yeah, it's not going to do it, I don't think.
Staying really small so far for Tudela, and he doesn't have anything to work with. And the crowd goes wild. Filipe Toledo, one more heat, closer to clinching a spot for the WSL Final 5. .23 and a 6.33 back-to-back in a tough heat because Tudela opened with such a solid score. He was in it from start to finish. Toledo moves on to the quarterfinals. Coming up next, Connor O'Leary takes on Matthew McGillivray right after this.
Saquarema is a well-known surf break, and 70% of Brazil's population lives within the Atlantic forest today. WSL is collaborating with WSL Pure Grantee, SOS Mata Atlantica, along with Marcem Licho, community volunteers, and surfers to restore this local beach landscape.
A SOS Mata Atlântica é uma organização ambientalista brasileira que foi fundada em 1986, então a gente tem mais de 35 anos de história com a missão de inspirar a sociedade na defesa do bioma da Mata Atlântica, que é o bioma mais ameaçado do Brasil.
É um negócio que daqui, sei lá, 20 anos eu vou trazer meus filhos e essa árvore vai estar aqui e eu vou falar que eu plantei ela 20 anos atrás.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations. Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure on your posts.
Filipe Toledo has moved on to the quarterfinals, eliminating Miguel Tudela from the draw. It's been all Brazilian wins all morning long. And that theme continues up until now because we have our first heat without a Brazilian in the round of 16. Connor O'Leary takes on Matthew McGillivray. Australia versus South Africa, as the crowd only fills up even further as we get through the day. Connor O'Leary, number 13 in the world, heading into this contest. Matthew McGillivray in a similar spot on the rankings, number 15 in the world. Matty just enjoying his second year against the best in the world, as he's one of them. Connor O'Leary had a dream run as a rookie, even made finals at Cloudbreak. He was runner-up to Matty Wilkinson that year and was in the fight for Rookie of the Year all season with Frederico Moraes. Second year, he had some great results, found himself back to the qualifying series, and a big win at France in the Challenger Series got him back on tour this year. Made the mid-season cut. Matty McGillivray had to challenge himself with that at Margaret River as well, and made finals day to make sure he got to surf G-Land and beyond. Here we go. We had a start from McGillivray during the break, Pete.
Straight up hack to start it. Again, these rights, they move away from you. You can see they kind of have a crease in it, so the lip's never really completely pushing back at you, so it's a very difficult wave to ride. These are rights that are coming to the more middle of the beach. We have yet to see anybody really surf the rip bowl that we've been seeing most event long. So a challenging wave to ride, but got himself a pretty good number to start this heat.
Matty McGillivray opens with a 6.17. He is so happy he gets to sleep in his own bed at the next stop of the season. Back to Jeffreys Bay.
Really good. If he gets himself into, say, a quarters or semi, like make this a really good event, and like it would be great momentum for him to come into his home turf.
Huge. As Toledo passes on the surfboard, and we'll get ready for the media responsibilities. Nice embrace there for Miguel Tudela, giving him a solid battle in that last matchup. The role of Filipe Toledo is incredible to watch. Qualified so young, still 16 when he was getting 10s on the QS. Was in the rookie class with Seabass, Nat Young, Glenn Micro Hall. Learned to win in his third season on tour. Very accomplished with a lot of victories, as he'll be against the winner of this heat in the quarterfinals. Ramping section for McGillivray. Lofty alley-oop, and he lays back and still pulls it off.
Wow.
He's been throwing a lot of different airs lately, specifically El Salvador to Rio, and he's really been enjoying how it's been feeling for him above the lip.
He's just found a formula, I feel like, you know, in his heat strategy and surfing of confidence that has just given him so much more out of each heat he surfed. I mean, it's just been so fun to watch him rise up. You know, he's just getting better and better. Reminds me of like Joanne DeFay when she was coming on and she had, you know, a solid base, but just needed to grow, and she did it. And now she's one of the best on tour.
Tough to do.
Yeah. Well, now you'll see he's actually been learning, watching, figuring it out. And look, I mean, this kid's throwing big alley-oops out here. Sick.
Yeah, that one's going to be a tough one. Again, I was touched on earlier in regards to like pulling off airs. You need to kind of grease them in order for the scores to be lifted. You know, that one where he butt checked it to get to his feet. I mean, but truly amazing because it didn't look like he was going to pull it off, and he somehow did.
It's almost like laying back in the whitewash. They kind of give you, they take a little bit away from it because you actually fell. into the water and it pushed you back up. So, you know, I get it, but still, it's a make, and he rides out of it, which is really cool.
Yeah, adding to the 617, so he's applied pressure straight to the gates, right to Connor. He's going to hear numbers. The 617's a good one. And looks like now they've centered themselves on the beach to go right.
Nice little chip in for Connor O'Leary. Hard off the bottom, clean backside carve. Ton of speed for the big man. Lights it up vertically. Solid extension of that lip. Hack. And he'll ride in front of the whitewater to show the panel that is complete. His timing is perfect. Big carve, and he was able to capitalize on a nice hollow inside section to put him on the board. Let's have another look here, Strider.
Yeah, beautiful. Solid base, comes in, sets it up with a nice quick turn, knowing he's got to get to the second turn, and when he places his board so perfectly in the lip, like timing right there, just lights out. Knew he had to race back into the section to get down to the bottom before the wave exploded so that he could ride out of it on his feet.
And that is a make right there, 100%. That was tough, man. When that whitewater and all that water is moving, trying to rip the board out from under your feet, amazing.
Number 1 in the world, Filipe Toledo is hanging out with Louisa Florence.
Guys, it's so crazy when they scream. It feels like the backdrop is going to fall on top of us. Filipe, I was just with your wife and being up there, and they were like, oof, that was a hard heat. Was it?
Yeah, it was definitely super hard. Miguel has been surfing amazing in this event and on the QS as well. I've been following him, and he's been winning all the QSs, and he's got the air game, he's got the barrel game, he's a pretty completed surfer, you know. And I knew it was going to be hard, so I tried to use my strategy, priority, and my knowledge out here too. So I stoked how the heat turned out my way, and he opened up really solid with the 717. And then I knew I had to, step up my game and put 2 good scores on the board, and that's what I did. And then in the end, I was just playing with priority a little bit, making sure I was holding it to the end of the heat, and stoked to made it.
We've seen you scoring amazing waves here. What do you think it's missing on the perfect scenario for you to give us a 10 again?
I don't know, maybe be in the final. Just kidding. But I feel like it's there's opportunities out there. Seeing Sammy and Italo doing big airs today, getting big numbers. So there is opportunity. It's just hard to find with the 2 swells that we have in the water. It's just like crossing swells. So it's kind of weird. But looks like tomorrow we have pretty good waves on tap. So let's see how tomorrow's gonna go, and can't wait.
Filipe, agora em português. Tricampeão, você está sentindo a energia da galera. Eu já te perguntei se coloca pressão, você falou que não. Mas assim, eu vejo você passar, é uma energia que não tem como mudar, né? O que a gente segura e como a gente performa ali fora. Conta pra gente o que é, como que tá sendo pra você dessa vez?
Tá sendo muito legal. Tem sido um ano bem legal para mim. Tenho me sentido muito bem com a minha família, com todo mundo. E tô com os meus amigos, meus filhos estão aqui, então estou aproveitando ao máximo esse tempo com eles e canalizando essa energia para dentro da água, e meu momento também de conexão com Deus ali, fazer a minha parte, que aí o resto ele faz lá dentro da água comigo.
A gente se vê na próxima. Thank you. Parabéns. I asked him, it's almost impossible not to be affected with this energy because it's so intense. It's autographs, it's pictures, and and then I asked how you're bringing it to the water. He was like, yeah, I'm, you know how Filipe is. He talks about God and about the conditions that expects, and he's just doing his part. He's enjoying his family and his kids, and that's it. He's just moving forward. So, back to you.
Valeu. Thank you, Louisa.
Valeu.
Really cool to just hang out with Filipe. He's one of the coolest guys, hands down, on tour. Has time for everybody. He's real. He supports people coming up, especially from Brazil. But he's kind to everybody. He surfs for his family, and he went through a bit of an emotional roller coaster in the lead up to that win in 2019. But hats off to him for everything he deals with, behind the scenes, to still producing some of the most entertaining heats we've ever witnessed on tour. World number 1 is getting close to clinching his spot. If he makes the semifinals here, then he's definitely guaranteed to be fighting for his first world title in September. Things can clinch for himself if Ethan Ewing and Callum Robson go down in the round of 16, then he's guaranteed to be in the final 5. So either one of those, if Ethan's out or if Callum loses in this round, that will make it official for Filipe to be back at the Rip Curl WSL Finals in back-to-back seasons.
And he's had to grow up on tour, really. I mean, it's not like he's ever had any time to sit at home and figure it all out, right? It's had to happen on the road, and he grew his family up on the road. And made big decisions to move to San Clemente and put himself planted there. So it's been, it's been fun to watch because he has kept a very cool head.
Well, Matty McGillivray still going for big airs. You can see how that board kind of went flat on the spin, but he was able to hang on to it, Waz.
Yeah, just controls coming around. I mean, I feel like he's got to get to back to the basics of McGillivray, though, where he just puts in those power turns. He puts up those vertical slams in the consequential sections that the judges are looking for. He knows the method to get the score, and he just needs to get back to the fundamentals. I feel like he's trying to throw down a little bit of above the lip stuff that he's been seeing today.
Focusing on that a little too much.
Yeah,
I mean, having a healthy mix, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing we've all been accustomed to is his rail work has always been very top notch.
He's got hammers in the lip.
Certainly does. McGillivray leading 6-1-7. Connor, though, right in the mix with a great answer of a 7.5. Kaipo Guerrero, where do you find yourself now?
Gold. And Australian Gold not only offers sun protection, but the botanical blend has antioxidants, vitamins, it's water resistant, it's dermatologist and pediatrician tested. And you know what, Joe? I'm just feeling gold.
Love it. Australian Gold right here getting involved at Saquarema, which is very good to have because we're in the sun all day long watching the best surfing in the world here at Itaúna. Thank you so much, Kipes. McGillivray got 11.24 combined total, but Connor O'Leary's got the big number of a 7.5. Pete, who would you rather be right now, the 7.5 with 22 on the clock, or have the lead at the moment with McGillivray?
I would say sitting in Connor's position, being that one number you're allowed, to surf as many waves as you want, but you want the 2 best numbers. He's got one of the best numbers, so I would say sitting in Connor's seat would be good. I mean, it's a great kind of analogy to look at the 5.07. I mean, he did this great, really dramatic alley-oop, but only giving on average ride of 5.07. So that goes to show you need to pull your airs, you got to pull them clean if you're going to get bigger numbers.
I think we've seen the evolution of that move change over the years. You used to be able to do an alley-oop, lay back, recover, and the drama you'd still get scored in the excellent range about 10 years ago. And now the difference is if you can stomp it perfect and land straight up on your board, you want to see that more than a lay back to recovery. And if Matty gets another chance, you might be able to get a few more points for a real clean landing on an alley-oop.
Look at the whitewater on screen there, the diamond, so to speak, of where the last wave broke. It broke 100 yards outside of where they're sitting. It's crazy how big the playing field is here, and you see a lot of that. The sandbar and the current that sucks out the back there, it'll create kind of a riptide and make the waves break faster than they usually would.
That's so true, because you get the draw of the current pulling out. It's like a river rapid. That's what they ride. It's the same idea, is that you get the pull and the friction of that water pulling out will actually lift the wave way outside. So I mean, it just adds that extra 100 meters of playing field if you wanted this. But it's just tough because you don't want to sit out there because the current's just going to keep pulling you out. So ultimately you want to be kind of right where Connor is.
And on the inside where the jet skis are, there's that really deep spot, right? So that's what's creating all this backwash, because the water rushes over the deep spot into the shallow spot into the deep water, and it creates a back wave which actually goes back out towards the lineup.
And the beach is pretty steep too, so that also is adding to it.
A big, massive, backwash wave coming right at you.
We often compare reef breaks on tour to each other, point breaks, obviously from Punta Roca to J Bay. What about beach breaks, Pete? Does this kind of stand alone as very unique on tour, or does it kind of have some close relatives around the world?
Well, it has a relative. I mean, we touched on it on the smaller days. It has that kind of same look as Huntington Beach, in the sense that it has this big trench that you have to kind of go through, and there is a shore break if you can catch it and get through. But ultimately, it's very dynamic, and the reason being is that you've got not only that trench that runs there, but the rocks that run along the side. I mean, it's similar to, say, a pier, but a pier is not going to be the same. It actually creates a much stronger rip that moves out along the side of it. But yeah, you can draw similarities to it, but it is definitely unique to itself.
Yeah, both ends of the beach offer, you know, unique waves, which is really cool. And I feel like, you know, the
dredge, I don't know where.
I think they
big
need
piles
to
of sand.
Yeah, I feel like they need to dredge it and keep that flowing.
There's the attention that Filipe was talking about as he's talking to more media after that heat win. Moving on to the quarterfinals, where he'll have the winner of this heat that's still underway. 3 finals for Filipe this season. 1 win at Bells. And what a rhythm he's been in. Finaling at G-Land. Going down to Jack Robinson. Finaling in El Salvador. Going down to Griffin Colapinto in a close decision. So what a role that he's been on with ultimate consistency this year. 18:45 to go. Connor O'Leary from Cronulla in Australia looking at a fun-looking left. Hard off the bottom, there's the vertical. Super foamy, and waves losing a lot of height, but he'll still fit in a juicy frontside carve. Nice vertical again. He's solid in little ripples. He found a left in France that he really enjoyed through finals day that took him to a huge victory in the Challenger Series. Already had the 7.5, didn't need much to take the lead, Pete.
He didn't, and this is the backup number needed. You know, he couldn't wait too long, but he saw it with that wave had the extra energy in it. It wasn't, you know, even with the froth on the face, which is hard to surf, he saw that there was going to be enough double up in it, that it was going to have lip, it was going to have power, and he was going to be able to get a finish move on it, which he did. You know, a lot of these waves have been dying out in that inside section. This one didn't, and so I identified that. A little stuck there, was able to pull it off, but big carve and then a finish. And see how it was doubled up, so it had extra energy, which is push on your board, which is good for a guy his size. He wants to have that extra push, knowing full well that a second wave is necessary. He was able to do that and more. So I think this would be a good number. It's going to be comparable to the other 5 or 6 that we saw from Matthew McGillivray, and he's going to have the lead.
Impressive performance from the Australian Goofy Foot to control this first section, which tried to take him out on the right out of that frontside snap strider.
Yeah, well, with all that white water on the face, it's hard to actually judge the lip line and exactly where the lip is coming out at you from. But then he found himself, you know, going back to the face and getting underneath the lip line. And then right here, this finish was really clean. Throws the fins out a little bit, gets a little glide in the lip, and then pushes down for the completion. And, you know, it's interesting because you can get a bigger wave and do maneuvers on it, you know, but if it's got less sloped or if it's slopey, it's just gonna, the numbers aren't gonna be there. But if you get a wave like this that bowls out like that and has a lot of opportunity in it, 3 big turns right there.
Let's catch up with Miguel Tudela with Louisa Florence.
Miguel, I was just talking to Filipe, and he was like, you know, Miguel is here as a wild card. He's not under pressure like I am. How does that, like, affect your surfing on an event like this?
Yeah, for sure. You know, Filipe have all the pressure. He's number 1, and he's trying to get on that top 5 to be a world champ. You know, I just come here to get a little bit more of knowledge, experience, and surf against the best in the world. I know I'm not on the ranking at any points, so I just come over here and show my surfing. But yeah, that's why he's number 1. You know, he knows how to manage that pressure, and I was able to get a good wave, but couldn't back it up.
It was great anyway. ¿Quiere mandar un mensaje para la comunidad peruana?
Sí, un mensaje a toda la gente que está mirando. Sé que han vibrado en este hit y sé que van a haber miles de mensajes, pero agradecerle a todo el pueblo peruano, a toda la gente acá en Brasil y especialmente a mi papá, a mi entrenador Gabriel, a Sol, que hicimos un lindo equipo acá. Esperemos que este sea solo el principio de los peruanos en el Tour y esperemos que ya estemos por acá en un tiempo más largo y haciendo todo el circuito. Y nada, muchas gracias por todas las vibras, arriba Perú y vamos con todo.
I asked him if he wanted to send a message to the Peruvian community, and he said hello to everybody, to his dad and everyone who's sending text messages. He wants to come back and surf again, and here we go. He just have a good time. So here we go. Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Muchas gracias. Miguel Tudela, what an amazing human being, charger, putting up a good fight. That was definitely an incredibly close heat, especially a guy who's #1 in the world. I mean, just to step into this arena, you know, he's competing on other tours, but to show up at the championship tour and deliver, he should be very proud of himself. As we see a big wall setting up for McGillivray, connecting well with a big backhand snap, as he's looking for improvement on a 5.07, but ultimately needs a 7.5, because Connor's score in on the 3-turn left was a 6.17.
13.67 two-wave total for Connor, knowing full well that's a good number. It's not safe. He needs to add more points, because obviously Matthew, I mean, he gets himself another, you know, 2 turns on that wave, on that solid set wave. The heat can be turned very easily.
So looking at 14 minutes to go, winner of this heat will be with Filipe Toledo, which would be a huge opportunity to try to challenge yourself against #1 in the world.
And the #1 crowd in the world.
100%.
Right?
It's a learning moment for a lot of these guys. Exactly. And for Matty McGillivray, he didn't have Brazil on the calendar last year in the condensed season. So he's experiencing this energy for the first time.
I mean, an example for like at J-Bay, right? The hometown crowd, he'll be one of the crowd favorites, but there's just not the same level of crowd. Maybe numbers can be similar, but definitely not the most vocal. Whereas this crew here, they definitely want you to hear them.
Sometimes it just adds more pressure, though, too. There's certain surfers that just get overwhelmed wanting to win at their home break for everybody involved, and they just can't seem to put heats together. Others, it just pushes them to do phenomenal things. And not every surfer on tour gets to have their home break on the championship tour level, or their home country, I should say. So it's really cool that we get to experience this for the Brazilians. Before we move to South Africa, it will be about Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray on the right-hand point break.
There's definitely nowhere in the world like Brazil as far as the crowd goes.
I mean, even the numbers in America, close. Like, you know, like the U.S. Open, those crowds are definitely there in numbers, but it's not as vocal.
There was a heat that was wild in a final, Adriano de Souza versus Taj Burrell. I'll never forget it. This little Australian contingent came down to cheer on Taj. It was Bede, it was a young Matt Wilkinson, and their eyes were just wide open, because every time Taj got up and did a turn, there were boos going on. And then they'd erupt with joy when he fell, just like it was like a sporting event where they've got their home team winning. And so it made a lot of sense there. They were cheering for Taj in previous heats, you know, when there wasn't another Brazilian, but when it came down to De Souza, that's who they wanted to win, and the energy was electric. Adriano would just stand up, and the crowd would go crazy like it was a stadium. It was giving everyone chicken skin on the beach. It felt like the vibration was going through the tower, and Adriano won at home for the first time in his career, and it was a super emotional speech that he had on the podium.
What about, let's go to a contrast to that, is in Australia when we watched Joel Parkinson and Gabriel Medina at Joel's home break, and literally there was a contingency of Brazilians that were there, and they were so loud and it felt like we were in Brazil. It was crazy.
I think it's time to get flights for your support crew. Bring them everywhere you can to bring that energy with you.
There is a flip side to this conversation. You know, look at what happened to Gabriel Medina when he came in from his heat here. Ooh. Okay, he was booed by some of the crowd, and that is true
listen.
sport.
They were telling him to go to the other peak.
But this crowd is a true sport crowd, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're winning, they're all about it. You're losing, they're like, what did you do? You know, it's a radical reality of passionate fans.
11 minutes to go as Connor O'Leary leads over his good friend Matthew McGillivray, and he's got priorities, so the South African still chasing a 7.5 to try to get the opportunity to take on Toledo in the quarterfinals. Ethan Ewing on deck, coming up against Iago Dora. Dora, a semi-finalist here in the pass as a wild card, as we've got a little wedge setting up now for McGillivray. Swinging off the bottom, nice front side slice on the open face. Nice stylish carve into the pocket and jams it on the forehand to put that wave to bed.
Listen to you, Strider.
Well, I mean, it's just basic heat IQ for him. He knew what he had to do to get back in the driver's seat, and I feel like he was, you know, going right back after it. I feel like He's not going to quite get to the 7.5, I don't think, but I feel like he's going to feel better about himself. He's going to put a better number up than the 5 for sure, and the 6.
Well, watching this replay here, so he has to better the 6.17 to close the gap, obviously needing the 7.5 to turn it. I agree with you. I don't believe that this is going to go quite 7.5, but it could hit better the 6.17. You know, as a comparison, thinking back on it, it's right there. Again, but probably not going to turn the heat, so he's going to have to go back out there and get it done.
Great first turn. You know, clean cutback to set up the inside finish, but it was a little late. Wasn't clean. Didn't get any drift. Didn't have a radical end. So that's going to subdue the score just a little bit. But you know, with the conditions on hand right now, this is a really great wave. I mean, that was a beautiful driving turn into the pocket right there. So back to the basics right there. Here's the peeps on the beach.
New member of the CI team. You know, he's been dialing in his equipment there with Channel Islands, and right now his surfing's right there.
Last score for Matty McGillivray, a 6.27, still chasing a 7.41 for the lead with 9 minutes on the clock here at the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. We'll be right back. The Red Bull Big Wave Awards is right around the corner as we see a Ride of the Year nomination from Francisco Porchella. What a beast. What a feeling that he can describe to us very soon. Will this take out the most coveted prize? The Red Bull Big Wave Awards coming very soon. You can check for updates on worldsurfleague.com as these guys continue to push what is possible beyond the unthinkable in the big wave realm.
I feel like it should be the Pete Mel Big Wave Award after the win.
He is the defending champion, Pete. I'm still proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. You're still proud of me.
Oh, I'll always be proud of you, Peter.
Well, thank you.
It's a ride of a lifetime that you had.
Yeah, the question is, will Pete be bested?
Well, someone's going to, take over the championship. I don't have,
I don't have any
nomination.
Better your ride, though. That's all. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, someday, sure. I bet you it will.
Here we go.
Always does.
Having a look at this one, we've got Connor O'Leary down carve, setting up a nice section to lay into the lip. Love how you can just kind of lean into those finishing turns, drop that back shoulder slightly. It's not the full layback where his body's in the water, just a little variety, and he is really connected right now. He's not searching for waves. He's not making any mistakes. Solid heat for Connor O'Leary was.
He's so on point. His surfing is just razor sharp. The guy just puts it right on the money almost every time. He's connected with his equipment, really setting up great turns. I just feel like he's one of those surfers that I feel like he's a little underrated, and he is a sleeper to win events over and over again.
I'm just enjoying being his team manager. Fantasy surf-wise, of course, Pete. What do you think?
I think he's going to better a number here. I think he's going to add some points to his two-wave total already with a 13.67. Waiting on this number. Feels like it's going to be better than the 6.17. Two beautiful, strong maneuvers with speed. And I think that, like I said, I think he'll be besting his 6.17.
Cool to see him find this kind of rhythm on tour. Last year it was pretty heartbreaking because he qualified for the tour once again. He went through his comeback last season, the 7 events condensed year. He just couldn't buy a heat win. And after all that hard work of getting back to the tour, you're immediately sent back to the Challenger Series. That was hard for Connor O'Leary fans and himself. It's changing his sponsor backing throughout that time. A lot of surfboard changes as well, and he's in a really comfortable place, putting himself back on tour. Didn't even miss a beat, which is kind of the testament of this new format. The idea is that people can just put themselves right back in motion and be back on the tour if they do fall off at the mid-season rotation. Now you've got Challenger Series to follow, and you can be right back at Pipeline where you were the previous year.
Got to hang out in Hawaii for a little bit longer than normal, right? You got to finish up at Haleiwa, and then you don't start again until February, right? So maybe you go home. You can go home, or just hang out on the North Shore and just get better and better.
Good, right? COVID protocol had you staying there if you were from Australia.
Yes.
Right?
So it's a long tour.
So now you can go back and enjoy your family or be at home, and then come back to the North Shore.
Nothing wrong with hanging out on the North Shore for a couple months either, is it?
Definitely not.
That's what Jack Robinson does.
How great is it that we're sitting where we're standing now with the world and all the hard work that went in to just setting up events in the last couple of years, and for the surfers that went through it to still be here to compete for world titles. Hats off to everyone involved.
Lucky sevens for Connor.
Look at that. Hitting the jackpot. 7.77 for Connor O'Leary, going with his 7.5. 15.27 combined total. Now Matty needs a 9.
Oh, that's that whole extra point and a half right there. Just made things very difficult for Matthew. He was in contention there. Could have done it, but now pressure full on. So just such a good and well constructed heat from Connor O'Leary. He doesn't ever look rushed. I mean, he's only got 4 waves this entire heat for 35 minutes. So selective, and the waves he had, he's gotten numbers each and every time, building.
Ethan Ewing, Yago Dora coming up next. Remember, we're watching Ethan and Callum. If one of them lose in this round, Filipe will clinch his spot in the WSL Final 5. But Ewing has been so stellar this year. Multiple semifinal finishes. And even got past the local hero and favorite in Joao Chianca in a bit of a tube shootout the other day.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Joao Chianca. I mean, he had one where he just couldn't get himself out of it, and that was just like he was 1 inch away from a heat win there. And that's been his year. I hope he can just keep his head down, because going into the CS, which I'm sure he's flying over to South Africa very soon, he's going to be competing there, that he gets himself back on tour because he deserves it.
His numbers from his losses would have beat 80% of the rest of the tour's heats numbers. He was getting crazy 16, 17, 18-point totals.
Big, clean, connected frontside carve, layback hammer from Connor O'Leary.
He better apologize to that wave.
You know what's crazy too is that he is a big kid. He is super
you do
strong.
Not want a roundhouse for him.
He's up around 200 pounds and just ready to lay into every bit of a wave that's got some power to it. I feel like he's relishing in this environment.
And it's crazy how quick he can be. Apologize to the wave, please. How quick he is on backhand sections, but so much time on these enjoyable carves, Pete.
Yeah, and it just looks like, you talk about the confidence in his equipment. He's just gotten dialed in on the boards that work for him now, which has given him this confidence. I mean, and again, wave choice is there, impeccable. He's got this wave, a little smaller wave, but look at the juice and the cleanliness of the face. And this one feels like another uplifting number to what he has already. Just by the virtue of that was just vicious.
You've been wanting to see a lot of spray today, Pete.
I do. I love it.
Today, Connor's been giving it to you. Big hacks, so much water moving off the tail of that surfboard. He's already got a 7.5 and a 7.77. Could we see the new best number of the heat? We do. It's an 8.17. McGillivray now needs a 9.67, heading closer to the final minute.
And when you feel that way, right? I mean, that was just, to me, I'm like, okay, yeah, it was a smaller wave, but like the surfing was just, you felt it. And I'm glad that the judges actually rewarded it, because it was well deserved.
Yeah, and that was the last nail for the coffin. I'm sorry, but the
Matthew. Now he needs a 9.67.
Gonna claw his way out of this one. I mean, anything's possible, but this is a tough ask right now with the lineup.
So Connor O'Leary is always going to enjoy the beach, and a great performance in a solid heat, throwing away a 7.5. And McGillivray will go for a 10 if he gets the shot. He's been landing big airs. If he can combo an alley-oop into a big hack, stranger things have happened.
Oh, Connor's already on the beach.
He's done.
Yep.
You put down the numbers. He can't really.
Louisa, grab that interview. No.
He can't make a difference in the lineup at the moment. With such little time, he just has to give McGillivray his chance, and here it is.
Here comes McGillivray, last effort here with 13 seconds. Wave staying pretty small, but he's still connected as he's pushing down the line. Going for the vertical. He'll jam that end section and go down. He'll leave Brazil here in the round of 16 and prepare to go home to Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. And Connor O'Leary will get the shot to take on Filipe Toledo as we look at the last ride for McGillivray, Strider.
Yeah, just the wave let him down a bit. So, you know, it was what he had on offer, and tried to, you know, throw up a vert just to have a nice ride home, and still got bucked off. So, yeah, a little insult to injury there, but his head's high. He's been on a fire flame. This guy's been on fire through events.
Great performance from Connor O'Leary. Coming up next, Ethan Ewing takes on Yago Doro. We'll bring in Chris Cote, Kaipo Guerrero, and Laura Enever for the call.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. Chris Cote here with Kaipo Guerrero. You're in for a surfing superheat. Ethan Ewing versus Yago Doro. We've got strong fundamental technique versus a creative freak with every trick in the book. Kaipo, to me, this is the ideal matchup for surf fans all over the world. We get to see something that everyone is going to love.
Yeah, it's going to be a contrast right now. When we look at the history of this event, this is a very important event for Yago Doro, so we'll see if he can challenge some of that. In 2017, Yago Doro getting a wild card berth here, and before he made a name for himself. We'll get back to that story because we got a replay here of the opener of Ethan Ewing, bangs it off the top there, and of course, just the body mechanics and the overall approach by Ethan Ewing. Very clean on rail as we expected. Little bit of crumble on the lip, but no problem for Ethan Ewing coming around the corner again, fitting 2 maneuvers in that short space of time. That smells to me like an excellent start for Ethan Ewing. One more time, we can take a look at it front on. Little drift there. And the thing about Ethan Ewing surfing is he's right back on his heels. No wasted movement. Gets back up in the lip. Perfectly times that wave and chooses the correct line for a completion, a clean completion, Chris, and I feel that's going to be an excellent score.
There he is, a purist's dream. Back-to-back surgical strikes for Ethan Ewing. Get the attention of the judges. They drop a big score, an 8-1-7 to start. Now we see Yago Doro. And just a quick kind of temperature check of that wave. He didn't like what he saw, so he gets out of there. Interesting storylines coming into this heat, Kaipo. You've got Ethan Ewing, who is not, quote, coached by his father, Bill, but let's just say his dad is there as his corner man, giving him support, as well as Iago Dora, who is in fact coached by his dad, Leandro Dora. So both these two camps, they were on opposite sides of the kind of competitors area. It wasn't a vibe, but you could tell they were fully focused. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next with 30:36 to go. As our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, let's go to Louisa Florence standing by with Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, we gotta love these guys who get out of water and still smiling with a good attitude. Connor, we've seen you like leaving the ocean. You know, if at some point we're like, what's the point?
I mean, if I had more time, I would have got back out there. But yeah, there was only like a minute and a half to go. So I was just like, oh, that's the heat. Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun out there, really tricky. But if you persisted with the current and kind of tried to hold your position, you'll eventually find one. And yeah, I was mad lucky to get a few.
Amazing. And what's under your sleeve now for J-Bay?
Yeah, a few good boards under my feet, a bit of confidence. I feel like I'm kind of surfing and feeling really good at the moment. So yeah, just confidence into the rest of this event and then yeah, into J-Bay and beyond.
You're going to still enjoy a little bit of Brazil?
Always. We're having a really good time. We're staying with Carissa and Jackson, Baker and Cal and
I heard about the ringleaders there.
Yeah, there's a big crew. We've got a big house, so yeah, it's been fun hanging out with all of them, and yeah, we've been keeping the good vibes high, and yeah, really enjoying ourselves.
Amazing. So soak it in. We'll see you in J-Bay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats to Connor O'Leary. He has stepped up his duties as well as one of the surfers reps, so involved in the kind of the behind the scenes things that this entire organization goes through. 29 minutes to go. Ethan Ewing, as we saw right off the jump, gets an 8.17. So he is in a prime position now to extend his lead. He is in second priority. Iago Dora has his pick of waves for now.
Yeah, Iago, well, let's see if he's going to go on this one, taking a look at it, and maybe Ethan, and here, a powerful Ethan Ewing. Iago Dora, I said, with the breakthrough performance here as a wild card in 2017, where he surfed to a third place finish as a wild card. In 2017, he took down 3 world champs, Chris. He took down Gabe Medina, John Florence, and Mick Fanning was on tour at that time. That was when the world started paying attention to Iago Dora. So the sentimental value, I feel, for this event for Dora is an important one. Let's see if he has success in this heat and earns his way into the quarterfinals. But he's got a hill to climb already because Ethan Ewing was really quick to the draw with that 8.17. But priority with Iago Dora.
Yeah, you'd say Iago was pretty much purely a video guy.
Yeah.
Back in the day before that event, and I think that event not only shocked the world, but I think it shocked Iago Dora. He quickly made a transition into a hyper-competitive surfer and skyrocketed up the rankings from there.
Well, he comes from an incredible pedigree. His dad, Leandro Dora, to coach Adriano de Souza into the 2015 World Championships right there. So Iago, from a young age, already we're having a surfer father and a professional surf coach. Had a decided advantage when Iago turned his attention from free surfing into competitive surfing. Early on, he was called the skinny goat, grew into his body, just really throwing down a lot of video parts for Volcom back then, but then when he turned the switch on with the jersey, it was seamless.
Now we'll see Ethan Ewing, the technician, on his backhand. And it would be tough to say if anyone on tour has better placement in their turns than Ethan Ewing. He seems to be right in the proper spot on every wave he surfs. And here we go. More of a skateboarding style in Iago Dora. He comes from Rio Tavares, RTMF in Florianopolis. It's, I would say, the action sports capital of Brazil. That's where Pedro Barros is from, a skateboarding icon of Brazil. And for Iago, he runs with that fast crowd of skaters, surfers, and loves to get involved in, of course, silky smooth style.
Yeah, really smooth, progressive at the same time, though. So he's got that smooth style that he's just kind of keeping the board on the water for this one. As we look at the replay, has to glide over this first section just to gain some yardage down there so he can snap there. And really, again, really quick feet is what is in order for today to get back up to the lip and combo this up. Ethan Ewing, on contrast, you can see just the body dynamics and the technique of Ewing
and a couple times fits 2 backhand re-entries into a short amount of space. Smart surfing by the Australian to back up his opening excellent score.
Talked to Ethan Ewing earlier this morning and just asked him point blank, if Iago starts to go to the air, are you going to try to match him for firepower? And his answer was stern and short. He said, no, I'm going to stick to my strengths. Look back out to the water. A very serious competitor. He's got a plan, and he will not be rattled. You know, if Iago goes out there and goes upside down on his next wave, Ethan's going to stick to what he does best, and that is scalpel, precise, laser-like surfing. We know he's got the firepower. If he gets a ramp, of course, he'll use it, but he's not going to match Iago in terms of airs or, you know, that kind of wild X factor. But Iago is going to have to match the consistency of Ethan Ewing.
Well, Iago's opportunity in this heat would be that point of differentiation in which he can go to the air. Ethan Ewing's smart in his response. Of course he's going to keep to the face because that's where he's been scoring the points. That's when he's been scoring the points throughout his career. He's got a decorated career. Former World Junior champ. And, you know, a couple times on and off the championship tour, Ethan Ewing. But as he's always had that really good body mechanics and technique to his surfing, he's grown into his body, adding more muscle, pushing more water, and adding more power surfing. So I like the response from Ethan Ewing, and I think it's an appropriate one. But let's see if Iago Dora can go to the air and do something spectacular.
Yeah, and I say this with full compliment. This is kind of predictable versus unpredictable. We know what Ethan Ewing's going to surf like. We love it. That's predictable in a great way. For Iago Dora, you know, he does have a nice frontside carve on him. Of course, when you think of Iago Dora, you can't help but think of what he can do if given the opportunity to blast off. And again, hope we see that. But yeah, this is just one of those really cool matchups that we haven't seen very often. And Kaipo, I know that you've been around the world and back with the championship tour this year. You've seen both pre and post Iago injury. What are you seeing now from Iago Dora? Do you feel like he's 100% back to his full potential?
Well, he had that foot injury. It took a long time, and then he got a wild card into both G-Land and El Salvador. But in El Salvador is when he really could test the landing gear. He threw a big backside full rotation punt, got a 9-point ride, and after that, Iago told me, hey, I'm feeling good, the foot's feeling good. That gave me confidence. That was the biggest air I've done post-injury, and he did the biggest air post-injury with a jersey on.
Yeah, it seems like those test airs can really, you know, go either way for these surfers. You know, you land one and you feel good, that's going to give you that much more confidence. 23 minutes to go. Let's see, Iago Dora could have a wedge to work with here. Gets through the bumpy section, straight up into the left, blows the tail, driving down the line, mixing up his maneuvers. Remember, the judges like to see a combination of major maneuvers with a good, clean ride out. Iago Dora gives the crowd something to cheer about, blows him a kiss, and of course, points to the flag in his shoulder. Brazil is loving the Iago Dora show.
Yeah, appropriate. Check this out on the replay. Iago looks down the line, stretches that bottom turn, snaps. That was a projection snap to get more down the line. Lay back for a little bit of variety, and then I like this. The layback here gets in the back seat a little bit, has to like really push himself back up, but goes complete. Again, this one sliding the tail, almost like a disaster slide coming through the lip there, gaining some area down the wave so he can meet more open face. Now he has more time. That's why he threw that layback there, almost like a layback snap stall, and that wave gave him enough time for another maneuver to close out. You can see him having to reach in the back seat right there. Backwash hit him, but make sure he rides out and shows that he's in complete control.
You can just feel the joy coming from Iago Dora to be back in competition. We know surfers at this level, you know, when they get injured and have to fight their way back, it just makes it that much more special. 21:40 to go. Ethan Ewing and Iago in the water now, both fighting to advance on. And speaking of advancing on, let's get an update from Jessie Miley Dyer, standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, Jessie, I think the crowd is going to love what you have to say.
Yeah, so we're going to do these men's quarters. I mean, obviously it's pretty good out there right now, and it also sets us up really nicely for a finals day tomorrow. So excited for this afternoon, and hopefully the crowd is still stoked.
That's it, guys. Let's keep the show running. Back to you.
That's great news. The list of surfers we have left in the draw is super exciting. Of course, the crowd's not going anywhere. They'll be here till midnight. 20:50 to go, and the scores drop now for Yago Dora. He's back in it, 7.23 and a 6.87. So the high mark set right off the buzzer by Ethan Ewing was an 8.17, but now Ethan Ewing needs a 5.93. So Yago Dora, definitely not safe. There's a lot of time left, and of course we know how consistent and how good Ethan Ewing is. This is going to be a battle to the very end.
I like the answer back by Yago Dora, and what he did as we looked through the scores and populating on the screen is that he kept to the face of the wave, and he kept to turns. We know he's got that air game, but just being able to execute in a timed manner down the line, multiple maneuvers, gaining those numbers, you know, playing the game. I've said it before, I'll say it again. To win the game, you got to play the game. And that's what happens when you put a jersey on. You got to play the game of surfing. Yago playing the game well.
The surfers learned that the quarters will be today. Do you think that affects anyone's mindset if you were in this heat or the next heat coming up? Are you thinking, okay, now it's a little bit more of the long game today? Are you a little bit more measured in your, well, I guess that answers my question right there. It is all business. That's Diesel Callum Robson getting ready for his next heat. He'll be going up against the good homie Jackson Baker. Another really fun matchup there.
Isn't that cool? That's the TikTok tunnel there. So all the messages coming from TikTok go through that tunnel, and that's the enter in the. That's how you enter into the surfers area. So pretty cool little activation that we have here with the TikTok tunnel.
19:15 to go, and there's a display of how powerful this wave really is. When you think of Brazil, you think of fun, playful beach breaks, but on a day like today,
it's thumping
when a guy like Yago Dora is bailing his board, you know that there is some water moving around out there. Let's take a look back at this last effort from Yago.
Here we go with Yago lining up, but then see in the middle of his board right there, got caught up, not over the rail, not the toes, not over the rail, not able to engage in that bottom turn, and just gets bucked off. But you're right, Chris, there's a lot of power out here. I think 2017, our first visit, as we relocated to Saquarema, to me, really exposed that you always think of Brazil as kind of beach breaky, soft, almost like California-ish kind of waves. But this particular stretch of beach packs quite a punch. It feels more like a Ehukai or something on the North Shore where you have a beach break, but it's a really, really powerful beach break.
Yeah, nothing is going to be easy today, as we just saw Yago Dora. I mean, we've seen him do that a million times on Waves of Consequence, Pipeline, all over the world. So for a guy like Yago to be ragdolled like that on that wave just shows you the difficulty that these surfers are facing. Of course, the scores are out there. I mean, we were seeing numbers in the high teens being the requirement for surfers to advance. So here we go, Yago Dora up again. Now he's got some room to work with, but again, he doesn't like it. So Kaipo, we're seeing a little bit different of a strategy here. Yago just looks like he's kind of hunting around, riding whatever. Ethan Ewing still only on 2 waves ridden. Have you seen that strategy of ride anything pay off in previous heats?
It depends on where you are with priority. And right now, Yago Dora underneath Ethan Ewing's priority is, so he's got nothing to lose by catching waves and staying busy under that priority of Ethan Ewing. In a contrast role, we have Ethan Ewing, who is sitting in priority. Now, that priority may be valuable when a really good wave comes through. So Ethan Ewing out there being very selective. The challenge for Ewing is he needs pretty much a 6, and you don't want to have that anchor of priority assume your headspace, in which you wait too long to activate, you wait too long to catch another wave.
And if you kind of go back to the basics, air temp, we're about 80, 85, water temp about 70, so it really is kind of the exact numbers that you'd want to hear. Not too hot, not too cold, just, you know, the perfect temperature and temperament for competition. And the wind has kind of backed off a little bit, so things are most likely going to slowly clean up as we head towards the quarterfinals this afternoon.
Yeah, and in regard to the water temp, it's really interesting when you look at equipment and what the surfers are wearing. You have surfers who are going out there in trunks like a Filipe Toledo. You have other surfers going out there in spring suits, long sleeve springs, and then you have other surfers going out there with short arm fulls. So really how you regulate your body temperature in a heat is up to the individual athletes. Some guys run hotter, so maybe they need less rubber. Some guys know that in a 35-minute heat, you might be sitting out there for a little bit, and so they're choosing a little bit of rubber.
Well, 15 minutes to go here. Yago Dora in the lead above Ethan Ewing for now. We'll be back with the culmination of this heat right after these messages.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or break, taking you where no surf show has taken you before. An intimate look about what it's like to be at the top level of competition here on the WSL Championship Tour. I love that show, Kaipo. I can't get enough of it. I binge watched it, and I think I've watched it maybe 2 or 3 times all the way through. And I was just talking to Filipe Toledo's wife, and I said, I think you had the best episode of the entire series. The family shined in that episode, and I'm going to watch it again later. Why not? Make or break on Apple TV+. Here we go, Yago Dora. Well, I would say, even though the scores right now are leaning towards Yago Dora wave selection, I guess just sheerly by the numbers, Ethan Ewing at that 817, still probably in the best position in this heat so far. What do you think Yago Dora has to get in order to really start to feel comfortable over Ethan Ewing right now?
Yago mirrors at 8.17, gets anywhere in the 8 range, and then he's going to have Ethan Ewing against the ropes. Right now, it's anyone's heat. Check out Jackson Baker getting ready.
Man, this guy is a positive force. Love his energy, and I'm so excited for this next heat because, again, we're looking at, you know, 2 sides of the surf coin. In this heat, we've got Yago Dora, basically a skateboarder who surfs, and you've got Ethan Ewing, who's a surgeon out there. In the next heat, you've got Callum Robson, very quiet. I mean, blue collar, does not talk a lot, very serious on the beach. I mean, extremely humble, nice guy. And you've got Jackson Baker, who has really become, you know, a fan favorite. He has been shining on the championship tour, in and out of the water. But back to business at hand, Ethan Ewing. This is what I was kind of talking about in terms of predictability. Except for that. Is that the commentator curse right there? Usually he is automatic, but that finishing turn could have been the difference between the score he needs, something above a 5.93, and what he's going to get, which most likely would be below mid-range.
He's going to have to shake this one off. Here we go on the replay. Good start. Really vertical attack there. Swings the board all the way back around. Sets up for this one. A little carve. Remember, he needs a 6-point ride right here. This would have done it. Stabs it, gets caught up, the burp, the backwash, all take the board away, and he goes incomplete one more time after this little secondary carve. Already looking down the line, stabs it, and this is what happens. Gets hung up because of that backwash going up the wave face, kind of pulled the brakes on him, hung him up in the lip, and cost him.
I'd say that's a rare mistake from Ethan Ewing. We talked about his timing and his precision a lot. Do you think that was mistimed, or was that just a case of the wave going into a quick, awkward phase as he was going up into the lip?
That was
whose fault was it?
It was both, really. It was a little bit timing. He would have had to get up there earlier for that to avoid that backwash. What unfortunately happened was that backwash hit Ethan Ewing as he'd already completed his turn and he was on his way down. He was going through the exit door right there. What happened? The exit door kind of shut on him, stopped his forward progress, and that's why he went incomplete.
Well, he's got 10 minutes, 20 seconds to clean things up. The score does not even come close, a 3.5. Now he's looking for something in the 6 or above range. His first wave, still the high mark of this heat, not by much. It was an 8.17, Yago's high mark at 7.23. Now Yago's out the back with priority, hunting around for something to give him the opportunity to take to the sky, I'm sure. You know, he does have every trick in the book. He's got a lot of power, and that power has been building. And I'm sure coming back from an injury, you know, you want to almost overcompensate. If it's your ankle, if it's your knee, you strengthen all those muscles in that area. So we might see, you know, we might be seeing Yago coming back even stronger than before. If he can add more power to his creativity and his ability to do the impossible, I mean, we're looking at a title run for Yago.
The healing process at times is the way of the peaceful warrior, in which the process of coming back sometimes helps enlighten and grow athletes. And it happens more often than not just the rehab, but the time away from something that you love and a time to refocus your energy. I call it The Way of the Peaceful Warrior. It's a book by Dan Millman, actually, but it chronicles a journey that way. And I've seen it happen in a ton of sports, and not just surfing. You come back stronger, but it's not just the physical aspect, it's the mental aspect that you bring back into the game.
I did get a chance to talk about this subject with Ross Williams, coach to Tatiana Weston-Webb, and John Florence. And his answer, you know, when I asked him, I go, well, as a coach, what do you do when your surfer is injured? And he basically said, you know, it's a big pivot from standard coaching, but it's also sometimes good for the surfers to be able to take their mind off, you know, the competitiveness that just burns all year long. So of course it's not ideal. Being injured is not where you want to be, but sometimes injuries force you to take a vacation. And, you know, in the case of Yago Dora, he had, what, 6 months to not only come back physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. So, you know, as Ross Williams says right there, sometimes it's not ideal, but you can use an injury to just help further advance your progression in surfing.
Kind of echoes that story of the peaceful warrior as well. So, hey, and that's a great surfing mind you tapped into, Ross Williams.
7:45 to go. And now the chess game begins. Yago Dora with a slim lead over Ethan Ewing. Yago does have priority. Ethan Ewing needs a 5.93. And so for Ethan, talk about tapping into it, he's got to eradicate the memory of that last fall quickly and just get back to doing what he does best. It's surgical strike, you know, and I feel like although his turns sometimes look similar, I'm not going to say formulaic, but when you're doing turns that look as good as the turns Ethan Ewing does, it's fine to do those multiple times on waves.
Check it out, Mitchell Ross, the coach, having a word with Jackson Baker. Just, you know, you've been studying a lot of surf coaching, Chris, and I know you've been doing some research. This is a little moment right now of settling your athlete.
Yeah, this is where, you know, I feel like a lot of the coaches have a similar approach. You don't want to give the surfer too much information before they go out. You don't want to flood their mind and cause them to, you know, get lost in all the advice and thoughts that are going through. And I think a lot of these coaches, you know, save that for the post-heat debrief. Before the heat, look, go out there, catch good waves, have fun. You know, just what you would tell your kids or, you know, your surf buddy, just don't worry about it. Whatever happened at work, that's all good. Go out there, surf, have a good time. You know, try your best to just calm the surfer and let them know, like, this is what you do.
Yeah.
Go out there and do what you do.
Wrap them in the blanket, in the safety blanket, if you would. Wrap them in the warm safety blanket. Let them know everything's okay. Get them their mind right.
Yeah.
When your mind right, your body follows. And some of the best coaches have that calming energy to them, and you can see it reflective in the athletes' performances.
Yeah, it's almost like that switch, right? You go from coach to friend. And then after the heat, you go back to coach, and you yell at him.
This is an important moment with Yago Dora with priority.
That wave just steamrolled them.
Yeah, I feel Ethan Ewing's in the danger zone right now because he just needs a 6, but Yago's got priority. And with that priority, Yago can, you know, just be around Ethan's presence and help chip away at the clock.
Who's the aggressor here?
Oh, Ethan needs to make moves with Yago Dora and kind of shake him, or the best thing that Ethan could do is sell Yago Dora on a bad wave. Power for a wave, act like he wants it, have Yago use his priority, then open up the door for himself, because he just needs that little bit above mid-range score of a 6. But Yago, we talked about it before, Chris, Dad's a surf coach. He's not going to make any kind of tactical error like that.
Well, here we'll see who uses priority, and Yago Dora lets Ethan Ewing go on this wave.
That was smart.
You right when you said he's not going to make a tactical error. He played that part perfectly on that wave, and now he's got a gem. Yago Dora, explosive first snap, some room to work. Goes to that big layback. Crowd goes nuts. Tries to force in the third turn. Some damage done out the back, but we've been seeing it all event long. Clean finishes do have meaningful ramifications in the eyes of the judges. They're going to have to take that last turn out of the equation and fully focus on those 2 opening snaps, which were pretty venomous.
Yeah. Big snap here. I'd like to see it in slow motion so you could really approach it. 2 bottom turns, double pump bottom turn. Big layback there. Doesn't bring the board all the way around because wants to get down the line and combo it up late to the lip here, and that's what cost him the finish. He was on his way to a score, maybe in the 8-point range, and he would have really put Ethan Ewing in the corner if he achieved that 8-point plus ride, but he's going to come up short.
Little look behind the scenes right there. Miguel Pupo and Filipe Toledo. I'm pretty sure I know who Filipe Toledo is rooting for in this heat. If you look at the standings, Yago Dora could be doing Toledo a huge favor, but there's still 3.5 minutes to go. And Ethan Ewing's a machine. He is not easily rattled.
Yeah, Ewing now. The tables have turned. Ethan Ewing with that priority, Chris, and now it's plenty of opportunity. I feel 3 minutes is a lot of time for quality wave to come through. Again, he doesn't have a big ask, so what Ethan Ewing is in the position to do right now is get the answer back, get the score, and not give Yago Dora any more time on the clock to respond.
Score came through for Yago Dora as expected, a mid-ranger, a 5.43. Of course, that would have been pretty different had he made that last turn. He could have been replacing that 6.87. So 2:45 to go here in round of 16, heat 7. Official call was made by Jesse Miley Dyer. The quarterfinals will be on today. And as we try to fill that bracket, silence has washed over this crowd, pushing 30,000 plus. Of course, the home field advantage goes to Yago Dora.
Oh, man. And I'm just looking, we're 1:46 local time right now. We're right at the peak of the high tide. So when things top out, tide-wise, we're at about 3.1-foot high tide. This could really slow the waves down, and this could put a momentary stall in the lineup. That would be bad for Ethan Ewing.
Well, big news coming across the wire. If Ethan Ewing loses in the next 2 minutes, we will have our first competitor in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. If Yago Dora can fend off Ethan Ewing for 1:45, Filipe Toledo will clinch a spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals this September at Lower Trestles. Just add it, just throw it on the drama pile. We love to see it. This is going to be a a really intense last minute in this heat.
Big news going down right now. And that means, you know, Iago does his job. Everything's on the upside for Filipe Toledo through the last 2 events as well.
Minute 13. And I'm curious to know if, you know, these 30,000 plus surf fans on the beach know what's at stake right now. Our beach announcers have been really on it, getting this crowd fired up, so I'm sure they're relaying the information as well. 54 seconds to go.
Peak high tide is definitely playing a factor right now. You know, I had a feeling, Chris, and then I looked at my watch and I went, wow, that's what's happening. We just topped out, and it's playing before our eyes. There's not an opportunity. We had 3.5 minutes with Ethan Ewing with priority, needing the mid-range score, but there's been nothing. Nothing's come through and hit the sandbar in that time.
Yeah, I know we have a precision timing in play, but here it feels like this clock has gone faster than I've seen it all event in this last 3 minutes. We're down to 18 seconds left. Will Ethan Ewing have one more shot? Or will Iago Dora get the victory? Here we go. Ethan Ewing surfing for a 5.93 to eliminate the possibility of Filipe Toledo clinching. And the wave does not give him the chance to do what he does best. One nice turn.
Yeah.
But highly improbable that that will be a 5.93 or above.
No way. He's surfing that right. He was surfing that thing upriver. He was surfing that thing against the current. You could see once he did that opening turn, it was really hard for him to make any more progress down the line. No chance on the score.
And that's it. Time is up. It's official. Not only does Iago Dora get the win, but Filipe Toledo clinches his spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. More action to come. You're watching the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. You got another great matchup coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By BF Goodrich, the official tire of the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Localiza, official partner of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Australian Gold, feeling gold.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona. We've just seen a huge shockwave run through the crowd as Iago Dora, the showman, Did it with style, taking out the surgeon, Ethan Ewing. And that heat right there had huge ramifications all the way towards the end of the year, as Filipe Toledo has now clinched the first spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. More on that to come, but right now, let's get to this heat in the water. What a matchup we have. These are two great friends. They definitely have grown up competing against each other. You've got Callum Robson. He is kind of the the working man surfer. He's gritty, super powerful. He's not flashy out of the water, keeps his head down. And you've got Jackson Baker. Similar style, a lot of power, a really quick, lightning fast surfer, but the polar opposite on land. Jovial, happy, one of the best mustaches on tour. This is an interesting matchup because they are pretty polar opposite, yet at the same time, very similar.
Baker on the replay. Winds up for a nice opening off the top and hooks it. Sets it up and chops it down. So that's a nice start for Jackson Baker. But both of these surfers, both rookies on the championship tour, both of these surfers illustrate to me, Chris, the depth of the Australian surf talent pool. Both of these surfers, relatively unknown to the global surf audience just a year ago, both of them coming through that Challenger Series and popping up on the championship tour. And once they were spotlighted on the championship tour, both Jackson Baker and Callum Robson, in my opinion, have made a name for themselves. And a lot of people in a lot of countries know these two surfers.
Oh, I definitely got more on that for you here in a minute, Kaipo. 30 minutes to go. Jackson Baker versus Callum Robson in the water right now, but standing by on the glass, Iago Dora is with Louisa Florence.
Iago, you're just telling me how tense it was for you in the water. Tell us why.
Yeah, it was very tense. Ethan's not the kind of guy you want to leave needing 5.9, and he started the heat really good. That set looked like he was going to go wide. I pedaled wide to try to reach it, and then ended up coming right where he was, and I was like, oh no. And I just knew I had to come back like my first round heat, kind of open with an 8 as well, and I just focused on myself. I said, okay, I'm not going to worry about them. I'm going to focus on my strategy and get a couple good laps and try to beat him.
Amazing. Is this crowd pushing you?
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing. I could even hear the crowd was silent during the last minutes of the heat because I think everyone was really tense and scared that Ethan would have the opportunity to get the score he needed, and lucky for me that the waves were not as good in the end of the heat as they were on the start.
Iago, você tem falado que teu surf evoluiu muito desde 2017. Como que tá, assim, paying off agora, nessa oportunidade que você ganhou aqui no Rio?
Sim, eu tenho trabalhado muito no meu surf, na minha parte física também, meu condicionamento físico, e eu sinto que está dando muito resultado. Eu lembro que eu saía de baterias muito cansado, às vezes esgotado e com a perna já bamba, já não conseguiria surfar outro round se fosse rolar, e hoje eu me sinto muito mais pronto, tanto no surf quanto no condicionamento, e tô muito feliz de estar aqui, né? Como eu falei antes, eu nem esperava que ia estar competindo aqui, e tá nas quartas agora. A maioria dos brasileiros passou também, então tá sendo irado. Altas ondas, abriu o sol, amanhã ainda vai entrar um terral para finalizar e espero poder avançar para surfar amanhã de novo.
Bom, é melhor a perna não tá bamba mesmo, porque você tá avançando. Parabéns, Iago. A gente se vê.
Obrigado, valeu.
I just asked him, like, he's been saying how his surf has been improving since 2017, and he was like, it's totally paying off, my physical conditioning. He was, sometimes I get out of the heat with my legs shaking, and then now he's super stoked. He was like, I feel ready to keep going. A lot of Brazilian on the next round, and he's like, the sun is out, and I was like, you better not be shaking your legs because you're moving forward. So here we go. Back to you.
Thank you, Louisa. I'm no weatherman, Kaipo, but I can clearly see a Brazilian storm is brewing. We're filling up the quarterfinals with Brazilian surfers. Add Iago Dora to that list. 27:30 to go. Jackson Baker on his backhand. big snap over the roof, onto the open face. Really using a tough section nicely. Riding out cleanly through the backwash. And Jackson Baker currently with a 4.33 is going to add to that total. And I think this is kind of indicative of what we've seen from these two surfers throughout the year. Callum Robson, patient, waiting for the waves that he wants. Jackson Baker just kind of surfing it out, riding whatever comes to him. This is a great looking wave.
First opening turn, just up and back down. Beautiful backhand surfing. And I say beautiful in the way of tempo and timing and the approach to that wave. Matching the wave's speed down the line and fitting 3 maneuvers in there, and a decided advantage to Jackson Baker.
Both these surfers, regular foots. So we'll see a backhand display. Right there was a powerful hack, followed by a second. Callum Robson throwing hammers at the wall. I would say that first turn, upside down, underneath. Board went vertical, beyond vertical even. What a clock, boy, that was insane.
A contrast as we look at this replay again between the two. It was all about timing for Jackson Baker. It's all about positioning and power for Callum Robson. 2 big, exaggerated backhand re-entries. We can see it right here. Look at this. Pushes hard, tons of spray flying off the lips. The board skips out. There's so much power. Lines up again, a lot of leverage on the bottom turn and even more on the toes as he kicks it off the top for turn number 2. That was some powerful surfing. So nice contrast between the timing of Jackson Baker and the raw power of Callum Robson on that exchange.
It's pretty subtle, and I might be just dipping a little too deep here into weird liquid dynamics, but it seems like Callum Robson's turns, the spray that his turns throw, they're almost orbital. It's like it's a sphere, whereas a lot of surfers just throw spray almost in a flat, straight up kind of array. But Callum's power, where he hit it right there, you know, did you notice a difference in the actual spray coming off the boards between those kind of combinations of turns?
It's leverage, isn't it? It's where you place the turn, and it's also the pushback on the tail and the fins through that turn. So the placement for Callum Robson was spot on, and then you combine that with a heavy foot to push that tail. That equals an excellent score, because that was excellent surfing by Callum Robson.
So you saw it. I mean, it was back-to-back waves, so it was a great way for all of us to see what the judges are looking for. Jackson Baker, 3 turns down the line. His first turn, probably the most consequential turn of that wave. His score is a 6. So Callum Robson, he only had 2 turns on his wave, but I think with each turn that he did, there was just a little more aggression, a little more power. The placement was just a little better, and I think the wave itself just lent him the opportunity to do a little bit more critical surfing, especially where he put his board on the wave.
It was more commitment, and yes, the judges reward that.
Just quick up and out there. Callum Robson in his preheat interview, I asked him about, you know, going out there. Do you feel the pressure? You know, I know the Rookie of the Year conversation's up in the air right now. I know that you're going up against your friend. There's a lot happening. And he said, you know, I'm just going to do my own thing. I don't listen to critics or whatever. I just go out there. I just want to do my best. And right now he is surfing at a whole new level, and it is real fun to watch. 23:30 to go. Louisa Florence has our first surfer locked into the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals, Filipe Toledo.
Filipe Toledo, congratulations. You just clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. Oh, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's crazy. You know, like after, you know, like all the events and all the results and everything, it's, you know, all the hard work and leaving family behind and, you know, like all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, man, over the moon, yeah.
Agora em português, Filipe Toledo acabou de garantir a sua vaga da WSL nos Final Fives, os 5 finalistas. Como é que tá o coração, Filipe? Tem tanta coisa que aconteceu, né? Você acabou de falar aqui.
É muito maluco isso tudo, porque esse é o nosso primeiro objetivo, foi o meu primeiro objetivo, de conquistar a vaga, né, dentro do top 5, só de estar lá isso para mim já é um grande feito. E conquistar essa vaga tão cedo aqui no Brasil e saber que eu já vou estar lá é muito gratificante. Eu acho que não poderia ser melhor. É muito bom, muito bom, muito bom. Estou muito feliz.
Congratulations. I see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Elora Trestles.
Yes, that's cool.
I just asked him again in Portuguese, and he was like, you know what, this is what we want. This is our first goal, and receiving this news here in Brazil so early in the game, it's totally like, there's no words for it. So you guys can feel it. He was almost crying.
Thank you, Louisa. Yeah, that was a great moment, and more magic moments to come. Let's take a look at Filipe Toledo and his clinching his spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Big section here, and he absolutely slams it.
Unbelievable surfing.
Toledo just so on this morning.
Current world #1 and now a champion at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, Filipe Toledo.
Those are the combos that make Filipe Toledo so dangerous.
Filipe Toledo will see you this September as he's clinched his spot in the WSL Final 5.
Starting to feel like destiny. Filipe Toledo with his best shot
It's
at
sinking
winning
in
a
right
title.
now. It's sinking in. The world title means so much to Filipe Toledo. That moment right there that we're experiencing right now, you know, you get the news, but this is when it sinks in. And this is when you know this is his purpose, to win a world title. And he knows he's that much closer. This is a great moment.
Well, obviously, emotions running high. Congratulations to Filipe Toledo, clinching a spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals with more gravy to come. He still gets to surf J-Bay. He still gets to surf Tahiti.
Well, because in that, when we talk about the Final 5, you want to be #1 going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, because you want to have the lighter lifting of the 5 surfers on that super, you know, that day, the day of that we're going to crown a world champ, both on the men's and the women's side of the tour. So he's still got some work to do. I mean, he doesn't want to go into Trestles, you know, number 3 in the rankings. He wants to go there with that yellow leader's jersey. So, you know, he's the dog with the bone.
Yeah, and Filipe's scouting report heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals just got a little bit more interesting, because as it stood this morning, before we started competition, Ethan Ewing was sitting at number 5. Italo Ferreira is at number 4. Griffin Colapinto 3. Jack Robinson 2. Both Jack and Griffin are out of this contest. So things are definitely going to be shaken up in that Final 5 picture. We'll see what happens next.
Italo Ferreira, number 4. We're looking at the draw right now as we go through the quarterfinals. Top half of the draw, we got Italo Ferreira. Bottom half of the draw, we got Filipe Toledo. We have, you know, a chance of both Filipe Toledo and Italo Ferreira in the final, which would be incredible.
I'm not a betting man, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Brazilian in the final. It's probably the easiest bet you could ever make.
Odds are in your favor at this moment.
18:30 to go. Callum Robson and Jackson Baker in a boxing match right now, pretty even. Callum sitting on that 8-3-3. It's the highest single wave score so far. Dealing with some backwash here. This wave has gone weird, but he rides it well. Good read at the end there. Love that final hit. His low score is a 2.07, so I think just on the strength alone of that last snap, he'll get it. We'll leave that up to our expert panel of judges. Strange wave here.
Yeah, see, I mean, the rights, I feel, as we look at this replay, you're swimming up current, you're surfing up river. The drift is going from the left hand of your screen to your right hand of the screen, but good job here, this lip glide in slow motion. You can see the balance. The board, you know, comes detached, just, you know, the tippy toes for Callum Robson as he reconnects, and he does a good job of just getting back up there and hitting. I mean, he's so rock solid in his surfing.
Yeah, he is a specimen. I mean, he is a strong athlete. You know, I think he had a rough start to the year at Pipeline. I mean, he got smashed in his first couple of heats out there, as anyone would.
He went for it.
But yeah, he had a quick reaction, and I think he was. I wouldn't say he was on the list of Rookie of the Year favorites at the beginning of the year, but this heat right here, this could actually be the heat that makes that decision. I mean, if you think about the whole year, both these surfers have been pushing hard. As it stands on the ratings right now, Callum Robson has the lead. But in talking to Jackson Baker before this heat, he said, you know, his biggest goal, first and foremost, was to make the cut. So the mid-year cut loomed large in the mind of Jackson Baker, thinking, I've just got to make this cut and everything's going to be okay. He made the cut, and now he's reinvigorated. He says finishing strong and, you know, potentially cracking the top 10 is his goal. And I asked him about, you know, what it's like to go from friend and fan to foe. And he said, look, we're great mates. We're going to be friends before and after this, but when we hit the water, it's on. You almost sometimes get better competition between friends than you do between enemies.
Sammy Pupo warming up for quarterfinal number 1. You can see him, some of the gymnastica type of movements here to really open up your knees and your ankles and your hips. A lot of your balance comes from that triangle right there on your body, and Sammy Pupo wants to make sure that none of that is, you know, hindered at all. So a really good workup technique, from warm-up technique, if you would, from Samuel Pupo.
Sammy makes up one of the 5 Brazilian surfers heading into the quarterfinals. He's going to be going up against Mateus Herdy. So we see now Jackson Baker with the answer back, sliding his fins, adding extra flair to an already radical turn. 15-12 to go. So Jackson Baker showing no signs of quit. He's actually staying with Carissa Moore and Mitchell Ross. They've got a big house. They've been talking about it throughout the week. He says her greatness is starting to rub off on him. Just being around her and in her aura is helping him become a better surfer.
Replay of Jackson Baker as we see drifting through a couple of those turns. Jackson has more of a requirement. I like seeing this front-on view, and you can see the drift getting on the toes, a little front-footed there to get that tail to slide through. Knew he had time because the wave tapered off, so drifted that first turn, got a carve on the second turn. The score that he is trying to achieve right now is a pretty beefy number for that 6.91. You can see on the graphic there, that is the requirement for Jackson Baker, and we're still waiting for that score to come in, Chris.
We'll see if the judges deem it beefy enough. 14 to go here. Callum Robson versus Jackson Baker. Who will get the edge? You're going to have to wait and see. This is the Oi Rio Pro presented by Corona, and we'll be right back.
It's a one-day push. Whoever does best is going to win.
The finals format is essentially head-to-head matches. So seed number 5 goes up against seed number 4. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 3. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 2, and eventually you meet up with seed number 1 for that world title.
Now it's like, can you perform when it matters most?
It's about glory. It's about putting your name down in the history books. And it's about becoming a legend.
Love to see the breakdown via the incredible surf show Make or Break. Filipe Toledo, spotlighted last year, coming into the Rip Curl WSL Finals at the 3 spot. So he definitely had work to do if he wanted to get the title. If you watch the show, if you watch the event, plain to see how heartbroken Filipe was. Spoiler alert, you know how it ended. Could be a different story this year. Of course, Filipe, just moments ago, clinching his spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals with 2 events to go. And Kaipo, you had alluded to it. You know, if you go in there at the top seed, I mean, we've only seen it happen one time before. So our research docs are pretty. Our research docs only have that 1 year to lean on, but Gabriel Medina with the obvious advantage, only having to surf against 1 opponent. And we'll see where Filipe ultimately ends up. What do you think? Where is he going to wind up in that Rip Curl WSL Finals?
He wants to
Final 5?
wind up as number 1, but that was an illustration that you can come in as number 3 in the rankings and end up in that finals World Championship match, best 2 out of 3. Filipe Toledo did defeat Italo Ferreira, who came in number 2, so he did surf that final best of 3 matchup with Gabe Medina. He had a chance at the world title last year and missed it by a heat. I don't think he's going to put himself in that position. I don't think he wants to make that same he wants to get past that again. He's been so close. He was a heat away from a world title last year.
Yeah, and it feels different this year. It almost felt like he was underdog last year. This year it feels like alpha.
There's no Gabe Medina this year either.
Or
when we look at the final 5. So yeah, it's going to be a different time when we get to that Rip Curl WSL Finals over there, September 9th, over at Lower Trussels.
Mark your calendars. Talk to your boss. Take the week off. Trust us, it is an incredible time to be a surf fan. Here we go, Jackson Baker. And he's growing his fan base with every turn he does. Solid finish there. And yes, the crowd is going wild for this young Australian surfer. They know when they see good surfing. I'd love to hear that. 9.5 to go. Let's take a look back. Did he do enough? Was this a 6.41 or above, Kaipo?
Well, let's take a look. Really vert on that first turn, so that's a good start. And then a dynamic finish. Just need above a mid-range score. I say he got it there. In slow motion, you can see how vertical that was. 12 o'clock, rang the lunch bell, serve it up for Jackson Baker. Gets back on the heels here, pumps through that bottom turn, and again, an aggressive, this time a little bit of a lip slide, gets caught up in the lip, has to have a very solid stance to ride out of it, and does so. So his earlier wave, he needed 6.91. He got a 6.5. He reduced the deficit to a 6.41. But here we go, more live action.
Callum Robson setting things up, patiently waiting. The wave was okay. Wasn't super impactful. You know, you kind of look back at the finish we just saw from Jackson Baker. It was pretty dramatic. A lot of water flying around. You know, he showed some emotion at the end of that. That wave from Callum just didn't have the same look. It was surfed really well. Just the wave itself didn't really give him enough.
Yeah, the space in between turns, right, and just the opportunity. Rock solid. You know, I'm always impressed by Callum surfing. No matter what's put in front of him, he's able to get a turn in. But, you know, he really had to battle back with this left, with some of the, you know, some of the ribs and some of the wonkiness of it. But does a really good job right there to finish that off.
7:45 to go. Callum Robson makes his way back into the lineup. Well, for fans watching in Brazil, your coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. And I can be pretty assured surf fans aren't going anywhere. Wherever you are joining us from around the world, welcome. Saquarema here in Brazil. This is the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona, Kaipo Guerrero, along with myself, Chris Cote. We have been watching not only incredible heats unfolding with wild storylines going into each and every one of them, but also some big news and foreshadowing. Surfers with the potential to clinch more spots in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals. And I got to give full credit to the WSL for bringing forth that idea for a big, spectacular finish, because historically speaking, Toledo could have just won a world title.
Sure.
So it's nice to know that we've got a full, 2.5 events left before we line things up for our surfing Super Bowl.
Again, that's going to happen September 8th at Lower Trestle, San Clemente, California, a one-day event. We got a big waiting period for that. So last year we got epic lowers. It's a great time of the year. I expect, with that waiting period, we should have epic high-performance surfing when we look at the final 5 on both men's and women's side.
Well, for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond, so never fear, lots of surfing to come. And for fans watching here in Brazil, coverage of the quarterfinals will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SportTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue to roll through to the quarterfinals of the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona. With 5:34 to go, Beach quieted down a little bit. They're waiting to see what happens next between Jackson Baker and Callum Robson, but that doesn't mean that happy hour is not on. And anytime I think of happy hour, I think of Strider Wasilewski. Where in the world is the Waz?
Corona bar, and we're enjoying some time off. It's kind of an intermission right now. There's a little lull in the action, so I came over to the Corona bar to serve you guys some Coronas. If you guys need anything, just come down. I'll serve them to you. I'm over here. My assistant's going to put them up here on the counter for me. Thank you very much. And I got a 6-pack for you ready to go if you're ready. I got single beers if you need them. I'll get another one for you. You want a single? No worries. I'm serving all day. I'll be down here till dark. Get down here to the Corona bar, have a beer, get back to the beach, watch some action. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. The tip jar, don't go directly into sunlight without proper eyewear.
All right, pro tips from Strider Wasilewski. Thank you, Strider. 4.5 to go. Callum Robson trying to better a 5.07. Score comes through quickly. It's just a 4.23. His 10th wave ridden, Kaipo.
Yeah, but here's the story. We're going to check this out on replay. And Callum, working over that wave, but there's been actually a seesaw back and forth as we're going through all those bits and pieces of the lead change. Jackson Baker got the lead back with a 6.67 on his last effort. Then the wave before this, Callum Robson got a 5.07 to take the lead back from Jackson Baker. So things have been going back and forth in this heat. That's what's making it really, really exciting.
Yeah, and this is a great matchup between friends. These guys both answered the same way, hey, what's it going to be like surfing against your homie, right?
It's usually the most competitive heats when you surf against your friend.
They both said...
And that's what it seems like, Chris, with the seesaw battle.
And they both said the same thing. It's casual. There's no bad vibes. But the friendly rivalry, of course, burns even hotter. They know it's all business when they hit the water.
But when we look at the numbers, what's the key decider in this heat right now is the opener for Callum Robson. Remember, that was a big 2-turn combo. That 8.33 is so valuable right now, and that's why he has the lead, even though, he's had a bunch of mediocre scores after that 8.33. But you get up into the excellent range, your competitor has to answer back with an excellent score.
Yeah, that's kind of a lead-off home run. big number like that. That's one of the highest numbers we've seen of the day so far. And if you look back at the previous heat, Yago versus Ethan, Yago said it in his post-heat interview, when Ethan got that 8, he started to worry.
Right.
So it's kind of a similar story, but the flip side is Ethan Ewing could not find a proper backup. And Jackson Baker, he's got his backup. I would say both those scores right now, those are backup scores. He needs to find something above.
It's not a big ask.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, you want to get something above the 6.74, obviously, but for him to feel any bastion of safety, 7.5, 8, go for the 10.
Well, I mean,
why not?
Really, to analyze the heat at 2 minutes remaining, Jackson with priority, he can surf to a 7, and he's not going to leave a lot of time for Callum Robson to react to that. So you can see the need is 6.74. He can surf for 7, and just by nature of the clock, it's going to have to be a buzzer beater to pay back that, if you would, Chris. But first, he's got to do it. He's got priority, so that's the one thing that's working in his favor.
Yeah, and I think these guys are. Yeah, they've tightened up. They haven't really seen much of each other since the beginning of this heat, but of course, when priority really becomes a factor, things start to tighten up in the lineup, and they're just a couple feet away from each other. And you know, that's an offensive, defensive kind of tactical game. You'd have to think that Jackson Baker is the one applying the pressure now, since he does have priority, or I guess that you would reverse that as Callum is trying anything he can to rattle Jackson. What can they do out there in the heat of the moment? Is there any, obviously you can't stretch into illegal things, but is there anything extra you can do?
Stay in his space, force him to go. Paddle, see what Callum's doing right now? Stay in his space. You're under priority. You know that he needs to go. You don't want him to, you know, get that knockout punch right at the end of the clock. So just exactly what Callum's doing is playing it right. He's just staying in his space. He's paddling him up the bank, and he's making Jackson run. And now it's down to just 30 seconds.
Here we go. Time flying. 20 seconds left. Jackson Baker does have priority. Needs a score of a 6.74. Callum Robson is not giving him an inch. We're down to the 10-second mark. Opportunity may be knocking. Will Jackson answer the call?
Nope, Callum palled him out of position. Well played by Callum Robson. That was a well-played, under priority, 2-minute heat drill by Callum Robson.
And now they can be friends again. You know Jackson Baker is going to go right into Callum's corner. It'll be cool to see. You went from friend, fan, to foe, now back to friend and fan. Congrats to Jackson Baker, a great run here through the Oi Rio Pro. And for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round, which is right now. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. If you're watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it tuned in right here. The quarterfinals are coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.